Katowice today is an example of long-term and multidimensional changes. Associated with mining and heavy industry, it has been transformed into a place of new possibilities, where innovative business and culture flourish. New road projects, modernization of municipal infrastructure, as well as brownfield redevelopment with the help of EU funds, enabled the metamorphosis into a modern urban center. Years of efforts to improve the quality of life in Katowice have been recognized by the United Nations, and in June of 2022, the city will host city experts, politicians, and activists during the World Urban Forum. A developed network of road transport in the city is constantly replenished with new and improved transport solutions, focusing mainly on public transport. In recent years, transfer centers with parking spaces have been established in Katowice, located along the main thoroughfares of the city for quick and easy change of means of transportation. Katowice has to offer a network of urban bike rentals, which is growing every single year. Upgrades based on low emission reduction and overhauls are priority in the pursuit of sustainable development of Katowice. Insulation of buildings and connecting them to the municipal heating network, as well as the implementation of the program of subsidies for the replacement of heat sources in the private premises, are one of the pro-ecological activities in the city. And thanks to European funds, the rainwater and sewage management systems have also been put in order. The Katowice Cultural Zone has been the showcase of Katowice for many years, and the International Congress Center, the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the Silesian Museum, located near the Spodek Arena, were constructed on the premises of the former Katowice mine. And the city is also successfully investing in restoration of parks and green areas in the city districts, making them safer and more attractive. And among the investments planned for the upcoming years, related to the green areas is the revitalization of the Five Ponds Valley in Szopienice. The new building of the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra with an impressive 1,800-seat concert hall is an example of an investment that allows the preservation of musical heritage. The orchestra house, thanks to precisely dedicated technical and functional values, is a center of protection, development, and promotion of classical music that stands out on the world map. The examples of development of sports infrastructure and facilities are two municipal swimming pools, which are the first investments of this type in the city, and each of these facilities is located in a different part of the city, which makes it easier for residents of many districts to access them. And the construction of two modern sports complexes is underway, including a new city stadium, the largest investment in sports infrastructure so far. The most important component of the city is certainly its inhabitants, and every year as part of the participatory budget, residents have the opportunity to create urban space. The civic attitude of the inhabitants can also be seen through the great involvement in municipal social projects, such as planting meadows and trees, and arranging neighborhood gardens or jointly revitalizing yards. The city is also initiating the campaign to install tanks to collect rainwater. Every year, all the projects prove that the residents have an impact on what their immediate neighborhood looks like. What's more is that it even makes them feel even more responsible for its condition.
Przez całe życie doświadczamy świata.
Doświadczenia definiują nas od najmłodszych lat.
Obserwujemy, uczymy się, patrzymy coraz dalej.
Błędy, wyzwania i porażki to także nauka.
Krok po kroku uczymy się, jak zmieniać naszą rzeczywistość.
Nasze sukcesy osiągamy dzięki doświadczeniu.
Dzielimy się pasjami, tworzymy i dajemy upust kreatywności.
Pewne doświadczenia zostają z nami na całe życie. Dzięki ciekawości świata docieramy w nowe miejsca i rozwijamy się. Wszyscy doświadczamy różnych sytuacji, zdarzeń i zjawisk. Uniwersytet opiera się na doświadczaniu.
Uniwersytet Śląski.
A czy mamy połączenie z panem Diamadopulosem? Good morning. It's time to start. My name is Sebastian Werle. I'm representing Silesia University of Technology. I'm a head of priority research area Climate and Environmental Changes, Modern Energy in my university. Welcome to the panel. At the beginning, I'd like to talk a few words according the, let's say, aim of this panel. Demographic changes, climate changes, intensive pressure of global production and consumption on environment are only selected reason why new agreements at the international level on climate, energy, food security, water access, to clean water access, and protection of natural resources are needed. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals were adopted in 2015 to inspire governments to embark the transformation to sustainable development. After pursuing the goals now 7 years, can we say that these goals are living up to these challenges? What effect of Sustainable Development Goals can we see so far? What is their transformation role? How different programs like Eureka Pro initiative, for example, can better understanding these aims? To find these answers and to ask questions and answer all these questions, we invite experts to discuss that issues. Let me introduce them. First of all, a geochemist and geochronologist associated with our university, Silesia University of Technology, representing Laboratory of Climate and Environmental Science, Givres-sur-Yvette, France, head of the Radiocarbon Lab in this institution, Professor Christine Atte. Former Polish Prime Minister, former President of the European Parliament, a member of the European Parliament, Professor Jerzy Buzek. The real member of the Polish Academy of Science and the Central Mining Institute, representing the Central Mining Institute Katowice, Poland, Professor Józef Dubiński. The head of the EuroScience Forum, Mr. Michael Matlusz. and connected online, I hope, professor of the Department of Environmental Engineering from Technical University of Crete, rector of that university, Professor Evan Diamatopoulos.
Hello and good morning.
Hello. Welcome on the panels. Let's start. Maybe I change my place to sit there. I have some notes, so I have to use it. Okay. To start this discussion, I'd like to start with our region, because we are in Silesia region, strongly connected with the mining. For many experts, mining has potential to become leading partners in achieving sustainable development goals. Through mining operations, mining companies can generate profits, employment, economic growth, and of course, at the same time, mining companies call it to be responsible to produce less waste, use safer processes, etc. I'd like to ask Professor Dubiński, in your opinion, is mining really one of the main industry that depends on meeting these sustainable development goals? Please, Professor.
May I?
Yeah, of course. Please use yes.
Okay. Dear participants, dear members of the panels, I am very proud to be together with Professor Buzek. The question is really very good, because Katowice is not only capital of the Silesian region, but also is the center of the Upper Silesian coal basin, where mining history has a long tradition, a long achievements. For more than 300 years there were mines here. By the way, I would like to emphasize that we are in the International Congress Center, located on the site where former mine Katowice exists. This is no doubt that mining is an important for economic and civilization development of many countries worldwide. Mining, mineral resources extracted by mining are a part of our everyday lives, and we are heavily dependent of them. Sustainable development has a special importance in mining because deposits of different raw materials are non-renewable. Therefore, geological component is one of the key elements of sustainable mining and concerns the protection of the reserves as well as draw attention of their rational use. It is also one of the goals of the sustainable development. If we look at global modern mining from the point of view of sustainable development, it is necessary to distinguish internal activities for mining companies and external activities for the benefit of surrounding environment. Turning to the questions whether global mining can help and support realization of SDG goals, my answer is positive, because global mining has enormous potential and the ability to mobilize significant human, technological, and financial resources to address to the SDG goals. And in many countries, and implement, they are in the frame of its external activity related directly to the SDGs. The 70s SDG goals represent a world's plan of action for social inclusion, environmental sustainability, and economic development, and they are aimed at the mining of serious minerals, not only coal, not only metals, but also fossil fuels and etc., related directly to the SDGs. In the 70s goals represented the world's plan of action for social inclusion, environmental development, what I said. In mining, special and leading role is in supporting of the SDGs is played by large-scale mining with more than 6,000 companies located in different countries over the world, employing a few million of workers. Such large mines often is located in remote and less developed areas with rich deposit of minerals, sometimes in ecologically sensitive areas that include many indigenous lands and territories where then can realize jobs and invitation and bring investment and infrastructure, electricity, water, transporting roads, and thus changing situation for the better over long time horizon. Experiences with the implementation of the SDGs targets in different countries around the world shows that effectiveness depends on the level of democracy in given country. The higher is the level, the SDGs implementation process based on cooperation with the country governments, regional authorities, local communities, and organizations is really more effective. Speaking on the link between mining and SDGs, I would like to mention the report entitled Mapping Mining to the SDGs and Atlas, published in 2016 as a white paper 1 year after the formulation of SDGs, because this document broadly represents how the mining industry can ensure the social, economic benefits of its activities and minimize environmental impact. Now I would like to present very quickly the action which mining companies, also in Poland, undertake to support the implementation of the SDGs. Unfortunately, due to time shortage, I must limit myself to present only 3 selected goals, one from the social, one from the environmental, and one from the economical development areas respectively. Social inclusion area concerns several goals, very crucial. As an example, I choose the goal number 10, reduce inequalities. The mining sector propose the following measure here. Be sensitive to local disparities, anticipate inequality and related risk, train, recruit, and employ marginalized populations, work with local partners to target social investment to marginalized population. Environmental sustainability, also the several goals are here. The subject of my analysis is goal number 7, affordable clean energy. Its objective is to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all through the following activities of mining sector. Improve energy efficiency, reduce energy demand on site, incorporate renewable energy, support local energy initiatives, integrate into the rural electrification schemes, explore co-financing arrangement, and area of the economic development, also some goals. I here analyze the goal number 12, responsible consumption and production. For me, it was a very important goal from the mining point of view. It is therefore because we observe after year 2000 the drastic increase of the consumption of the mineral resources. And I can say that a balance between consumption and production of mineral resources is unstable. Especially minerals needed for the energy transition, lithium, cobalt, rare earth elements, the increase between year 2000 and 2020 is about several hundred %. Therefore, the responsible and sustainable relation between consumption and production of minerals must be restored. The mining sector proposed the following measures to realize this goal: sustainable management and effective use of natural resources, reduce waste generation through prevention, reduction, recycling, and reuse. It is famous 3R rule. Minimize use of water, energy, land, and chemicals. Promote public procurement practices that are sustainable. Extend responsible sourcing to suppliers. Engage consumers about mining and connect the document with raw materials. Encourage companies to adopt sustainable practices and to integrate sustainability information into the reporting cycle. It is very good, but unfortunately, in addition to the large-scale companies, there are artisanal and small mines over the world, which tends to be most common in very poor areas where tens of millions of people, a lot of women and small children depend on them for their livelihood and incomes. They work in extremely harsh and dangerous conditions, and additionally, activities of these mines can cause massive negative environmental, health, and social impacts. Many of SDGs is needed to be applied here. Without adapt, this situation is a great human and civilization challenge for many global institutions, including also mining sector. Ending my answer for these questions, I believe that mining industry has the potential to positively contribute to the SDGs implementation, but only joint action together with governments, communities, civil societies, and other partners will be successful. Then the eagle, because it is a question, the eagle will fly out and the cage and be the liberty. It means that SDGs goals will be going to the application in the reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your answer. You touch very important issues, but I'd like to focus on one, because you told about land use. We have to minimize land use from mining activities. And my next question is strongly connected with the land use, because the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals directly and indirectly address land and soil. Many of these goals cannot be achieved without healthy soils and sustainable land use. And I have a question to Professor Hate. What actions are the most important in this aspect? What is your opinion about it?
So you're right. 7. Do you want me to go there?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yes. It will become more comfortable. Yes.
I don't know if I can be comfortable. So you're right. Thank you. 7 out of the Sustainable Development Goals, as defined by the United Nations, about 17, are tightly linked to soil and to soil healthiness. Thus, it's sure that soil should be managed in a way to protect them and in a way to provide the next generation with healthy soils. So, if you don't mind, let me go back to the 7 soil-related Sustainable Development Goals and try to explain how they are linked to soil properties. So I have my note, not to forget one of the goals. So zero hunger. So it's very easy to connect them to soil because soil is related to food production and zero hunger is food production. Another one, good health and well-being. It's connected to the first one, to zero hunger goals also, because you cannot be in good health without good food. But it's not only the food, because this goal aims at promoting well-being for all, and this by preventing dangerous chemicals or other water pollution into the soils, and by reducing soil degradation. So it's tightly linked to soil as well. And with this goal, we are linked to another one, that is clean water and saturation. Because soil has a best ability to trap pollution, and so it acts like a filter to clean the water. Another aspect of the goals are associated to soil properties is the responsible consumption and protection. It means protection against chemicals and waste, protection against society of overconsumption and thus society of overproduction. And in contrary, it aims at incent for responsible consumption and production. And so it's linked to soil as well. Finally, not finally, but another aspect, life on land is another sustainable development goal. And it aims at protecting, restoring, and promoting sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems, including halting and reversing land degradation, and in that aspect is also linked to soil. Another one, maybe the one that is the most important for me, is the climate action. Effectively, soil is the only carbon reservoir we can manage. We cannot manage atmosphere, we cannot manage ocean, but we are able to manage soil. And only to give you a number, if we increase by 0.4% the amount of carbon each year, we can mitigate the emission of CO2 from the fossil fuel emission. And in that aspect, I think soil and the development are really linked. Another aspect is sustainable cities and communities. It's another SDG. And this one is mostly linked to infrastructure and cultural and natural heritage. And in that aspect, is linked to soil properties, especially the texture and the ability of soil to protect heritage and to be the support of infrastructure. But to come back to your question about what is most important, I think the first is to help farmers to become the superheroes of the climate. Because by increasing by 0.4% the stock of carbon in soil is technically not very difficult to do. No bare soil, choosing the right vegetation to cover the soil in between two crops. There is a well-selected vegetation, for example, the legumes. So it's not difficult from a technical point of view. It's more difficult from an economical point of view. And in that aspect, I think we also have to educate the managers of the transnational agribusiness companies to help them to understand that the climate is important and to understand that sustainable development is important. And so to help them to think at the future, and future is not only the duration of the time as a manager. And I know some of them. I know very big company where the financial director and the sustainable development director has exactly the same weight in the final decision. So it's possible to have economically valuable companies and sustainably developed company. Finally, I think that as consumers, we are very strong. And we have to educate consumers to make the right choice, if the wallet allows, of course, but to make the right choice for sustainable products, for locally produced products, and for hitting strawberries when it's the right season. So I think the most important things are promote sustainable practices, help farmers to be the superheroes, because I'm sure they are, educate and educate.
Thank you very much, Professor Hatte. Your answer was strongly connected with economic growth, yeah? And my next question is strongly connected with this economic and social progress, because this economic and social progress has been accompanied with, unfortunately, environmental degradation. My next question is to Professor Diamatopoulos, because your university, the Technical University of Crete, and my university, Silesia University of Technology, are members of the European University Alliance Eureka Pro. Together with the other partner universities, we have joined forces to enable students and staff to study, teach, and research in the field of the responsible consumption and production, with the long-term goal connected with the virtual and integrated European campus by 2040. And the question is, how, in your opinion, Eureka Pro can contribute to better understanding on the sustainability for protecting environment and climate? Professor Diamatopoulos, please.
Well, thank you very much for having me there in this very interesting panel and very exciting event that you're organizing in Katowice. Now, to answer your question now, I will go back 40 or so years ago when I was a student. At that time, environmental problems appeared to be local. To solve or deal with an environmental problem at that time meant that a proper technology had to be developed and implemented. For instance, a municipality had a problem with the disposal of its municipal solid waste, then a proper landfill had to be designed and constructed. However, there were two major problems with this approach. One, quite often, one environmental problem was converted to a different environmental problem. For this landfilling example that I gave, the landfilling of the municipal solid waste results to greenhouse gas emissions, thus affecting climate change. And number two, it was realized that many environmental problems occur on a global scale, such as the depletion of stratospheric ozone, the ozone hole, biodiversity loss, the invasion of marine exogenous species as a result of ballast water discharge, and of course, climate change due to the greenhouse gas emissions. Many of the problems that I mentioned, if not all of them, come not necessarily from the wrong application of technology, but they're directly related to modern societal expectations: urbanization, land use, transportation patterns, intense food and particularly meat production, waste production and disposal, high energy demand based on energy generation from fossil fuels. Therefore, new innovative approaches on global scale are required, which encompass sustainability practices, integration of primary and secondary resource material flows, and efficient resource use in the frame of circular economy, as well as the development of an inclusive, borderless, and integrated European education system as the key to reaching more competent and skilled graduates who can contribute to this grand European societal challenge. The European University Alliance in the field of responsible consumption and production, what we call Eureka Pro, is the global educational core hub and interdisciplinary research and innovation leader in environmental and social framework development for responsible consumption and production of goods in accordance to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 12. The Eureka Pro will follow system and context-oriented, interdisciplinary approaches, which ensure that the graduates grasp the complexity of the systems and that only through working together
there are some problems.
Students and graduates will have sustainable, interdisciplinary, intercultural, and systemic thinking, fostering a prosperous societal development, contributing to Europe's global competitiveness, while at the same time relieving environmental pressures. Eureka Pro charts the way towards a more inclusive, borderless European higher education area, where freedom, free mobility, civic engagement, equal participation, and transparent joint governance allow for the development of shared fundamental philosophies, common values, and solution-oriented approaches regarding social cohesion, responsible citizenship, as well as responsible systems design. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Diamandopoulos, for this presentation and this point of view of our role, our university, our virtual university in Sustainable Development Goals achievements. I think the most important issue is connections between social and science, I think. So my next question will be to President Matlos. Dear President, could you tell us what is the role and what is the role of the interactions between social and science to achieve these Sustainable Development Goals, please?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate in the panel. So just to explain to the audience who I am and what I'm representing. So I am the president of EuroScience, the European Association for the Advancement of Science and Technology. EuroScience is an individual member-based organization. We represent individual scientists and other science professionals, including science communicators, science journalists, science teachers, science journalists, and others. And what we are trying to accomplish is to create a scientific community that is able to bring positive change to society. And we do a number of things. We have working groups, we organize events and things like that. But our most important action, and we've been doing this now for more than 20 years, is every 2 years to organize a very large conference called ESOF, the EuroScience Open Forum. And this conference is called EuroScience because it's organized under the auspices of our association, EuroScience, but it's also called an open forum. And it's called an open forum because we want it to be a place where we can have discussion about science, science's role in society, and scientific practice. How does science work, and how can science be adapted to the 21st century? And I was very sensitive to many of the remarks made by the previous speakers concerning the complex interactions that are described very well by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And I think the way that the Sustainable Development Goals are presented is very characteristic of the challenges of the 21st century and contrast substantially with the approach of the 20th century. And the 20th century approach, I think we have to reflect on the way science practice must be evolving in order to face up to these challenges. And so the relationship, as you're asking, between science and society is not to abandon science as we know it, not to abandon the characteristic values of free, open, curiosity-driven expert research and exploration and discovery, but rather to position that activity much more clearly, not as separate from society, but as somehow a part of society with scientists that are interacting with society in a different way. And this means that the scientists themselves have to think about their own activity. Now, what made scientific research so powerful and so successful in the 20th century was smart specialization, developing specific scientific areas with specific jargon, specific references, specific journals, specific scientific communities, very often not connected to each other, developing more and more the frontiers of knowledge and understanding. That's very 20th century. And the problem we have is it was so successful that we're going to have a hard time moving to the 21st century. The 21st century is horizontal, it's transverse, it's interconnected, it's cross-cutting, and that is completely orthogonal to the way science developed over the period of the last century. So what we're trying to do, and our EuroScience Open Forum is trying to do this, is to examine with all of the stakeholders, including interested citizens from society, how can we move from something which is vertical, silos, to something which is much more horizontal and open, without losing the value of the scientific endeavor and real curiosity-based fundamental investigation and discovery. Well, that's what we're trying to do. And what we're very happy about is that this time, for the first time ever, since we started this open forum 20 years ago, we are associating 2 cities in the delivery of this event. A central hub in Leiden in the Netherlands, where I was yesterday, and where I opened the forum 2 days ago, and Katowice here. We have attributed also to Katowice the label of European City of Science 2024, and here as a regional site of the event, so that we can also show the pan-European nature of this and the necessity to work together also across Europe. So I think that what we're trying to accomplish here is to move to a different way of interacting. Many of the speakers talked about the complexity of this, and you see it in the Sustainable Development Goals and the way they're presented. 17 goals, 169 targets, 232 indicators. Obviously, this cannot be addressed by one single approach. It has to be looked at in all of its complexity. And I think that moving from local to global, as our colleague from Crete mentioned, moving also from simple to complex are going to be the challenges. And I think that the scientific community can help. They can help, but we need to have all of the scientists working together and bringing their competence and their skills together, including not only the social sciences and the humanities, but also the life sciences, the physical sciences, the natural sciences, and the engineering sciences. So what we need is to have this approach where all of the specialties are able to interact and dialogue. And what I believe is that the most important thing is not to create the Renaissance man or woman who knows everything. It's just not possible. I think what we need is to maintain specialization, which was developed through the 20th century. But what we need is to develop one additional essential skill, which is dialogue. Specialists from different areas who do not necessarily know everything about the other area being able to discuss and discuss together to find global solutions to the complex problems that we have. And I think in the mining industry, this is clear. I mean, the questions of child labor in mining cobalt are not going to be solved by engineering science alone. They're not going to be solved by social and political science alone. They're going to be solved by some much more complex thing that we need to develop that involves many, many, many actors and many stakeholders. So hopefully the open forum is a way for us to develop and open this dialogue, and I'm really, really grateful that I'm able to come here and talk about this, because it's a very, very important thing to achieve what we are trying to do with the Sustainable Development Goals. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. Very important issue, and let's stay with science, because my next question is also to Professor Diamatopoulos. I hope you are with us still. I have a question for you as a rector. I'm not sure if Professor Diamatopoulos here. What is the role of the universities in fulfilling the Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations? What is the role of the universities in the fulfilling of the Sustainable Development Goals?
Sorry, somehow my camera was turned off. According to the United Nations, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals are the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. Universities are the primary institutions for the dissemination of knowledge through teaching and for generation of new knowledge through research. These aspects make universities essential players in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. What can the universities do in order to fulfill the Sustainable Development Goals? Here are 3 ideas that I would like to share with you. 1, incorporate all aspects of the Sustainable Development Goals in the university curricula, thus providing students with the knowledge, skills, and scientific culture necessary to address the complex challenges of sustainable development throughout their careers. Many universities constituting the Eureka Pro Alliance have already incorporated courses or academic directions towards specific SDGs, for instance, SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, and SDG 13, climate action. Yet further interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approaches are necessary.
Unfortunately, we have some problems with connections. Maybe. Yeah, please continue, Professor Dimadopoulos. Yes, please continue. Yeah, we are together now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was saying that technical universities or engineering schools and faculty should develop, amend, and implement curricula towards a new engineering discipline, sustainability engineering. Number 2, university governing bodies should adopt policies and implement strategic actions to address the SDGs. In addition to quality in education and research, these policies should target gender equality, appropriate environmental management on campus, moving towards a carbon neutral university, cooperating with the local communities to promote sustainable goals, building a culture for responsible consumption and production, making room for minorities and handicapped citizens. To give more specific examples, we have to practically eliminate the use of fossil fuels for heating and transportation. All university vehicles should be electric. We should renovate our buildings to achieve high energy efficiency, and we should become energy producers instead of energy consumers. We should all set a target that in the next 10 years, all European universities become carbon neutral. And 3, we all live in a global environment, physical, economic, cultural, technological. To paraphrase an English saying, no university is an island. Globalization requires global cooperation, not only among universities, but also among national and transnational institutions, corporations and businesses, as well as local communities on a wider scale. Universities in the developed world and in Europe in particular can play an important role to provide training and professional skills in developing countries in order to meet challenges related to SDGs. For instance, SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 2, no hunger, SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institution. Only when we work all together from different countries and cultures, from different disciplines and capabilities, we can make our universities leaders in global change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move once again to the challenges, because President Matlosz said about the 21st century challenges. And I think the biggest challenge is the climate changes, I think. And my next question is to Professor Hate. Maybe it's a little perverse question. We have to stop climate changes or just adopt to climate changes?
So this isn't a perverse question, don't worry, because many people ask, and I think they ask because they are wondering if it's not too late. So it's not a perverse question, and the answer is we have to do both. We have to work against an higher climate warming, and we have to work for adaptation at the same time. So it's true that until recently, the international community had focused on trying to limit the CO2 emission. But based on the latest results, the international community has diversified its effort promoting both climate change adaptation and mitigation policies. So both strategies complement each other. And even if the challenges are different, the ultimate goal is the same. Global emission of greenhouse gas is on track to, is still on the rise, and the temperature still climbed. Even with our commitment to reduce to zero by 2015, the concentration of greenhouse gas will continue to rise, and the temperature will continue to rise as well. So that's why we have to adapt. And we have to adapt, but not in any way. We have to adapt in the right way. Only to take an example, the sea level rise. So we have no way to turn back the clock. The sea level won't go down, and it will continue to rise because the ice will continue to melt. This is a long process, and that's why it's not possible to turn the clock back. So for the sea level rise, we have to adapt. There are several ways to think about adaptation. We can build a wall, we can put a dike, we can maybe work on steel housing or floating housing, or we can move the house further in the inland. But another option can be to reintegrate a humid zone between the people and the ocean. And so this humid zone will be a buffer between the ocean and the population at the time of storms and the times of high tide. So that's a way of adaptation, but not only, because thanks to the humid zone, we will have a development of peat and soil, and because there is peat and soil, they will have carbon sequestration in them. So at the same time of adaptation, we will also reduce our carbon fingerprint. So the best solution here to adapt is also a good solution to mitigate the global warming. So the answer to your question, that was not previous, is we have to do both at the same time.
Thank you very much. I think the very strong connected topic with the climate changes is clean energy. And my next question is to Professor Dubiński. What do you think the term clean energy means? Please, what is your opinion about the clean energy?
I think that oft used word clean energy is something the world should be aiming for if you want to achieve the ambitious goals to stop the global warming of climate. Therefore, in my opinion, the term clean energy means energy whose generation process doesn't pollute the air, soil and water with harmful gases, dust, chemicals and other wastes. And the second part, as well as has an acceptable impact on the environment and society. Shortly speaking, clean energy means the energy who is friendly for whole environment. I think that the closest to the meaning of clean energy are sources that are both natural, I mean the wind, sun, water, and are also renewable. It means that they renew themselves in over short periods of time. But I think that in some societies of the mining engineers, geologists, arises question is this purity of renewables in 100%. It is absolutely pure energy. When we analyze the life cycle of the energy generation using, for example, the wind turbines, that shows that manufacturing of these devices involves some operation that contain a carbon footprint related to the using of necessary raw materials, minerals to produce them. For production of wind turbines, such minerals as copper, cobalt, nickel, rare earth elements, neodymium, dysprosium, and other, as well as chromium, manganese, molybdenum, nickel, are essential. The demand for these minerals per 1 megawatt of power is approximately 15 tons for the offshore turbine and about 10 ton for the onshore ones. But where is the cause of this assessments? Certainly China is dominating in the mining of oil and its geometallurgical processing, because geometallurgy is here needed to separate these 17 rare elements. Uses extensively coal-fired power generation for mining operation and also for the geometallurgy. Cobalt. Congo, Democratic Republic Congo, a global leader of cobalt production, carries out cobalt extraction under conditions that violate any social standards, employs women and small children in very difficult and dangerous conditions. I think that these circumstances disturb a little the purity of the renewable energy. But also outside renewable sources of energy, we should discuss about nuclear energy. It is also very close to be pure, but some opponents say that production fossil fuels, not fossil fuels, nuclear fuels, uranium is dependent of the mining, and it is also non-renewable resource, and also the environmental problem is with the radioactive wastes. But the problem is the fossil fuels. Will be in the future maybe not pure energy producer, but the low emission producer of the energy. It will be maybe possible because it's a very big development of new combustion technologies, and also technology of CCS and CCUS is developed. Maybe together the low carbon producing of energy from the fossil fuels will be standard. If will be, but pure the fossil fuels won't be never. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I'd like to stay with the clean energy topic, because one of the sustainable development goals is goal number 7, affordable and clean energy. However, today a number of people without electricity access is around 1 billion. And I'd like to Professor Buzek, what actions should be implemented in Europe or in the world to reduce this number?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for invitation. It's a great discussion, as a matter of fact, on the future of our world, our civilization, as a matter of fact. And, well, I don't think that anybody can answer such a question, because in this wording, sustainable development goal, it's very important to understand precisely the definition. I cannot say very much about that, but we know that development, we think very often that is much poorer countries in Africa or South America. We should help them, overcome colonial past. But on the other hand, we say about sustainability and sustainable development. So we think about Europe, United States, Japan, and we should take care of our environment, generally speaking. And the climate issue is very important. And we should take into account both issues. And quite rightly, you answered, first of all, how we can solve the problem, such a big differences in our planet. And secondly, sustainability could also mean that we would like to have a clean planet. So both issues are very important. 1 billion people without electricity, you said. Okay, it's for United Nations probably the most important issue, how to solve the problem. If we think on Europe, or maybe more developed world, of course we've got a lot of programs. In the European Union, we've got a special program for such countries which need support. But discussing issue of sustainability, we usually think on European Green Deal, rather. So let me say maybe something about energy, because you asked about electricity. So energy. Since the beginning of Industrial Revolution, the energy is the main issue. Both energy resources and energy carriers, because it is not the same, of course. And at the beginning it was fossil fuels, of course, as energy resources and carriers as well. Then we discovered electricity. It is not energy resource, but it's energy carrier. Is a big difference. We should also take care about such crucial differences. And we can produce electricity from the fossil fuels, of course, at the beginning. And European International Energy Agency in Paris says that still about 70–80% of the electricity is produced both from fossil fuels or from nuclear resources. So electricity is a core issue, as a matter of fact. And we can say there is no civilization today without electricity. And if we think about European Green Deal and sustainable development in Europe or sustainable development in Australia, Canada, United States, it means taking care of environment mainly. So going to the 1 billion people without electricity, we should propose both of them. Electricity means civilization. And on the other hand, we wouldn't like to destroy completely our planet. So it's a special case that we should produce electricity in the specific way. What is our electricity, what is our energy future in Europe? We can imagine it, something like that today. We will have 2 energy carriers, 2 only. It will be electricity and hydrogen. Nothing more. Maybe some biomethane, because it's, we can say it is also possible from the environmental point of view, but it will be not very much, or biomass, maybe 5%. We can say, well, don't think about that. 2 energy carriers, and we should produce both of them from fossil fuels, which is horrible, from the point of view of our future on our planet, or from renewables. It was said water, sun, and wind. So, if we think on future in Europe, we should start immediately to build such an environment in which we will have both electricity and hydrogen will be replacing natural gas. I'm not trying to say much more about natural gas because we know very well that there's some problem today because of Russian war. But in the future, all the network which is today for natural gas should be adopted or retrofitted to the hydrogen network. Maybe all of that we would like to avoid stranded assets, but it is a great future. It is also my question, your question, that is 1 billion without any electricity. So the only one thing to do, something like that, is to overcome all our past and to try to help the third countries to go in the same way. Why we are doing something like that, European Green Deal? We can say that Europe is responsible for 7–8% of CO2 emission. It's not very much. We can say that we cannot survive with our planet and proposing for Europe only, European Green Deal. But our main task and our main goal is to be a leader, not a lone rider. So we would like the whole world to go in the same trace, to go after European Union. What is necessary if we expect as Europeans that the world will go in the same direction? We should be successful from the economic point of view. We should have developed industry, innovation, and so on, so on. And now we are back in the sciences and universities. Without universities, without sciences, new technologies, new possibilities for the third world, we cannot do that. So we've got two possibilities: to completely destroy our planet or to change everything together with our habits. For example, energy savings. Energy savings first. As we say, even not renewables, but energy savings. Savings is the most important. As we say, electricity first. If we want to go towards civilizational development, electricity is the first. So how to help 1 billion people? I'm still thinking about that. Maybe it is for next for next meeting question. And in European Union, we can say we've got a lot of such projects for the third world, especially for Africa, and we would like to cooperate. For example, we will cooperate with Africa in hydrogen production, because, well, Europe spent more or less 25 billion euro for research in hydrogen in the last 10 to 12 years. I even started such a project. Hydrogen Europe is the name of the project. Why I'm saying about that? Because in Sahara Desert, of course, we've got a lot of sun, we can imagine. So it is a great possibility to produce from renewable electricity, photovoltaics. We can produce hydrogen, well, electrolyzers and so on. Technical, technological, scientific progress in this issue is absolutely enormous. Something similar to wind farms. Wind farms 15 years ago was probably 3 or 4 times less efficient than today. So it's enormous progress. And it's the same in hydrogen. So if you are in Upper Silesia, with a great, fantastic energy past, let's say, which was, of course, connected to coal. We can say this is a future in our companies in steel production, for example. We will change in 6-7 years here in Upper Silesia. In Katowice, we will change everything because we will probably in 6-7 years we will start producing steel in steel industry without coke at all. It will be completely new era, using hydrogen, not coke at all. But of course, we should produce coke for next 15 years, 20 years in Europe and all over the world because we should rebuild all the industry and it will take probably 15, 20 years. But in Katowice, we will be probably one of the first all over the world. So we should remember about that. So hydrogen, if we would like maybe to support in the future to others, we could go in this way. I'm responsible in the European Parliament for such a future, I must tell you. So I'm just trying to promote what I'm doing in the European Parliament. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Thank you very much for a very good point of view presentation. I think it's time to sum up our discussion, unfortunately, because it's very interesting. I'm not sure if we finish the topic, but I hope we discuss very important issues: land use, soil protection, clean energy, clean production, hydrogen production, and others. Also, in interaction between social and science. Also, we discuss the role of the universities. But my general question to all of you, I'm not sure if somebody wants to talk a few words according to the topic, the last question. Is really United Nations Sustainable Development Goals support transition? Do you see any threats of that? Maybe President Matlosz to sum up, yeah?
Yeah, I think probably one of the challenges with the approach that was adopted by the United Nations is to maintain optimism and enthusiasm in a presentation which, by its nature, tends to be discouraging and overwhelming. If I were going to try to encourage the entire world population to begin a major transformation with a perspective of success, I'm not sure that the way I would present that from a communications perspective is with 17 goals, 169 targets, and 232 indicators. Not because that's not relevant, but could potentially, for the population, present such an overwhelming amount of information and challenges to raise that it might lead to discouragement. And I think one of the roles that we have, all of us, whether it be the members of the European Parliament or the members like myself of the scientific community, or others involved in taking on these challenges of transformation, is to be able to translate somehow this forest of indicators and targets into something which can still maintain the population moving in a positive direction. And I think in some ways, your question, is the Sustainable Development Goals approach the right way to do it? My impression initially would be to say, well, it's kind of a 20th century way of looking at things, right? I mean, you divide it up into things, and then you divide the division up into things, and you create silos and then you say, well, if we add all of this up as a sum, then we get what we want. But in fact, the complexity of the 21st century challenges is that all of this is interconnected. And so I think maybe the overarching vision that we need to produce is something that is really a necessity. It's a necessity for all of us.
Thank you very much. I'd like to close the session. Thank you, audience, for coming. Thank you, panelists, for discussion. Professor Hate, Professor Buzek, Professor Dubiński, Mr. Matlosz, Professor Diamatopoulos. Thank you for acceptation of our invitation, and thank you very much for coming once again. Thank you.
Katowice today is an example of long-term and multidimensional changes. Associated with mining and heavy industry, it has been transformed into a place of new possibilities, where innovative business and culture flourish. New road projects, modernization of municipal infrastructure, as well as brownfield redevelopment with the help of EU funds, enabled the metamorphosis into a modern urban center. Years of efforts to improve the quality of life in Katowice have been recognized by the United Nations, and in June of 2022, the city will host city experts, politicians, and activists during the World Urban Forum. A developed network of road transport in the city is constantly replenished with new and improved transport solutions, focusing mainly on public transport. In recent years, transfer centers with parking spaces have been established in Katowice, located along the main thoroughfares of the city for quick and easy change of means of transportation. Katowice has to offer a network of urban bike rentals, which is growing every single year. Upgrades based on low emission reduction and overhauls are priority in the pursuit of sustainable development of Katowice. Insulation of buildings and connecting them to the municipal heating network, as well as the implementation of the program of subsidies for the replacement of heat sources in the private premises, are one of the pro-ecological activities in the city. And thanks to European funds, the rainwater and sewage management systems have also been put in order. The Katowice Cultural Zone has been the showcase of Katowice for many years, and the International Congress Center, the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the Silesian Museum, located near the Spodek Arena, were constructed on the premises of the former Katowice mine. And the city is also successfully investing in restoration of parks and green areas in the city districts, making them safer and more attractive. And among the investments planned for the upcoming years, related to the green areas is the revitalization of the Five Ponds Valley in Szopienice. The new building of the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra with an impressive 1,800-seat concert hall is an example of an investment that allows the preservation of musical heritage. The orchestra house, thanks to precisely dedicated technical and functional values, is a center of protection, development, and promotion of classical music that stands out on the world map. The examples of development of sports infrastructure and facilities are 2 municipal swimming pools, which are the first investments of this type in the city, and each of these facilities is located in a different part of the city, which makes it easier for residents of many districts to access them. And the construction of 2 modern sports complexes is underway, including a new city stadium, the largest investment in sports infrastructure so far. The most important component of the city is certainly its inhabitants, and every year as part of the participatory budget, residents have the opportunity to create urban space. The civic attitude of the inhabitants can also be seen through the great involvement in municipal social projects, such as planting meadows and trees, and arranging neighborhood gardens or jointly revitalizing yards. The city is also initiating the campaign to install tanks to collect rainwater. Every year, all the projects prove that the residents have an impact on what their immediate neighborhood looks like. What's more is that it even makes them feel even more responsible for its condition.
Jesteśmy uczelnią wciąż młodą. W tym roku obchodzimy 20 lat samodzielnego funkcjonowania Akademii w Katowicach. To jest taki czas i taka perspektywa, z której możemy spojrzeć wstecz, widząc drogę, jaką przeszliśmy. Ja lubię patrzeć na uczelnię jako na miejsce spotkania i to zarówno w takim podstawowym wymiarze, jakim jest spotkanie międzyludzkie, konfrontacja poglądów, wymiana dobrej energii. Kiedy myślimy o Akademii jako instytucji, to spotkanie sztuki i designu powoduje, że tworzy się potencjał do tworzenia nowych, hybrydowych jakości. Zaangażowanie powoduje, że nie jesteśmy neutralni na to, co dzieje się wokół.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Katowice is the heart of the GZM metropolis, with more than 2.3 million residents. The city with industrial roots, creative, modern, innovative and first of all safe, my smart city. Katowice is focused on sustainable transport by introducing solutions minimizing a harmful impact on the environment, effective, safe and economically profitable transport. A developed network of public transport functions on the territory of the metropolis, based on one tariff system, enabling easy movement between individual cities. Katowice is its central point. Residents may travel by buses as well as by tram and rail lines. Katowice is also an important transport hub enabling national and international travels. The city works intensively on the innovative use of its developed road infrastructure. Interchange stations facilitate transfers between various means of transport in key parts of Katowice. A network of urban bicycles is complementary with systems of neighboring cities, due to which it is possible to move easily between cities of the metropolis. Electromobility projects are developed intensively in Katowice, dedicated both to individuals and to public transport. Therefore, the number of emission-free vehicles in the city is rising. The idea of sharing individual vehicles develops complementarily towards public transport. You can comfortably move around the city by electric kick scooter, electric scooter or by car, all available via applications. Katowice urban infrastructure is effectively managed by smart systems. They help in alert communicating residents and tourists, all the time treating safety issues as a priority. The Katowice Intelligent Monitoring and Analysis System detects and alarms dispatchers on its own about different events, such as gatherings, devastation acts, casualty individuals, driving in a forbidden zone or incorrect parking. Whereas the platform for cooperation of services responsible for safety allows to coordinate preventive and informative actions such as protection against flooding threat, air quality forecasting or road traffic intensity. The entire system is complemented with air quality sensors measuring concentration of PM10, PM2.5 dusts as well as temperature, humidity and air pressure. Measurements from the sensors are displayed on screens in public buildings and dedicated website. The installed devices are part of the air quality monitoring system created within the AWARE project. Katowice has the largest participatory budget per one resident among voivodeship cities in Poland. More than 500 projects submitted by residents have been implemented in the city just within the last 5 years. The participatory budget is an excellent tool for developing districts of Katowice and improving citizens' life quality. A mobile application is helpful while searching for important historical information about Katowice. Residents can also make payment of official fees more effectively and save their time by using fee payment machines, payment card or BLIK. Katowice is a smart city aiming at perfection, to be among the European leaders of smart solutions in the near future. Katowice, simply smart.
Katowice today is an example of long-term and multidimensional changes. Associated with mining and heavy industry, it has been transformed into a place of new possibilities, where innovative business and culture flourish. New road projects, modernization of municipal infrastructure, as well as brownfield redevelopment with the help of EU funds, enabled the metamorphosis into a modern urban center. Years of efforts to improve the quality of life in Katowice have been recognized by the United Nations, and in June of 2022, the city will host city experts, politicians, and activists during the World Urban Forum. A developed network of road transport in the city is constantly replenished with new and improved transport solutions, focusing mainly on public transport. In recent years, transfer centers with parking spaces have been established in Katowice, located along the main thoroughfares of the city for quick and easy change of means of transportation. Katowice has to offer a network of urban bike rentals, which is growing every single year. Upgrades based on low emission reduction and overhauls are priority in the pursuit of sustainable development of Katowice. Insulation of buildings and connecting them to the municipal heating network, as well as the implementation of the program of subsidies for the replacement of heat sources in the private premises, are one of the pro-ecological activities in the city. And thanks to European funds, the rainwater and sewage management systems have also been put in order. The Katowice Cultural Zone has been the showcase of Katowice for many years, and the International Congress Center, the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the Silesian Museum, located near the Spodek Arena, were constructed on the premises of the former Katowice mine. And the city is also successfully investing in restoration of parks and green areas in the city districts, making them safer and more attractive. And among the investments planned for the upcoming years related to the green areas is the revitalization of the Five Ponds Valley in Szopienice. The new building of the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra with an impressive 1,800-seat concert hall is an example of an investment that allows the preservation of musical heritage. The orchestra house, thanks to precisely dedicated technical and functional values, is a center of protection, development, and promotion of classical music that stands out on the world map. The examples of development of sports infrastructure and facilities are 2 municipal swimming pools, which are the first investments of this type in the city, and each of these facilities is located in a different part of the city, which makes it easier for residents of many districts to access them, and the construction of 2 modern sports complexes is underway, including a new city stadium, the largest investment in sports infrastructure so far. The most important component of the city is certainly its inhabitants, and every year as part of the participatory budget, residents have the opportunity to create urban space. The civic attitude of the inhabitants can also be seen through the great involvement in municipal social projects, such as planting meadows and trees, and arranging neighborhood gardens or jointly revitalizing yards. The city is also initiating the campaign to install tanks to collect rainwater. Every year, all the projects prove that the residents have an impact on what their immediate neighborhood looks like. What's more is that it even makes them feel even more responsible for its condition.
Przez całe życie doświadczamy świata.
Doświadczenia definiują nas od najmłodszych lat.
Obserwujemy, uczymy się, patrzymy coraz dalej.
Błędy, wyzwania i porażki to także nauka.
Krok po kroku uczymy się, jak zmieniać naszą rzeczywistość.
Nasze sukcesy osiągamy dzięki doświadczeniu.
Dzielimy się pasjami, tworzymy i dajemy upust kreatywności.
Pewne doświadczenia zostają z nami na całe życie. Dzięki ciekawości świata docieramy w nowe miejsca i rozwijamy się. Wszyscy doświadczamy różnych sytuacji, zdarzeń i zjawisk. Uniwersytet opiera się na doświadczaniu.
Uniwersytet Śląski.
Katowice today is an example of long-term and multidimensional changes. Associated with mining and heavy industry, it has been transformed into a place of new possibilities, where innovative business and culture flourish. New road projects, modernization of municipal infrastructure, as well as brownfield redevelopment with the help of EU funds, enabled the metamorphosis into a modern urban center. Years of efforts to improve the quality of life in Katowice have been recognized by the United Nations, and in June of 2022, the city will host city experts, politicians, and activists during the World Urban Forum. A developed network of road transport in the city is constantly replenished with new and improved transport solutions, focusing mainly on public transport. In recent years, transfer centers with parking spaces have been established in Katowice, located along the main thoroughfares of the city for quick and easy change of means of transportation. Katowice has to offer a network of urban bike rentals, which is growing every single year. Upgrades based on low emission reduction and overhauls are priority in the pursuit of sustainable development of Katowice. Insulation of buildings and connecting them to the municipal heating network, as well as the implementation of the program of subsidies for the replacement of heat sources in the private premises, are one of the pro-ecological activities in the city. And thanks to European funds, the rainwater and sewage management systems have also been put in order. The Katowice Cultural Zone has been the showcase of Katowice for many years, and the International Congress Center, the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the Silesian Museum, located near the Spodek Arena, were constructed on the premises of the former Katowice mine. And the city is also successfully investing in restoration of parks and green areas in the city districts, making them safer and more attractive. And among the investments planned for the upcoming years, related to the green areas is the revitalization of the Five Ponds Valley in Szopienice. The new building of the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra with an impressive 1,800-seat concert hall is an example of an investment that allows the preservation of musical heritage. The orchestra house, thanks to precisely dedicated technical and functional values, is a center of protection, development, and promotion of classical music that stands out on the world map. The examples of development of sports infrastructure and facilities are two municipal swimming pools, which are the first investments of this type in the city, and each of these facilities is located in a different part of the city, which makes it easier for residents of many districts to access them. And the construction of two modern sports complexes is underway, including a new city stadium, the largest investment in sports infrastructure so far.
Hello. Good morning. You're kindly invited to take your seats and we shall begin in just a few minutes. Szanowni Państwo, zachęcam Państwa do zajmowania miejsc, ale cisza zapadła. Co za jakieś wspaniałe audytorium. Miałem zapowiedzieć, że zaczynamy za kilka minut, ale mam Państwa niepodzielną uwagę i widzę, że możemy zaczynać. Zrobimy w ten sposób. Widzę, że z tyłu tam jest jeszcze taka mała kolejeczka, więc kurtuazyjnie za 30 sekund, proszę Państwa, zaczynamy. The technical information, if anyone needs English in their ears, I was informed that it's available in your earpieces on channel 2. Now channel 1 is Polish, so if anyone needs Polish to Polish translation, then please push number 1. This is Polish button. Kto z Państwa potrzebuje tłumaczenia z języka polski na polski? Guziczek numer 1. 30 sekund, a ja w tym czasie opanuję mikrofon, który mnie skarla. On coś tutaj tak migrował mi. O. Trzeba krzepy. Prawdziwo śląsko krzepa. Dzień dobry, Szanowni Państwo, nazywam się Łukasz Lamża i będę gospodarzem dzisiejszej ceremonii otwarcia na, cóż my tu mamy? Cóż tu dzisiaj otwieramy? EuroScience Open Forum 2022. To, co się dzieje dzisiaj w Katowicach jest częścią czegoś znacznie, ale to znacznie większego. EuroScience Open Forum, czyli ESOF, ale to Państwu chyba nie muszę tłumaczyć. W pięknym holenderskim mieście Leiden trwają obchody EuroScience Open Forum 2022, natomiast jeśli wolno mi tak powiedzieć, my, Katowice, podłączamy się pod te obchody z tej oto radosnej okazji, że w 2024 roku przejmujemy to, co się dzieje dzisiaj obecnie w Leiden, a mianowicie tytuł
Today in Leiden, i.e. the title of the European City of Science. And this is going to be also the subject of today's sessions. Well, should you be interested in what we have to offer today, please look at the schedule. If you look at me on your mobile phones or computers, it's just several clicks to see what's going on today. Well, at 11:15, right here in this room, we will have another meeting, Can Science Save Ukraine? This is going to be the subject, and I think this title of this first session, after the opening ceremony, is going to show you what great hopes we have with science. Science is awesome. I promote science. I love science. It's just like I love Fabergé eggs. When you open it, inside it you can see another Fabergé egg, and this is science for me. And I think science can unite us. There is no other thing that unites people like science. I was asked to do this opening, but when I looked at the schedule, well, after me we're going to have about 20 more speakers who will want to introduce themselves. So I'm not sure who attends science conferences, but when you look at the schedule of the program of a conference, well, it's very difficult to just find one common subject for such a conference, because there are hundreds of different ideas, different scopes. And so the idea of the European City of Science, the idea of ESOF, you will hear in a moment from the mouths of multiple persons. I hope we understand a lot of what they are going to say. Well, that's science, that's the world, that's ESOF. So the plan for today, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to just say several words at this stage. I'm going to be very strict about time limitations, while the main speeches are going to be not from me, but from others. Well, let's start from a short movie promoting Katowice, the city of science. Please take a look and try to figure out what's going on.
The first ever science laboratory in Silesia was created in a natural way. About 350 million years ago, during the plant era, the abundance of vegetation, by dying, created layers in which microorganisms and chemical processes began their long-lasting transformation of plants into high-energy fuel, which waited hundreds of millions of years for the emergence of the Homo sapiens, who used it to build the modern world. Although coal was already known in the ancient times, and it's been mined in Silesia since at least the 17th century, it was only in the 18th century when Homo explorator, the exploring man, started the Industrial Revolution. That is, he combined the energy of coal, the technology of machines, and the work of men into something new, something that changed the world forever. Applied sciences in the form of extraction and heavy industry gave us modernity, a relatively high level of life, offered work to its inhabitants, and affected the dynamic development of cities. A unique technical culture appeared as well, the result of many generations of work in the environment of advanced machines and complex labor division. Industrial labor, therefore, became a social laboratory in which peaceful and efficient cooperation between people of different cultures and languages was tested. This society is characterized by the lack of fear of machines and technology, a high level of technical competencies, and a tendency for innovation and DIY, a type of off-science skills. nature and humans mined to an excessive degree, and it turned out that ecological, social, and economic costs soon outweighed benefits derived from modernity. A difficult question came to mind. What's next? The first answer had a rather surprising origin. It came from the culture zone. It turned out that the application submitted by Katowice to become the European Capital of Culture released a new energy, ideas, and remarkable public investments. People started to believe that Silesia is still a beautiful place to live and grow. The modern headquarters of the National Symphonic Orchestra of the Polish Radio, with its breathtaking acoustics, attracts millions of enthusiasts from all over the world. The International Congress Centre, established nearby, with the renovated legendary Spodek, English saucer, make up an astonishing example of infrastructure for the greatest international events. The Silesian Museum is an allegory of some sort to the Silesian richness of the previous centuries, that is, coal buried underground. The grand investments in the culture zone, as well as others in different parts of the city, generated a unique energy among the inhabitants of Katowice. Finally, it resulted in the title of a creative city in the field of music. It turned out that an industrial city suddenly revealed its surprising potential. It became a city of music and art. The stereotype of a homogeneous industrial identity of the city and region was gone, and the inhabitants, people of hard and efficient work, turned out to be dreamers who work. Today, the time has come for the second pillar to be established for the future of both the city and the region: science. The following universities were established one after another. First, the Academy of Music, then the University of Economics, the Technical University of Silesia, the Medical University of Silesia, the University of Silesia, the Academy of Physical Education, and finally, the Academy of Fine Arts. It seems that an academic city was born unnoticed. There are great challenges ahead of us. The development of science, meeting the expectations of young people, construction of new facilities to complement the current base. A question arises: what should be the basis for the future of Silesia? How to create its new civilized attractiveness? In what way a good place for life and work should be created? Our universities are deeply rooted in the city. They make up an integral part of the urban organism. Our work and mission is animated and enriched by closeness of thought, technology, physical labor, culture, and education. Scientific inquiries always arise where people want to understand and change reality. In Katowice, science is close, at hand, and allows such inquiries to be answered in the best way possible. But it's not enough. As scientists and teachers, we are obliged to remedy the damage caused to humans and nature by modern industry. It is for this reason that we strive to build a science city in Katowice, in which scientists and inhabitants will come together by talking and working on the development of a good place for life and work, where every good idea can be brought to life by the available means and tools. Those tools consist of scientists, laboratories and libraries dedicated to a single purpose: the never-ending process of fixing our world. The first challenge in the test of our credibility is the Raba, a river flowing through the city and the campus university, which 100 years ago was stripped of clean waters by mines. It is the symbol of our responsibility. We cannot bring back the old river, but thanks to science and architecture, we are able to give it a new life and create a unique place in the city for ourselves. All fantasies about a better world are branded with longing for a mystical paradise, which source always lies ahead of us. It is a bold scheme, but we believe that we can bring it into fruition. We are not afraid of ambitious challenges.
Welcome to Katowice, the European City of Science 2024.
Thanks to science, we are building a good place to live and work.
W naszym mieście nauka jest blisko, jest zawsze pod ręką.
The European City of Science 2024. We are hard-working dreamers.
We are all dedicated to the ongoing work of changing the world.
Witamy w Katowicach, Europejskim Mieście Nauki 2024.
Where the universities are an integral part of the city.
Where science is the industry of the future.
Join us in Katowice, the European City of Science 2024.
Tak, szanowni państwo, to wszystko najszczersza prawda.
Yes, that's all true, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to get better. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Anna Budzanowska and Professor Ryszard Ziołek, our ESOF champions. Good morning, our dream has come true. Well, several years ago, when looking at what was going on in science, in dialogue with society, I observed there was a EuroScience community that united scientists, researchers from all over Europe and people who contributed to science. And I then thought, we want to have it in Poland. We are mature enough and we are proud of what we have. And today is the day. I'd like to welcome the president of EuroScience, Michael Madlosz, who is also our great friend for some time now. Professor Madlosz has trusted Poland and has trusted Katowice that we are ready for this challenge and for doing the first step, because this is an experiment of the ESOF site. What's ESOF? What's ESOF? It's a conference, an event where different stakeholders who are interested in science in Europe meet, who are interested in public policies, in laboratories, in open science, freedom, and in how European values are present in science, in how we can ask new questions. And these are all the meetings taking place in Leiden right now, these events, these meetings, while we are still preparing. And that's regional ESOF. It's not yet the European capital of science, because that title is going to keep appearing over 2 years, and we will not want it to let go. That's why, well, today it's just a preliminary taste, and we're going to address during the panels the subjects that are most important, and this is just an introduction to the discussions that are going to take place here in 2 years' time. Now I'm going to ask Professor Koziołek to supplement my statement, how he perceives the European capital of science. Well, there's a lot of work ahead of us, a lot of challenges, a great adventure, and I think we have to participate in it. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Probably you're wondering how come Katowice was awarded the title of the European City of Science, and especially that maybe like Michael is going to confirm, the management or the board of science was not sure what Katowice is. So, well, the arguments that we used in our negotiations with EuroScience was telling them how the city and its 7 universities want to use science and advanced education to change this city, change this region, to become a key instrument of transformation of the region, of the transformation which was stated in this short film. So 7 public universities, the rectors of which are present here, and I'd like to thank them all for participating.
że w najlepszym poczuciu misji I odpowiedzialności
because there is the feeling of responsibility for place, for city, for Poland. We have joined our strengths, forces, while resigning from our individual interests. Together we applied for this title and we have undertaken this difficult efforts. And that's not enough still. We do not want to have a year of celebrations. We want to have permanent effects of 2024 in Katowice. We want to develop what we call the city of science in Katowice. Miłosz, not Czesław Miłosz, the Nobel Prize laureate, but Miłosz, the rapper and composer from Katowice. In one of his songs he sings, "We have no wings, but still flying is our objective." And I have to tell you, for a long time I was thinking similar thoughts about science and higher education in Silesia. I was thinking that it should take us away from the tradition of industry, the tradition that prefers physical labor to intellectual labor. But I no longer think that. We should not think these are two opposing forces. Our role of teachers and lecturers is to properly understand the place, its traditions, its culture, but also the strength that it gives us. And this understanding could be placed in an image, being a lesson that I have from this world, from this region, that you have to dig deep in order to fly. And I think this image demonstrates our work as scientists. If we understand the nature of the challenges ahead of us, then we will be able to fly, to find solutions to problems, to serve not only this place, this region, but also to Europe and to the world. We are city universities. It's something different than the magnificent campuses being castles. Our universities are intertwined with the fabric of the city. If you walk in Katowice, you can even miss it. That a moment ago we were on a square, and in a minute you're going to be on a campus of a university. The city and the university complement each other. They attract talent, they teach cooperation. The European City of Science 2024, as you can see from this conference, it has brought out a lot of energy, and I believe it will allow us to handle the task of developing the City of Science, not only for 2024, but also forever. Thank you.
Dziękuję serdecznie I zapraszam na
Thanks a lot. Now, the Deputy Voivode of Silesia, Jan Chrząszcz, who is going to read a letter from Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki.
Wielce szanowni państwo,
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to read out the letter from Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki addressed to the participants and organizers of today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Victor Hugo once said that nothing creates the future better than dreams. And in Poland, we understand these words maybe even better than anywhere else. I am a member of the generation that lived the dreams of freedom. It might be difficult to believe, but just 30 years ago, Poland was a country that was fully dependent on USSR, and the only chance for the future for young people were conformity, forgetting about your individuality, and slave-like faith in the communist ideology. Several decades ago, no one believed that it would be possible to get out of that cage where half of Europe was put by Russia. Those who did not give up and who kept believing and who kept dreaming about different future were often laughed at, they were called naive, but it is them who won. And the Poland of today is the result of those dreams. The path of my homeland is seen well in the example of Katowice, the city that was considered by communists as one of the flagship projects of false modernization, and that city served ideology more than people. Today, that city is undergoing difficult evolution towards a more sustainable development. Its hallmark is not only the mining industry. Katowice is the place of investments in new technologies, an important place for global sports, including volleyball, and a venue for debates about the future. Selection of Katowice for the European City of Science 2024 may be surprising only for those who had not known this city, this capital city of Silesia. You can see here the history of Polish and European modernity with its ups and downs. For many years, Silesia was the industrial heart of Poland, and today it has a chance to become the center of development of the technologies of tomorrow. And its specific experience of development is an important lesson for the entire region of Central Eastern Europe. Today's EuroScience Open Forum meeting in Katowice is taking place during a war in the East, an economic crisis and pandemic. The scale of challenges is gigantic. The entire post-war European order is facing great challenges. That's why it is an urgent task, an even more urgent task, to design the future. What lies at stake is our joint safety and security, and the hope that the European project will continue to be the inspiration for the world. The game for tomorrow is taking place on many levels: economic, scientific, political, and none of those levels can be forgotten. In the clash with the barbaric threat from Russia, we have to prove to the world that the European civilization is able to win. I believe that this year's deliberations by scientists from all over Europe will be the beginning of European Renaissance and this will guarantee a brighter future. I'm sure you're going to have fruitful deliberations, and I'm looking forward to your conclusions and recommendations. With respect, Mateusz Morawiecki. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję serdecznie. Muszą Państwo wiedzieć, że organizatorami dzisiejszego wydarzenia.
Thank you very much. You have to know that the organizers of today's meeting is not only the consortium of 7 universities, but also the city of Katowice itself. That's why I'd like to ask the deputy mayor of the city of Katowice, Bogumił Sobola, to speak right now.
Szanowni Państwo, w imieniu prezydenta Marcina Krupy witam serdecznie w Katowicach.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the mayor Marcin Krupa, I'd like to welcome you in Katowice. He is on his way to Leiden. That's why I have the pleasure to be here today with you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our host was correct to say the kind of about the stress, because we have 20 initial speakers. I have the comfort of being one of the first speakers today, but as you can see in the last minutes, I have to speak after Professor Koziołek, so it's going to be a difficult task. Well, ladies and gentlemen, some issues that are of utmost importance for me and for the city. The place of Europe in the modern world It's an issue that's very significant, and beyond doubt, we are witness to geopolitical redefinition resulting from what is going on behind our eastern border. Europe has to be strong. It has to find its place. It has to find sources of partnerships for many years. The changes taking place, resulting among others from energy transformation, well accelerated to a high degree by the war. This cannot take place without intensive and creative contribution of science. The changes are going to be accompanied by social tensions, and certainly we have to be prepared for them, and we have to look for the antidote. And this, in the European dimension, that's an important issue of what we're going to debate today and over the next 2 years. The second thing, a more local one, well, several years ago, Katowice participated in the competition for the title of the European Capital of Culture. We did not win at the time, but I believe whoever knows what was going then and what has been going on till today, they will tell you that it has been a great time for our city and region. The changes in infrastructure has forced or inspired certain social change. Right now, Katowice and our region is a very solid cultural region where the number of artistic events and cultural events is something we can boast about. This is a permanent effect of that competition. I hope it's going to be the same here. Here we have this title of the European City of Science, and I'm sure that after 2 years, the permanent effect in Katowice will be that the infrastructure that we develop will be full of life, will be full of creative ideas, and I'm sure we're going to be able to say that Katowice is the city of culture, the city of science. Technology, industry and innovation, well, I don't want to talk about that right now, but we are in the International Congress Center, which concentrates all the initiatives connected to economic development and the discussions about it, and I believe this is very symbolic. And one last thing, to address just one aspect of our promotional film. It mentioned stereotypes. You might say that this title is another step to overcome the hurtful stereotypes that still accompany us, or maybe that no longer accompany us. I believe we have nothing to be ashamed of. What we saw for tens of decades, the opinions about our region, about our city, are no longer true. We no longer have to overcome these stereotypes, but through our joint creative work, enthusiasm, innovation, we can just create the new future-oriented image of Katowice and of the region. That's what I wish the citizens of Katowice and to all of you. I'm very glad that you're here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and now I'd like to ask President of EuroScience, Professor Michael Matlosz.
Please, sir, the stage is yours.
Good morning. I'm going to speak a different language. You know, many people, when they see my name, they say, oh, he must be Polish like us. And I'm almost Polish. Let me tell you just a little story. My 4 grandparents arrived in the United States of America and went through the entry on Ellis Island in front of New York City between 1905 and 1910, before World War I. They didn't know each other. They were all from Poland, different parts of Poland, some of them from this region, and they met each other in the Polish quarters in New York and New Jersey and Connecticut on the East Coast of the United States. They got married, they had children, and among their children were my parents, who were born between 1918 and 1931 in the state of New Jersey near New York City, both with two parents from Poland. And then they decided to have children, and they had me, among others. So my connection with Poland is a direct relation. Not many of people from the United States, one of their parents or another parent is from Poland. All four of my grandparents are from Poland. And I started the trip back to Poland, but I only got halfway. I'm currently a professor of chemical engineering in France. Nobody's perfect. So I made my way halfway back. And where I ended up in France is special. I'm a professor at the University of Lorraine in northeastern France. And for those of you who know a little bit about French history and European history, understand that there is a tremendous similarity between the situation in the Lorraine region in the northeastern part of France and the situation in Silesia. The tradition in the Lorraine region was coal mining and iron mining. The coal industry and the steel industry were at the heart of the development of the Lorraine region in the 19th century during the Industrial Revolution. And in addition, there are a number of very large population of Polish immigrants who came at the same time that my parents and grandparents went to the United States. They went to the Lorraine region to contribute to that industrial development. And then, of course, came the 20th century. We were spending our time fighting with others. And I think about that today when we think about the tragic events of what's happening in the eastern part of Europe today, and how important it is for us to be able to contribute to maintaining what we have been able to do in the area in the northeastern part of France and the western part of Germany. We decided, after 3 wars, 1870, the Franco-Prussian War, 1914, World War I, 1939, World War II, we said maybe we should stop doing this. Maybe we should stop fighting over Alsace-Lorraine. Maybe we should start thinking about working with Saarland, Lorraine, Alsace, these areas which were developed through what they had in their soil and in their mines, and create something different. Something different. And one of the things that was important to that was the common culture around scientific activity. The scientific endeavor is fundamentally something which is international. And I am extremely pleased to have been elected in 2018 and then re-elected, in fact, this year as president of something called EuroScience. And you see the logo up there. EuroScience is the European Association for the Advancement of Science and Technology. We are celebrating this year our 25th anniversary. We were founded in 1997. And in 1997, the founders of EuroScience wanted to have science as a contributor to European unity. And it was prior to the development of what we call today the European Research Area. Well, the idea was to say, can we bring scientists together with shared values and work together? That was in 1997. And in 2004, we said, how can we work to help develop something which is more important than the 20th century approach of silos, of individual disciplines, of scientists working each one in their own area and not paying much attention to what is going on in the area next to them, and not paying much attention to what's going on in the society around them, and not being accountable actors to society and what they're doing. And we said, what we need to do is we need to open up. We need to create the possibility for scientists and interested citizens to work together, talk to each other, and exchange. And in 2004, we created the EuroScience Open Forum. It is not a place where we tell you what to do. It is not a place where we tell you how great we are. It's a place where we open up the possibility of dialogue and discussion about where science is going, what is its place in society, and how can scientific practice be improved so that everything that those scientists are doing can be of benefit to society. That was a long time ago, because we are now celebrating with the EuroScience Open Forum our 10th edition. We do it once every 2 years. But we're doing something this year we've never done, is we're doing it with 2 host cities. We have a central hub in Leiden in the Netherlands, and we decided to add this regional site here in Katowice. And why is it in Katowice? Well, it's in Katowice because we also made another decision in 2021, last year. The governing board of EuroScience decided to attribute to the city of Katowice and the University of Silesia the title of European City of Science 2024. This is now in a series of European Cities of Science. The title European City of Science was conferred for the first time in 2012 to Dublin in Ireland. And every 2 years we attribute the label of European City of Science. And the European City of Science is intended to be an opportunity for a city to work on its transformation and development through scientific activity and interchange and exchange with the population, with the local population. What's happening in Leiden in the Netherlands is fantastic. A 365-day program, every day with activities, many of them in the neighborhoods, in the city, working together with the population, but also organizing international events and interactions with others across Europe. And what we ask of the European City of Science, and what we ask of European City of Science Katowice for 2024, is then to create emulation. What you try to do, best practice, what you're doing in your communities, in your neighborhoods, of trying to develop and transform your city and your region on the basis of science, to show to others, other cities, a network of cities in Europe and other parts of Europe what can be done and how it can be done. I see your enthusiasm. I mean, it's obvious. You know, it's a wonderful group. You know, I know some of you now because I've been here several times. We made the right choice, I think. You know, remember, we always take a risk when we choose a city. But in this case, we're pretty confident that you guys are the right place to do this. And one of the things that attracted us to Katowice as a choice is this idea of transformation. The idea of transformation through exchange and sharing of knowledge. And we think that that is a nice basis for building a transformation. And as the rector of the university pointed out, this is not a 2024 thing and then we stop, right? So it goes on. It's part of the transformation process. And it's larger than Katowice. It's larger than Silesia. Anna Budzanowska tells me it's Poland. It's larger than Poland. I think it is. I think it is. It's a true contribution to the development of European society. This openness, dialogue, understanding, working together, despite the tragic events that are happening in the East, with military aggression, unacceptable military aggression, that should not stop us from going forward. And again, coming back to my own experience, coming from across the Atlantic, and when I started working as a professor in the Lorraine region, the horrible, violent history of the Alsace-Lorraine region in France and the three wars between 1870 and 1939, I said to myself, how do we transcend this situation? How do we do that? And we do that by collective intelligence. We do that by recognizing that the way to do things is to work together. We now have in front of us, and Professor Buzok was with us in a session just before this opening ceremony. We were talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable Development Goals, no one can address those goals alone. We have to do it together. And no scientist knows everything. Some scientists have specialized knowledge. Other scientists have other specialized knowledge. What we need is develop a skill set so that all scientists with specialized knowledge can talk to other scientists and interested individuals and stakeholders in society and share through dialogue. And so this regional site today, Katowice, for the EuroScience Open Forum, in collaboration with our friends in Leiden in the Netherlands, are offering an opportunity for interested citizens, non-governmental organizations, enterprises, universities, research institutes, individual scientists, and people who come together and discuss and debate. Nobody knows everything. Nobody has the solution to everything. But by working together and developing those dialogue skills, we can do something together. So I'm looking forward to working with our friends here in Silesia, going forward to 2024. I'm very thankful to civil aviation in Europe, which has allowed me to be here without having to use a hologram. I flew in, I arrived a little bit after midnight last night, and I'm going back this afternoon. I will meet the president of the city of Katowice tomorrow at the handover ceremony because I will be back in Leiden. We will move then from the situation in 2022 in Leiden to Katowice for 2024. And we hope that we can create a sort of an alumni club of all of the European cities of science, from Dublin through Trieste in Italy in 2020, and Leiden in 2022, and Katowice in 2024, to develop a network of cities in Europe that have tried to use this approach of working with the citizens in the city to transform. So congratulations to all of our friends here in Katowice and Silesia. I'm looking forward to working with you, and I wish you an excellent, excellent day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. If I may, as you were talking, I just realized that out of my 4 grandparents, one comes from an old Silesian family at the Polish-Czech border, and the line goes back into Czechia, which I think means that you're more Polish than I am. That's quite interesting. No, szanowni państwo, chyba nic nie
ladies and gentlemen, I think nothing illustrates what we've managed to achieve and the beautiful idea of unity of science and how broad science is, as the fact that the organizer of today's event and the driving force of the participation of Katowice is the consortium of 7 universities. And in a moment, we will have here speeches by rectors of 7 Silesian universities. It's amazing. We usually not think about it this way, but it's a great, beautiful diversity, fine arts, physical education, economics. You have already had the pleasure to listen to rector of the University of Silesia, Professor Ryszard Koziołek. He is going to say goodbye at the end of the opening ceremony, and in a moment let's hear speeches by representatives of the remaining 6 universities, members of the consortium. Well, I do not know what this order results from. It's not an alphabetic order, I don't know why. Let's start from Rector Celina Orszak from the University of Economics. The floor is yours.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam
Good morning.
bardzo serdecznie. Proszę Państwa, wiele miast
Ladies and gentlemen,
starało się i będzie starać się
I'm sure many cities want to have the title of European Capital City of Science.
Katowice ten tytuł
But
uzyskała.
Katowice got it.
Niezwykle cieszę się, jestem dumna.
I'm very happy and I am proud that it is my city, Katowice.
Jest pierwszym miastem w Europie
That is the first city in the Central and Eastern Europe to be granted this distinction.
Kapituła, która z pewnością przyznawała ten
The
tytuł,
group that granted this title
ogromne atuty
noticed the
miasta, ale także regionu,
advantages, the capital of the city, of the region, the capital of the 7 universities of Katowice within the consortium, the capital, the values that I'm sure can accelerate significant economic changes, but also social change.
Głęboko wierzę, że wszyscy
I
razem
truly believe
wykorzystamy
that
nasze
together
atuty,
we're going
ten
to
ogromny
make use of
kapitał i stworzymy przestrzeń,
advantages, of our strengths, of our capital, and we will create space where whoever wants to develop and to develop their surroundings will find a spot
ale także i
so
Europę.
that we can develop
Uniwersytet
our region, Poland,
Ekonomiczny w
Europe.
Katowicach,
The University of Economics in
reprezentuje,
Katowice that I am representing
istotny wkład
is
do tego sukcesu,
is having
do
a
tego
significant contribution to this success.
misją i wartościami naszej
The mission
uczelni
and values
są
of our
takie
university
elementy jak przede
includes
wszystkim
such elements as professionalism, innovation,
kooperacja,
openness,
zaangażowanie,
cooperation,
także wrażliwość. Co,
engagement.
proszę Państwa, te wartości
And
oznaczają?
what do these
Przede
values mean?
wszystkim, że wierzymy w ludzi.
Well, they mean that
bo
we
inwestujemy
believe in
w
people
ludzi,
because
inwestujemy w
we
kadrę,
invest in people.
inwestujemy w studentów,
We invest in staff,
wyposażając
in
ich w najwyższy
students,
poziom wiedzy i kompetencji.
equipping them with the highest level of knowledge and
Angażujemy się
competence.
w innowacyjne badania.
We engage
Poszukujemy
in innovative
pomysłów,
research.
szukamy ambitnych wyzwań,
We look for ambitious
stawiając
challenges
na różnorodność i elastyczność.
with diversity and flexibility.
Pracujemy z ogromną pasją i
And
zaangażowaniem.
we work with a lot of
wczuwając
passion
się w
and
potrzeby
engagement
otoczenia
while
naszych.
listening to the needs of our
W końcu,
surroundings.
proszę Państwa,
And
jesteśmy społecznością,
ladies and gentlemen, we
która
are
oparta
a
jest
community
na wspólnych wartościach
based on
i zaufaniu,
joint values and
która
trust
stwarza równe szanse dla wszystkich
that
i
creates
która
equal
przeciwdziała
opportunity for all
jakimkolwiek
and that
formom
prevents
wykluczenia.
all kinds of exclusion.
Kończąc,
So,
drodzy przyjaciele, chciałam
dear
powiedzieć,
friends,
że głęboko wierzę, że ten tytuł,
I firmly
który
believe
uzyskuje miasto
that
Katowice,
the title
7
that the city of
polskich
Katowice is getting
katolickich uczelni
and that 7
będzie
Katowice universities
kamieniem
are getting,
milowym
I believe
dla
this title is
rozwoju
going to
naszego
be the
miasta,
milestone
ale
for
także
development of our
rozwoju
city,
mojej
but
uczelni.
also for
Wierzę w
development
naukę.
of my university.
Wierzę,
I
że
believe in
nauka
science.
przyczyni się do
I
rozwoju
believe science
Polski,
will
ale
contribute
także
to development of
całej
Poland, but also
Pięknie
of
Państwu dziękuję.
all of Europe.
Wszystkiego
Thank you very much.
Dziękuję serdecznie. Państwu się może wydawać,
Thank you.
że to taka
Well,
łatwa
it
funkcja
might seem
wyjść na
it's
scenę
a
i
simple
odczytywać nazwiska,
function
ale
to
Państwo
go on
zrozumią,
stage
że
and
to
read out names, but it's not so easy because I've been informed we do not have a lot of time, so I have the great pleasure of informing the 6 rectors that you follow the time limitations. What is more, the same news has to be passed on to the next speakers, including Professor Buzek, the former Prime Minister and representative of the Council of Ministers. So it's a great pleasure for me to make haste. Well, what can you do? Because of our friends in Leiden, among others, because of them, we have to make haste. And upon that pleasant note now, Deputy Rector for Science and Development, Professor Marek Pawełczyk from the University of Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm representing His Magnificent Rector, Professor Mężyk, and I'd like to present the thoughts of his and of the community of Silesia. Well, the Silesia has been granted this great title. Well, our region has been transforming the Polish economy. We want industry to change, but we need deeper change in the industry. Our University of Technology provides support in this scope. We offer new technologies, we support others in providing such technologies, and we have to always think about people while developing those technologies. We are consolidating our programs. 7 public universities are making up a joint development program, one that is going to meet what you need in life: culture, health, leisure, technology, economy, investments. I think we are universities that are facing a great opportunity, and we are going to make use of this opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now, Rector of the Academy of Physical Education, Professor Grzegorz Jordas. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to follow the time limits because in sports we also do it. I'm just seeing if you are listening to me. Well, no, actually it's quite contrary in sports. Well, the university I'm representing is associated with sports for everyone, not with advanced physics, molecular biology, chemistry, while we experience this on a daily basis. And we want to share our experiences with determination of teamwork and hard work. Well, we're running out of time I cannot talk about all of our achievements in assessing the effects of the pandemics or modern methods of cardio and onco rehabilitation, but our happiness is greater than that of other universities for being within this consortium. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't know why you looked at me. Do I look like the Lord of Time? No, I am just the messenger. Now, Professor Katarzyna Mizienstedt, the Deputy Rector for Science and International Cooperation of the Silesian University of Medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Magnificence Rector of the Silesian University of Medicine in Katowice, Professor Tomasz Szczepański, I would like to say one thing. We are proud of the title Katowice, the Capital City of Science 2024. Silesia has been associated with medicine for many years, and medicine develops due to interaction between our university and the local community, the community of Poland, of Europe, and this line is going to be maintained. Medicine is the science of future. Medicine based on new technologies and medicine based on those interactions. In medicine, what counts is both new technologies as well as humanism, and we take great care of both these elements. I hope we are going to be successful in this project, not only until 2024. It is going to be a marathon. Well, let's be healthy, let's be successful. So we're going to fight for a healthy society, to be able to overcome different epidemic difficulties and other difficulties. And I'm sure medicine is going to be one of the key elements. So we're looking forward to cooperation in the scope of broadly understood medicine through the point of view of different challenges in Silesia and in Europe. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now, Professor Władysław Szymański, Rector of the Academy of Music in Katowice. Ladies and gentlemen, the Karol Szymanowski Academy of Music is the oldest university in Silesia, and so it's a great vision for future by founding fathers of our province, that they decided to establish a higher education institution in this region, because the musical traditions have been very popular here in churches, in orchestras, in in the streets? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we operate in the zone of arts. That's why our ally is the Academy, natural ally is the Academy of Fine Arts. But within this European project, we are going to cooperate with other universities too. And I am only going to mention three things. Well, with the University of Technology, we want to work on properties of materials for construction of new instruments. If you want new music, you need to have new instruments. That's why we're going to conduct research in that area, and maybe something good will come out of it. Well, with the University of Medicine, we want to continue working on musical therapy and new forms of musical therapy, especially within the context of experiences with mental health and challenges related to that. And I believe another thing, with the University of Silesia, we would like to develop new forms of cultural education, especially musical education, with even more emphasis on regional tradition. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję serdecznie. Jeśli wolno coś sobie zażyczyć,
thank you very much. If I can have one wish, I would like to have a rubber double bass. A rubber double bass, right? And so, the last rector to speak is Professor Grzegorz Heinderek, rector of the Academy of Fine Arts.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam bardzo serdecznie.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I am the last rector to speak. Well, on behalf of the designers and artists, I'd like to say we are very happy to participate in this project, to be part of this project, because this for us is, as I said, a project that has just started. And we want to cooperate on many levels. Well, maybe for some of you, the presence of arts in this project is not so obvious, but it seems that arts are necessary. We're sure of that, because art has the tools of influence that affect different scopes of our reality, such as emotions, senses, the ability to communicate, and that's what we want to offer you, and you can count on us in that area. So, thank you very much again. We're very excited to be able to participate in this process of transformation. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję najserdeczniej przedstawicielom konsorcjum.
I'd like to thank the representatives of the academic consortium, and now Dr. Paweł Poszytka, General Director of the Education System Development Foundation, Director of the Erasmus Plus, and Director of the European Solidarity Corps.
Szanowni Państwo, Panie Prowadzący,
ladies and gentlemen,
w głowie to moje wystąpienie.
Your host, it's going to be very short. I'm representing the educational programs, including Erasmus Plus, and wherever we speak about science, about universities, Erasmus Plus also appears. It has been going on for 30 years, not only in Europe, but also in Poland. It has been supporting universities and all the others in the field of education. Well, Katowice is a city of transformation, not only in the industry, it's also green transformation, and that's another subject of Erasmus Plus, to support such transformations. Well, you might think Erasmus Plus is just sending students to other countries. Well, it is true about Erasmus Plus, but Erasmus Plus is something more also. We provide a lot of financial support for international projects for university and business projects. One example, in the 7-year financial perspective, the two EU priorities within Erasmus Plus is digital transformation and green transformation. So we have a lot in common, and we really can support you in this initiative. So I'd like to congratulate to all the ones who have contributed to Katowice becoming the European City of Science. Our support and declarations are real. In cooperation with these 7 universities, we have started an innovation Erasmus hub in cooperation with the Katowice Economic Zone. So we're going not only to inform about possibilities to get funds, but we are going to support and co-create. There is a word promoted by the European Commission, co-creation. So let's support the initiative of the Katowice City of Science. We are at your disposal, and for this year, the Erasmus budget and the money, we already have it from EU. It's 1,200 million zloty. Please use this money. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now Wojciech Murdzek, Secretary of State in the Ministry of Education and Science.
Szanowni Państwo, przewija się coś, co
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been hearing about success from different points of view.
I myślę, że tak rzeczywiście się dzieje.
And that's good. Well, the success is rooted not as deep as mentioned by Mr. Rector here, taking into account the tradition of Silesia, but I'm sure we all believe that Katowice is strong in terms of economy.
Ale też te akcenty z ostatnich lat,
but also the changes of last years showing how culture and sports are important, and we have been observing these activities too, and this shows a very fluent transition into the pillar of science. I'm saying fluent transition because, well, if you have the Academy of Physical Education, then, well, sports, that's a close association. Then Academy of Music, Academy of Fine Arts, this has been overlapping, and this shows you that that all these elements are joined, are working together. And the presence of science in the form of different universities, that's very important for the society. Well, economics, that's important for technology. This is all interconnected. But what success is in this case is that universities have decided to fight jointly for success, and it's not an obvious thing because these are communities of very ambitious people with great scientific achievements, with great teams working for many years, developing their position. And to sit down together and to say we can do more if we work together, it's something, it's a beautiful message. And it's a guarantee. Well, today we're talking about success in advance, but we are sure that there are going to be multiple successes. And just like this forum accompanies what is going on in the Netherlands, I believe in a moment what is going on in Europe is going to accompany what will be going on in Katowice. And in front of our eyes,
marzenie,
this
ale
dream will
oczywiście
come true.
to marzenie musi zostawić trwały ślad.
And
I
this dream has
myślę,
to
że
leave a permanent
rozszerzenie tej
result.
współpracy
And I believe
z samorządami,
expansion of this
na
cooperation
współpracę
into
z
cooperation with local
instytutami,
governments, with institutes,
oczywiście w relacji i w takiej symbiozie z
in
wszystkimi
symbiosis
agendami
with all
rządowymi,
the
bo
government
się
agencies.
utożsamiamy. Zresztą to, że się utożsamiamy, też dokumentujemy czasami jakimiś
Well, you can see it in some specific
W
results.
związku z tym też jesteśmy przekonani,
Well,
że
that's
właśnie
why we're
pokazanie
certain
tego
that
razem
to show that we are together, this will
będzie to
permeate all the
olbrzymi sukces
communities, and it
całego
will be
miasta,
a great
całego
success of the
regionu,
entire city and
zbudowany
region,
na jakże ważnym
constructed
fundamencie,
on the
jakim jest
important
nauka.
foundation of science.
Dlatego sądzę, że tutaj te decyzje
That's why I
europejskie
believe
są
the
dobrze
European
lokowane.
decisions are
W momencie,
well
kiedy te decyzje
were
zapadały,
correct.
nikt nie wiedział, co się
When-
stanie za naszą granicą.
When the decision to grant this title
myślę, że to też jest
was
ważne,
made,
żebyśmy
no
o
one
tym
knew
pamiętali.
that the war would break
Mówimy
out.
tutaj o
And
takiej
it's important to
pięknej
remember,
transformacji,
because we're talking about
właśnie
beautiful transformation
tej tradycyjnej siły
from
Katowic,
the traditional
Śląska,
strength of Katowice and
związane z
Silesia connected
przemysłem
to
wydobywczym,
mining,
górnictwem, z przemysłem ciężkim,
to heavy
ku
industry,
nowoczesności,
and we want to go towards
i ku rzeczywiście nowym
innovation,
rozwiązaniom, nowym
modern
technologiom.
technologies.
Patrząc na to, co się dzieje za granicą,
So
wiem,
seeing
że
what is
przyjdzie
going
taki
on
czas,
abroad,
kiedy
we know
trzeba będzie
that there will come a
przystąpić do
time
odbudowy,
where
to
we will
będzie
have
innego
to
rodzaju
reconstruct, and
transformacja,
it's
bo
going to
trzeba
be a
będzie
different
z
transformation,
ruin i zgliszcza
because out of the ruins and rubble you will have to
naszego sąsiada
you will have to support our neighbor so that they can function normally, and it's going to be a different type of transformation. But the experience of Katowice, of Silesia,
gdzie pokazujemy tą misję i funkcję
where we demonstrate
nauki,
that mission and
będzie
function
na pewno
of science,
bezcenne,
that is
bo
going to be
jesteśmy
priceless,
przekonani,
because
że jeżeli trzeba
we are sure
głębokich
that
zmian,
if you need
to one powinny
deep
być
changes,
właśnie w ścisłych relacjach
they
z
should
osiągnięciami
take place in
nauki.
close cooperation with
Mamy
science.
też powód do dumy, bo
And
przecież
we
wielu
can be
naszych
proud.
naukowców z
Many
tych
of our
uczelni, które tutaj
scientists
są
from
wymienione, ale też szerzej
these
patrząc,
universities from this consortium
na cały region,
and from
to
other
jest
universities in the
rzeczywiście
region,
coś, z czego zaczynamy być
well,
dumni. Tak
we
jak
can be,
mówiłem,
that's
o
someone we can be
kulturze,
proud
o
of,
sporcie,
just like I
cieszymy
mentioned
się z
culture and
wielu
sports.
osiągnięć,
Well,
ale
we're
ja
happy about
osobiście
many
podkreślam,
achievements,
że
and
trzymamy kciuki. Pojawia
we are
się
holding
taki
our fingers
szczególny
crossed,
rodzaj emocji, kiedy
because
cieszymy
there
się
appear some
sukcesów
emotions when
polskich
we are
naukowców
happy about the
z
success
ich
of Polish
osiągnięć.
scientists and their achievements.
Te sukcesy to oczywiście też pozycja międzynarodowa
These
Polski
successes
w
translate
ten
to
sposób
international position of
budowana,
Poland,
ale
developed in
to
this
też
way.
jest szansa
But it's
również,
also an
żeby
opportunity
po pandemii, cieszymy się, że
for-
dzisiaj fizycznie się spotykamy, a nie
For
online.
recovering after the
Żeby
pandemic,
po
we are happy to
pandemii,
be able
ale
to
też
meet
w
in person
tych
and not
zawirowaniach, które w
online.
świecie się dzieją, żeby szukać mądrych
I'm
ścieżek
sure after the
wyjścia,
pandemic we'll
wzrostu,
also find
tak żeby Polska
intelligent and smart
mogła
ways
się
of development
pozycjonować w
so that
wymiarze międzynarodowym
Poland can
jak
be
najlepiej,
positioned
ale
best
też dając
on the
dobry
international
przykład,
arena.
Nie tylko przykład, ale włączając się w szukanie dobrych rozwiązań.
And we're going to
dla
have to look
Europy i
for
świata.
good solutions for
Podniesionym
Europe and
czołem,
for the
bo
world,
nauka polska
with our
dumy, do
heads
właśnie tego
held high,
podniesionego
because Polish
czoła ma
science
coraz więcej
has
i
more and
z tego
more reasons
jesteśmy
for holding its head
Życzę,
high,
żeby ten
and that's
sukces
something we're proud of.
nieprzerwanie trwał
I'm
i
sure
tak jak będzie
a lot of
przez te
successes
lata
will be
bycia stolicą
generated,
nauki,
and
żeby później
for
trwały
many years
jego
of being
owoce
the capital city of
w sposób
science,
taki
I'm sure
istotny
the
zmieniły
fruits, the results are going
Katowic,
to
życie Śląska.
change the life in
Pozwolimy
Katowice,
na
in Silesia,
taką dumę też
will
całego naszego kraju.
allow our country to be proud.
Dziękuję serdecznie. Na scenę zapraszam
Thank you very much. Now, Michał Wójcik, Minister, Member of the Council of Ministers.
Szanowni Państwo, będę się trzymał reżimu czasowego.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to speak quickly. At first, I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, and would like to thank the entire board to choose Katowice for the European City of Science 2024. Well, I'm sure that was the best choice that you made, the best decision. Katowice and Silesia as the region. Here you can see the issues, you can see the transformation of several decades. I'd like to congratulate to all Silesian universities, to congratulate Mr. Professor here representing the consortium. It's my alma mater. And I'm very proud that in 2024 this event will take place, but today we already co-organize what is going on in the Netherlands, and I'd like to congratulate to all these stakeholders. You do not see it online, but the entire room is full of people, every single seat. We have people from different communities, we have business representatives, we have politicians, whether you like them more or not. Well, politicians still make important decisions. That's important to remember. And well, this meeting and this all these meetings are important because we live in a difficult times. There is a Chinese saying, "May you live in interesting times." Sir Chamberlain mentioned this saying, a British person in the 19th century. He's heard it from one of the British diplomats who was operating in Asia. But it's not a regular saying, it's something that you say someone you don't like. So these are interesting times, difficult times, times of war, post-pandemic times, but maybe COVID will hit again. Just yesterday, two governments of two countries in Europe underwent very deep turbulence. We have a gigantic inflation. We have to set difficult questions. Climate policy or coal, social issues, and the answers can be found in this room. What we need is dialogue, mentioned by you, Mr. President, dialogue of different communities, of different stakeholders. Just like you see, in Silesia, coal, it's a difficult issue. We have to make difficult decisions. We have documented deposits for 200 years. It's the largest mining company in Europe. It's tens of thousands of jobs and hundreds of thousands of jobs in other companies related to coal. So naturally, we have to protect the environment because we want to live long lives in a clean environment, but on the other hand, we cannot be crazy to assume that we should eliminate coal. Well, you have seen over the last months that different countries, Germany, Netherlands, Italy, they're going back to coal. So they are changing their minds, and we should answer the question what to choose so that citizens can have a healthy environment and, on the other hand, to be safe. In the times where we are addicted to gas, and the key to finding the answers is science. You cannot do this without science. An example of coal is great because you have modern technologies, and governments of different countries in the world are working on how to capture CO2, how to transform it into solids. That's different plans all over the world. Maybe that's not fast enough. Maybe what we should do is to inspire even deeper cooperation, and I'm sure science will address those issues, so to protect the environment and to be secure in terms of energy. And in the Chinese word crisis, there are two elements. One element meaning danger, and another one meaning opportunity. And so it's up to us to answer the question of how we're going to make use of the upcoming years. Are we going to have more chaos, difficulties, fewer jobs, or are we going to give people opportunities and the chance to introduce new technologies faster than we have ever thought? I think think the answer is we can do this through science and through dialogue. And I'm sure that the second element, the opportunity, will dominate the upcoming years. Thank you very much, and again, congratulations.
Dziękuję. Na scenę zapraszam
Thank you.
profesora Jerzego
Now,
Buzka,
Professor
do
Jerzy
Parlamentu
Buzek.
Europejskiego.
Jerzy Buzek, member of the European Parliament.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Przywożę
Good morning.
najbardziej gorące i serdeczne pozdrowienia wprost z Parlamentu
Bringing
Europejskiego.
Some good words straight from the European Parliament, from the European institution that, just like other European institutions, is changing, because the situation today is completely different than half a year ago or 1 year ago, because over just several weeks we have adopted
normalnie wśród 20
a resolution.
krajów, które mają różne interesy.
Normally, when you have 27 countries, it takes 1.5 years or 2 years, but now, in several weeks, we made a resolution on the security of gas storage, so that we can have a bold response to the bestiality taking place in Ukraine from Russia, so that we have secure access to medications,
dążenia każdego kraju europejskiego,
so that every European country does not make its own purchases, so that we have good distribution of medicines. Then we have post-pandemic recovery fund. That's gigantic money, so much, which is so needed in our countries. That's all from European institutions. But on the basis of science, well, 99% of scientists dealing with climate say that this is the greatest threat to humanity.
No więc jeśli mamy wierzyć nauce,
so if we are to trust science, we cannot negate this.
Odpowiedź tu
and
w Katowicach,
the answer in Katowice and in many other places, Belgium, France,
ta odpowiedź była już znacznie wcześniej.
The answer has been given much earlier in the US,
Zjednoczonym Królestwie,
in the UK.
Po prostu odchodzimy od paliw kopalnych.
The answer is to step away from fossil fuels, and you can do it. We have deposits at the depth of 1,200 or 500 meters. They are impossible to recover if you do not want to pose a risk to the lives of our miners, and we cannot pose that risk. If you don't want 50,000 of citizens of our country to die preliminarily because of smog, well, so it's one thing to go back to coal for 2 or 3 years and then to go to the future. And it's completely different to negate the European Green Deal, which is today the greatest civilization project of our planet. We will not manage on our own as Europeans, because we only produce 7% of CO2 emissions, but we want to set a good example. Ladies and gentlemen, the best example is also coming from our country.
Obywatelki i obywateli.
Because citizens
3 milionów Ukraińców
have already taken 3 million Ukrainians.
Przeszło przez naszą granicę.
Over 4.5 million Ukrainians have passed through our borderlines. And it's people and local governments that have done a lot of work. That's why I'm bowing my hand to representatives of local government, i.e. Deputy Mayor of Katowice. I'm bowing my hand to representatives of science. Hats off. Congratulations on this gigantic success. It's a great thing for Europe to remember. You are representing Europe in the most beautiful manner possible. You're representing our unity and our great future.
To, o czym mówił pan prowadzący,
and what the host mentioned,
następna sesja, czy nauka może pomóc Ukrainie?
The next session, can science help Ukraine? Yes, of course. The EU has been preparing a great program for recovering Ukraine after getting rid of different mines and other problems. So, congratulations to scientists and to local government representatives. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję i na scenę
Thank you.
zapraszam
And now Łukasz Kochut, member to the European Parliament.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję, szanowni państwo.
Thanks a lot.
Dzisiaj bardzo
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a very important day for Katowice and for the consortium of universities.
Przekazanie tytułu
The
Europejskiego
official
Miasta
title of European
Nauki
City of Science
2024.
2024.
Pana prezydenta miasta Katowice,
The mayor of the city of Katowice, Dr. Marcin Krupa, and the entire academic community of Silesia, represented by his magnificent rector of the University of Silesia, which is also my university, Professor Ryszard Koziołek. I'd like to thank all of you for your contribution and hard work in this entire initiative and in preparing the application, finished with this great success. The European City of Science, together with the conference EuroScience Open Forum, that's another title, an event that is transforming the post-industrial image of this region. And this title guarantees development of high-end research infrastructure, and it will attract scientists to Katowice, business people, politicians and media from all over the world. And third, what I really hope is it's going to keep the most promising youth at Silesian universities. European Capital of Science is an undertaking that gives you a lot of opportunities to promote the image of Upper Silesia with a great research and development investment potential for me. As an inhabitant and a graduate of the University of Silesia, it's something to be proud of. And now it's great to be from Katowice. It's great to be from Silesia. Interpreters know that was spoken in the Silesian language. And I hope that in the future we will win another competition, i.e. European Capital of Culture. That's what we had applied for, and just like your universities and all the local governments, we want to apply for this title too, and I hope in 2029 the GZM metropolis with Katowice and Sosnowiec is going to be the European Capital of Science. So I hope it's going to come true. Thank you very much for letting me speak. And again, I apologize for being on the crutches. Well, sometimes this happens. Yeah.
Dziękuję serdecznie.
Thank you very much.
Brzmi dziwnie z moich ust, ale spokojnie, nie ma pośpiechu.
Don't worry. Don't be. You don't have to make haste. And the Can Science Save Ukraine will start with a delay. That's for your information, because it was supposed to start in several minutes. But don't worry, we will manage somehow. I don't know how, but somehow. And please do not treat it as the invitation to speak quickly. But if you interpret it like this, well, it's up to you. And on that thought, the next speakers. Now, Mrs. Izabela Domagała, member of the board of the Silesian province.
Dzień dobry Państwu, Szanowni Państwo we wszystkich funkcjach i godnościach.
Good morning. Well, on behalf of the board of the Silesian province, I'd like to welcome everyone, and I'd like to take my hat off to all those persons who, through their determination and hard work, have contributed to this great success, not only for Katowice, but for the region. And I'm sure that the effects of this conference and of 2024, these are going to be the effects for not only citizens of Katowice, but also citizens of Silesia. I want to limit my speech to just 3 words. 1, thank you. I'd like to thank for the presence of all the universities for promoting the thought that everything starts in human minds and then translates to values, to motivation. You are the face of Silesia, and your face, because you show young people that if you have perfection as your objective, then you are above average. And if you want to be average, you will not even get to the average level. So, fruitful deliberations, I hope, a lot of success, and I am asking you that the local governments are served by you, by your assistance, expert opinions, your presence, your ideas, your innovation, your creativity and entrepreneurship, because that's a great added value. So thank you on behalf of the entire region and congratulations. Thanks a lot.
Dziękuję serdecznie za wystąpienie, a na scenę
Thank you for the speech. Now Kazimierz Karolczak, President of the Board of the GZM Metropolis.
Dzień dobry Państwu, premier jako 20
Good morning.
Myślę, że będzie Państwa miła wiadomość, deklaracja, zwłaszcza prowadzącego.
Well, I'm going to speak just for 20 seconds. 5 years ago, when the metropolis was established to contribute to improving the lives of inhabitants, I was sure that the strength of this region would be in science. The Industrial Revolution is just the result of science. So the good answer to the future of science of this region is science. I'd like to congratulate the city of Katowice and to the Katowice universities. I'm very proud of you. I like the words from Professor Koziołek. So to dig deep in order to fly. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję serdecznie. Ja wiedziałem, że to będzie na mnie.
Thank you very much. I knew it would be my fault that I made haste. Well, now representatives of the cities participating in this event. Well, I was asked to have 3 persons on the stage, i.e. representatives of the cities of Cieszyn, Chorzów, Gliwice and Sosnowiec. So you will have to decide on your own who will speak first. So Mrs. Gabriela Staszkiewicz, Mayor of Cieszyn, Wiesław Ciężkowski, Deputy Mayor of Chorzów, Mariusz Śpiewok, Deputy Mayor of Gliwice and Michał Zastrzeżyński, Deputy Mayor of Sosnowiec.
Szanowni Państwo, przede wszystkim gratuluję.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to congratulate Katowice.
To grono, które jest za mną i to grono,
but not only Katowice, I believe,
które też będzie brało udział jako miasto.
Other cities are going to also be partners of Katowice, where we have branches or campuses of the respective universities.
Bardzo serdecznie gratuluję i gratuluję
So, congratulations to you and to all of us. It's a joint success, I believe. I'm sure we're going to make use of these upcoming 2 years in the best way possible. Well, everyone has already boasted about what university they graduated from. Well, 2 of the universities are ones that I studied at, the University of Technology and the University of Economics. While as for the most beautiful campus, the greenest campus of the University of Silesia is situated in Cieszyn. That's why we've been cooperating on a very good level. Well, and I hope that the events to be taking place over 2 years, I hope we will have some events in Cieszyn too, because we are a city that's ready to show how European integration is developed at the lowest level, i.e. among our inhabitants. And we are the only such city in the world. So 2 cities connected by a river, not divided but connected by a river. 2 cities where for 30 years activities have been taking place at all the respective levels. And also we are 2 cities headed by women whose first names are Gabriela, and I think this is a very good summary of this cooperation. Well, good morning. I'm a representative of Gliwice. I graduated from the University of Technology in Gliwice, just to refer to what you have said. But I'd like to thank Katowice and to all universities for getting this title of the European City of Science. Ladies and gentlemen, this is changing the image of the region. Us, local government representatives, and you representatives of science and business, we have been cooperating over the last 30 years to change the image of this region. And I agree with what has been said by the mayor of Katowice, that we have made a lot of change and that this region has changed. But we should distinguish ourselves. When I talk to Professor Buzek, he asks me often, Mr. Mayor, what is your idea to make Gliwice different from other cities and from other cities in Europe? And I think this is a good way of looking at it. We are fully aware we need to handle our region as a whole, as a metropolis, as a region. Without science, we will not achieve the position of being a leader in Europe. And I believe the next 2 years are going to provide a good opportunity to combine the three elements and to develop new ideas. So, the three elements being business, science and local government. Thank you very much.
Szanowni Państwo, w imieniu pana
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Mayor Arkadiusz Kamiński, I'd like to thank you for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to be here with you during this important event. It's important not only for Katowice, but for the entire region. The events to be taking place over the 2 years are going to be special. 3 communities, science, business and local governments. These communities make up one logical whole. Scientists develop innovative solutions, business produces them, and then they are implemented in our local governments to improve the quality of functioning of the respective institutions. I'm sure that over 2 years these events will have positive effects for our region and will improve the quality of life of our inhabitants. I'd like to congratulate the scientific community, the mayor of Katowice, for getting this title. Thanks. Thank you. And now, to close the ceremony, the champions of ESOF, Dr. Anna Buzanowska and rector of the University of Silesia, Professor Ryszard Koziołek. Ladies and gentlemen, if you had any doubts that science can't do something, I'm sure today you see how politicians from opposing parties have undertaken dialogue on such a key issue as the future of energy. I'd like to thank all of you and all the ones that have helped us in getting this title. I'd like to thank the minister for the first initial financial support for program work in the form of funds for consolidation of universities. We use these funds wisely. So thank you very much, and let's get to work. And I'd like to invite Lejda to see another interesting panel about the future, economic future of Europe, and now the hottest topic, i.e. what is going on in Ukraine. So I'd like to invite Lejden to see what is worth seeing in Katowice. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję serdecznie wszystkim Państwu za
Thank you very much
wypowiedzi, za
for your
obecność.
speeches, your statements, for your presence, and please feel invited to use the richness of ESOF 2022, Katowice, and what can I say, a mere, please leave the headsets, and upon leaving, the volunteers will take them from you, and so, thank you very much and have a nice day.
The most important component of the city is certainly its inhabitants, and every year as part of the participatory budget, residents have the opportunity to create urban space. The civic attitude of the inhabitants can also be seen through the great involvement in municipal social projects, such as planting meadows and trees, and arranging neighborhood gardens or jointly revitalizing yards. The city is also initiating the campaign to install tanks to collect rainwater. Every year, all the projects prove that the residents have an impact on what their immediate neighborhood looks like. What's more is that it even makes them feel even more responsible for its condition.
Jesteśmy uczelnią wciąż młodą. W tym roku obchodzimy 20 lat samodzielnego funkcjonowania Akademii w Katowicach. To jest taki czas i taka perspektywa, z której możemy spojrzeć wstecz, widząc drogę, jaką przeszliśmy. Ja lubię patrzeć na uczelnię jako na miejsce spotkania i to zarówno w takim podstawowym wymiarze, jakim jest spotkanie międzyludzkie, konfrontacja poglądów, wymiana dobrej energii. Kiedy myślimy o Akademii jako instytucji, to spotkanie sztuki i designu powoduje, że tworzy się potencjał do tworzenia nowych, hybrydowych jakości. Zaangażowanie powoduje, że nie jesteśmy neutralni na to, co dzieje się wokół.
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Katowice is the heart of the GZM metropolis, with more than 2.3 million residents. The city with industrial roots, creative, modern, innovative, and first of all safe, my smart city. Katowice is focused on sustainable transport by introducing solutions minimizing a harmful impact on the environment. Effective, safe, and economically profitable transport. A developed network of public transport functions on the territory of the metropolis, based on one tariff system, enabling easy movement between individual cities. Katowice is its central point. Residents may travel by buses as well as by tram and rail lines. Katowice is also an important transport hub enabling national and international travels. The city works intensively on the innovative use of its developed road infrastructure. Interchange stations facilitate transfers between various means of transport in key parts of Katowice. A network of urban bicycles is complementary with systems of neighboring cities, due to which it is possible to move easily between cities of the metropolis. Electromobility projects are developed intensively in Katowice, dedicated both to individuals and to public transport. Therefore, the number of emission-free vehicles in the city is rising. The idea of sharing individual vehicles develops complementarily towards public transport. You can comfortably move around the city by electric kick scooter, electric scooter or by car, all available via applications. Katowice urban infrastructure is effectively managed by smart systems. They help in alert communicating residents and tourists, all the time treating safety issues as a priority. The Katowice Intelligent Monitoring and Analysis System detects and alarms dispatchers on its own about different events, such as gatherings, devastation acts, casualty individuals, driving in a forbidden zone or incorrect parking. Whereas the platform for cooperation of services responsible for safety allows to coordinate preventive and informative actions such as protection against flooding threat, air quality forecasting or road traffic intensity. The entire system is complemented with air quality sensors measuring concentration of PM10, PM2.5 dusts as well as temperature, humidity and air pressure. Measurements from the sensors are displayed on screens in public buildings and dedicated website. The installed devices are part of the air quality monitoring system created within the AWARE project. Katowice has the largest participatory budget per one resident among voivodeship cities in Poland. More than 500 projects submitted by residents have been implemented in the city just within the last 5 years. The participatory budget is an excellent tool for developing districts of Katowice and improving citizens' life quality. A mobile application is helpful while searching for important historical information about Katowice. Residents can also make payment of official fees more effectively and save their time by using fee payment machines, payment card or BLIK. Katowice is a smart city aiming at perfection, to be among the European leaders of smart solutions in the near future. Katowice, simply smart.
Katowice today is an example of long-term and multidimensional changes. Associated with mining and heavy industry, it has been transformed into a place of new possibilities, where innovative business and culture flourish. New road projects, modernization of municipal infrastructure, as well as brownfield redevelopment with the help of EU funds, enabled the metamorphosis into a modern urban center. Years of efforts to improve the quality of life in Katowice have been recognized by the United Nations, and in June of 2022, the city will host city experts, politicians, and activists during the World Urban Forum. A developed network of road transport in the city is constantly replenished with new and improved transport solutions, focusing mainly on public transport. In recent years, transfer centers with parking spaces have been established in Katowice, located along the main thoroughfares of the city for quick and easy change of means of transportation. Katowice has to offer a network of urban bike rentals, which is growing every single year. Upgrades based on low emission reduction and overhauls are priority in the pursuit of sustainable development of Katowice. Insulation of buildings and connecting them to the municipal heating network, as well as the implementation of the program of subsidies for the replacement of heat sources in the private premises, are one of the pro-ecological activities in the city. And thanks to European funds, the rainwater and sewage management systems have also been put in order. The Katowice Cultural Zone has been the showcase of Katowice for many years, and the International Congress Center, the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the Silesian Museum, located near the Spodek Arena, were constructed on the premises of the former Katowice mine. And the city is also successfully investing in restoration of parks and green areas in the city districts, making them safer and more attractive. And among the investments planned for the upcoming years related to the green areas is the revitalization of the Five Ponds Valley in Szopienice. The new building of the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra with an impressive 1,800-seat concert hall is an example of an investment that allows the preservation of musical heritage. The orchestra house, thanks to precisely dedicated technical and functional values, is a center of protection, development, and promotion of classical music that stands out on the world map. The examples of development of sports infrastructure and facilities are two municipal swimming pools, which are the first investments of this type in the city, and each of these facilities is located in a different part of the city, which makes it easier for residents of many districts to access them. And the construction of two modern sports complexes is underway, including a new city stadium, the largest investment in sports infrastructure so far. The most important component of the city is certainly its inhabitants, and every year as part of the participatory budget, residents have the opportunity to create urban space. The civic attitude of the inhabitants can also be seen through the great involvement in municipal social projects, such as planting meadows and trees, and arranging neighborhood gardens or jointly revitalizing yards. The city is also initiating the campaign to install tanks to collect rainwater. Every year, all the projects prove that the residents have an impact on what their immediate neighborhood looks like. What's more is that it even makes them feel even more responsible for its condition.
Hello, we are about to start, so please take your seats. I mean those who want to join us in the audience. So this is for now just an announcement that we are about to start. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome, all of you, those here in the room and those watching us live streamed in Leiden and elsewhere. My name is Tomasz Piotrzykowski. I'm the Vice Rector of the University of Silesia here in Katowice, and it is my great privilege to chair today's session entitled Can Science Save Ukraine? European Universities and Ukraine's Post-War Transformation. It's somehow obvious that Russian aggression against Ukraine entailed not only a tragedy for millions of Ukrainian people, but also a sudden disruption of scientific academic life. Being fully aware of the scale of destruction that the Russian tanks and missiles brought to the Ukrainian nation, I believe at the same time that in the longer perspective, after the aggression is finally repelled, it may hopefully mark also a kind of a turning point in the further development of Ukraine and its scientific community. Therefore, it is important for us, the European academia, to discuss already somehow in advance how to assist our Ukrainian colleagues in preserving and then rebuilding their full research and educational capacities, modernized and much more closely tied to the modern European République des Lettres. To carefully think it over is, I guess, the famous third mission of our universities at its best. It's morally imperative, but also utterly wise for the better, safer, and more resilient future of the whole continent, but also for an accelerated further advancement of sciences themselves, to which intensified collaboration with Ukrainian scholars may substantially contribute. On top of that, it is also the support that we owe to the European Union in its efforts to politically, socially, and economically integrate Ukraine into its structures as quickly as possible. The process seems hardly thinkable without the effective assistance of the Ukrainian Academy to its government, but also the effective assistance of the European Academy to our Ukrainian colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, the plan for our session is the following. First, we will watch a short movie recap of the breathtaking performance that Ukrainian artists prepared and presented here at the Silesian Theatre in Katowice some weeks ago. It will introduce us to the context of the situation in which our discussion is taking place. Then I will ask our distinguished panelists a round of questions to obtain their opinions on various aspects of the topic that we are going to discuss. And later, depending on time, I will let them comment on each other's views and develop the points that will emerge in course of the discussion. Hopefully, they will also have an opportunity to answer questions from the audience, should they appear here in the room or by means of the chat available online. I will introduce each of the panelists directly before asking them to take the floor for the first time. Now I would like to kindly ask the rector of the University of Silesia, Professor Ryszard Koziołek, the head of the academic consortium Katowice European City of Science 2024, to introduce us to the movie that we are going to watch and the performance that it has been based on. Mr. Rector.
Thank you, Tomasz. Ladies and gentlemen, after February 24th, thousands of people in Poland and hundreds of organizations began to help refugees from Ukraine. In the following weeks, the aid grew and it continues to this day. And I have an impression that something unusual and unique happened in Poland. And I don't think we still know, I think that we still don't know what happened. So far, Polish society, we have been rather reserved and distrustful of immigrants, full of fear of them. And suddenly, such an explosion of helping for Ukrainians. I'm sure that Polish society, amazed at itself and amazed by itself, thanks to you, our friends, thanks to you, we have learned that we are capable of doing good to others than we are. It's very, very fruitful and important experience, social experience, I think. One of the many examples of such help is the action of Silesian theaters, Tomasz mentioned, for refugee artists from Ukraine. Thanks to funds were raised, the play entitled 5 a.m. UA, directed by Julia Maslak, was created on the stage of Silesian Theatre. A very moving show was born. And Robert Talarczyk, director of Silesian Theatre, offered 2 actresses a full-time job in his theater. It's only one practical consequence of this event, of this show. Here is the film from excerpts from this show.
Як потім виявилося, це стало моїм стартовим капіталом. Більше додому я не повернулася. Польща. Польща дала мені все. Від трусів до даху над головою. Як це існує взагалі? Які вам колискові мама співала в дитинстві? Чим вас годували? Такими, знаю, добрими.
100 на 80 сантиметрів. Це все, що я маю. Тільки мій шматочок. Тут я можу ревіти голосно, і діти не почують. Відчувати сором за теплу воду і змивати з себе кожен важкий день в Польщі. Кожен важкий день в Польщі.
Не плачу, бо воно собі ніц не купив, Шанель. У вас санкції, санкції, но зробили посранці, бо ніколи вас не пустять. Так, шановний магазин, 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 магазин.
В цьому моменті я маю розповідати монолог про Маріуполь. Ви чуєте цей аудіозапис, тому що я не знаю, як говорити про це. Я не знаю жодної театральної форми, в якій я можу існувати, коли йде мова про зґвалтованих дітей. Що я хочу робити, коли думаю про Маріуполь? Робити собі боляче. Що я хочу робити, коли думаю про Маріуполь? Пити воду з калюш, як це робили в Маріуполі. Це не калюжа, і ця вода дуже чиста. Але я хочу це зробити.
Thank you. I guess that this combination of discussion on universities and science with a bit of such a brilliant art also somehow illustrates the specificity and strength of our academic consortium, combining traditional universities, University of Technology, with fine arts, with Academy of Music, with our movie school. So this is also a bit of showing how we can profit from the fact that there are so many universities allied together to create European City of Science in Katowice. As the first panelist, I'd like to ask Professor Ganna Toustanova. Professor Toustanova is a Vice Rector for Research at Taras Shevchenko National University in Kiev. She came to us directly from Kiev. And Ganna, if you could explain to us briefly the current situation of the Ukrainian universities, to what extent are they able to continue their research and educational mission activities despite the hardship that the whole country is getting through? Hanna, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for organizing such important session for Ukraine. And first of all, then I started to think about the title of the session, Can Science Save Ukraine? Probably we have to think how to save science in Ukraine. Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, somehow. Okay. This map, this is interactive map. You have their website. You can go on the website. This interactive map was created by the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, and you can go one by one from region to region and check the information about the current situation with their whole education system, not just about the universities. And then I prepared these slides. We have information about 33 destroyed universities in Ukraine, but today we got the awful news that 2 more universities in Mykolaiv region was completely destroyed. And we know that in Ukraine, the most potential, the most researchers located in 4 regions of Ukraine: Kiev, Kharkiv, Lviv, and Dnipro. And we know that all these regions affected by the war right now. And then we are talking about the current situation in Ukraine. We have to think about 3 types of universities. First of all, the universities which is on the occupied territory of Ukraine, and right now 33 universities, they are displaced. And of course, this affects the infrastructure, and these universities continue their operation. They continue to provide the teaching activity and as far as they can, the scientific activity, but they have their special needs. And talking about the Ukraine, the university system, we have to think about other universities which continue their operation. But of course, all other universities have teaching only online, because according to the survey, up to 25% of all the students fled Ukraine. About 15% of PhD students, and this is category of students which unfortunately didn't gather so far, and we have to think of that. And also about 10% of universities employees also fled Ukraine. And then we got information so far after the 4 months of the war. We, of course, admit all help from EU, especially from the Poland, from Polish universities, all the scholarship which support all the students, all the employees, but still, then we have the real numbers. Only 10% of fled students, PhD students, and all the employees found the places. They found some scholarship and to continue their operation. Also, what we found right now, that the number of PhD students whom affected by war, they didn't have opportunity to continue their research. And according to the Ukrainian law, they had a right for 1 year academic break. And they decided to take the break. And we are really worried that they will not back to their research. And we have to think about this category. We have to think about probably some special scholarship for the PhD students to allow them to continue to do their research in non-destroyed European universities on their projects. And also what we have in Ukraine right now, that some students, PhD students and other employees voluntarily mobilized in armed forces of Ukraine. And sometimes, especially in the context of the professors, they are unique. And we face the problem because we can lose their expertise forever. And it can be also the problem for the future of Ukraine. Of course, funding. All the money right now allocated to support their armed forces of Ukraine and to support the fundamentals of infrastructure, some salaries. Of course, we cannot talk about the money to support the research. And we already faced the twice cut of the budget for the education and research purposes, and we faced the 100% of cut for the infrastructure projects, core facilities, and how they newly established the National Research Foundation of Ukraine stopped their operation. And it was the biggest grant for Ukraine. And go back to the title of the session, Science for Ukraine and the Post-War Transformation. I think so far we have to think both. We have to think about the war and how to save education and science in Ukraine during the war, and we have to think about the post-war period. And talking about the current situation, probably first of all, we need to support the current infrastructure and current curriculum of the students. And we already talked to other European universities, and they are open for that, to provide the just lab training within the curricula for the students for the 1-2 months. Especially this is important for natural science disciplines, and the students can come and do their lab training in the labs, and it will be covered through Erasmus or other schemes. And also, we don't think about the morale, but we have to think to boost the morale of the lectures from the universities, because their morale also affect the students. And in this case, it would be also nice if we can organize some professional internship, short time, let's say for 1 week, to get some new skills or new ideas, and it helps to keep going the entire higher education system in Ukraine. Of course, we have to think about the post-war period, and we have to think about grants for restoration, and I would talk about the joint projects to develop the joint infrastructure, co-facilities, and so on. And talking about the future post-war period, I'm really happy that we have the 10% of all the employees and all the students who fled Ukraine and found the place in the European universities, because this is a valuable asset for the Ukraine. They get the good experience, and they will go back. But to push them go back, to force them go back, probably we have to think about that, and we have to think about bilateral project, let's say, and they can get the scholarship and go back to Ukraine and implement their skills back. And also, I would like to pay attention about the special categories of the Ukrainian universities, about the displaced Ukrainian universities. And they have very special needs, and we talk a lot. And after the 2014, we had the universities which displaced twice. And it's awful situation, and I'm really surprised how they can continue their operation. They are really strong. And I would like to come up with idea to create some like a marketplace. This university can provide their needs, and in turn, for example, all the European colleagues, all the universities can back provide what they can cover. And the needs very different. Some of them needs just textbooks, some of them needs some software, some of them needs just an expertise, just the additional lectures, and they need the expertise for the quality assurance, and so on. And I think it would be also a nice support for the Ukraine for higher education system. And since I represent here the universities, and of course, as universities, as the administration of the universities, we have to think about the future, and we have to think, as Tomasz mentioned, about the third mission of the universities. And talking about that, I would like to say that right now we are like their education ecosystem gain the new experience. We are gaining the new experience how to deal with the war, with the crisis, how to deal with the students who are in this difficult situation, and with their lecturers, with the professors, how to help them, how to go back to their auditorium despite all of them online auditorium, how to volunteer, how to provide the charity mission of the university, how to support the mental health, how to organize the logistic despite of this difficult situation. And we are ready to share this knowledge, and we are ready to participate in some joint summer schools. Then we can share our the experience, and we hope that it will help to other nations in case they're in this crisis situation. Thank you very much. And
thank you very much, Gada, for this very interesting and informative intervention. I just like to mention, in respect of this idea of grants for returning scientists, that Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, one of its flagship, so to say, programs is so-called Polish Returns, and it can be quite an interesting model to inspire the construction of this kind of program. It is very well let's say, very deeply thought over and quite successful up to now. So it is precisely, let's say, probably the one that could address this kind of needs. The next panelist that I would like to invite to speak is Dr. Irina Yehorchenko. Irina is senior researcher at the Institute of Mathematics of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, and represents also the initiative EuroScience Reload. I'd like to ask Dr. Yehorchenko which kinds of support provided so far by the international academic communities you find the most valuable, and what in your opinion could be additionally done to help Ukraine not only, as we said, preserve its scientific potential relatively intact in this hardest time of military attacks, but improve and modernize it in the post-war phase of reconstructing the country.
Thank you. The most really valuable support for us was immediate reaction of the international academic community for what happened in Ukraine. I know even communities who are very, very Russian oriented, and like, for example, International Mathematical Union, they didn't want to cancel this Congress in Russia until the war started, though they understood that Ukrainian mathematicians cannot go there. And even them started to understand and do something. And we also value very much the tangible support of Ukrainian scientists, the grants for Ukrainian scientists who had to flee from Ukraine. I myself obtained 2 grants from the Polish Academy of Sciences, and one of the grants was with the money provided to the Polish Academy of Sciences by the National Academy of Sciences of the United States. So there is a sort of joint program. And the most valuable thing that we saw, we are not alone. Because somehow we knew that the war is coming, and we were afraid that we will be left alone by the world, because the world will decide that it is not worth to support Ukraine. So we really grateful that for this very wide support. And what more could be done? I will be speaking about the problems that existed even before the war and irrespective of the war, but the war has shown us that we really need to solve them. Our foremost problem is communication with our government, not only with present government. It's the old story that our government absolutely doesn't understand, and previous governments do the same, that science is needed. We all the time have to fight with attempts to cut costs for science, to cut funding, to destroy institutions, to cut, even to destroy the existing scientific infrastructure, because they are saying that all the time are saying that it is not needed. And I would like to say that probably we need the assistance of the international community to explain to our governments that science is really needed. I know that there is the same problem as many countries. It's not only a Ukrainian problem. And sometimes government people say that we just buy the needed technologies. We are a poor country. We cannot spend money on development of our own technologies. But I would like to say that in a country, science is needed to keep the national identity and to keep the country going. Science is an inherent element of the statehood of the state and the reputation of the country. And the second thing is the real need of science for the education system. Because without own science, education system degrades quickly. And the third thing is need to expertise of the scientists, because only people who do practical research can be experts in many fields in preparation of many decisions that are needed for any country. And I would like to say some more about needed help. We really would need grants for the Ukrainian science libraries and to science publishing, because we had problems with that even previously, and now no funding. And we also need assistance in setting of a modern evaluation system, system of evaluation of research. Probably we would be able to benefit from Polish experience. It is also evaluation of research. It's a very difficult problem. You cannot do absolute evaluation, but you need to do something about that. And also, as to brain drain, we need involvement of international scientific community, of educational community, in probably teaching of some courses to Ukrainian students and advisory of thesis, because we need to develop fields that are not present in Ukraine at the moment, the modern advanced fields. I saw a lot of advertisements for grants for PhD students and for scientists by European universities, but we simply don't have people in those fields, so there is nobody to apply for many of those grants. And also, it's our old dream is to have new centers of excellence, so new research institutions with modern laboratories. And I am a mathematician, and I can say that already a group of Ukrainian mathematicians working in different countries is gathered to think about creation of such center of excellence. Probably at the beginning, such center could be virtual, but after during the post-war period, it could be built in reality. And probably mathematics, it's a cheaper field than physics or biology or chemistry, so it could be like a testing grounds of principles of creation some center of excellence. We need only people. And also one thing we need, and one thing is totally forgotten during the war, is advanced science education for high school students and for university students. So we have many students who are interested in advanced science fields. It's not only natural sciences, but also humanities. And the existing training programs had to be stopped because of the war. And these kids really need assistance in pursuing their studies, pursuing their interests, so they are future scientists, they are our future generation. And in this field we have a lot of experience, and probably we can share our very profound experience with other countries. Probably this is the field where we can benefit the international scientific community too. And we need special grants for such students. I must say about the recent success of this probably education and programs for high school students and students. Now we have a fields medalist Marina Wiazowska, and she studied at some special physics and mathematics school in Kiev, and also took part in special advanced programs for university students, then supported by Shevchenko Scientific Society. And that program required additional studies to the university courses. So probably this is the most needed things for our research system. And also all of us know the needs of infrastructure, the needs of rebuilding the laboratories, the needs of rebuilding the building. But we need to preserve not only building and to rebuild on the building, we need to rebuild and preserve our scientific and educational community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irina. I guess that what you said confirms somehow not only mine, but also my intuition that there is a lot more to be done to really help Ukrainian academic community, and we shouldn't feel too much satisfied that we reacted so quickly, that we provided accommodation and some job opportunities or something like that. This is important, but it is just a drop in the ocean, I would say, of the real needs that are in place now and will be even more after the saddest part of the Russian aggression ends and Ukraine starts to rebuild its the foundation, so to say, of its higher education and science system. And it brings me to the question that I would like to pose to our Polish panelist, Professor Patrycja Matusz. Professor Matusz is Vice Rector for the International Relations of the University of Wrocław, Breslau, traditionally one of the largest centers of Ukrainians in Poland. And Professor Matusz is not only the Vice Rector of the university there, but is also an active and well-recognized political scientist specializing in migration issues. Thus, we have a rare opportunity to hear an expert and incumbent official in just one person. Patrycja, helping others is a moral imperative, but can be also beneficial not only to those who are being helped, but also to those who do help. May the support of the Polish and European academic sectors to our Ukrainian colleagues become a kind of win-win situation. What such mutual benefits might be, and how could we try to achieve them?
Thank you very much, Tomasz. Too many good words, and now I have to say something nice. Thank you. Always a difficult introduction. Thank you very much for the invitation. This is my pleasure and honor. I just want to say a few words about the rector's statement, because at the 24th of February, the Russian aggression to Ukraine interrupted the academic life and research in Ukraine. For us, it was a big challenge, but I think it is important to say that this grassroots humanitarianism that you described was something which started a new chapter in our relations between Poland and Ukraine. And I hope it's going to be a good new chapter for a long period, not just for the few weeks of the, I would say, the biggest challenges that we faced in the first weeks. Helping each other is important, but I think we should look at two sides of this process. First of all, ask the question, how can we support the Ukrainian scientists who fled to Poland and to other European countries? That's the first question. But the second, in my opinion, even more important, is how can we support those who stayed in Ukraine, who remained there, and who try to do everything to do research and to work in the institutions under the very difficult circumstances. Talking about out-migration from Ukraine, we should remember that, of course, for our universities, for our research institutions, I mean, not only Polish, but also European, it's always a win situation because we get talents, we get brains, we get scientists from Ukraine. But it's a very risky situation in the long-term process, because it's a high risk of brain drain. And I think we should do everything to help Ukrainian scientists to stay and work there, of course with support of the European money, for example, in order to avoid the brain drain, which might be very risky in a long-term perspective for the Ukrainian academia. And not only, because I had the chance to speak to many Ukrainian colleagues in the last weeks, and we discussed very deeply the situation also of Ukrainian students, because we know that many of them are already our students. I had a lot of Ukrainian students at the University of Wrocław, and of course, I'm very happy to welcome even more. But still keeping in mind that we want people to stay there and the institutions to be operating. I was very happy that the European academia opened their doors for Ukrainian scientists. We opened the labs, as you said, for the Ukrainian scientists, but now it's time to think about the long-term solutions, like, in my opinion, every kind of scholarships, but rather, in my opinion, short-term visits, short-term mobilities, the collaboration in research projects within the Horizon Europe. I still thinking Horizon 2020, having two projects, but Horizon Europe. And of course, Ukrainian university being part of European universities alliances, which is also very important. I think these are the scheme, or should be our frame, and long-term thinking about the collaboration in research and teaching, but supporting our Ukrainian friends not only in our universities but in Ukraine, in order to think about the process of transformation after the war, which I hope to be as quick as possible. Yeah. So that's for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you much. Thank you very much. Now I'm pretty sure that I didn't introducing you. I didn't exaggerate a bit, because the question that I thought was difficult and complicated, you answered in your first sentence that, you know, our biggest benefit is just opening a new chapter of our relations with Ukraine, between the Polish and Ukrainian nations, and this is our biggest benefit, apart from any additional smaller, let's say, scientific advancement, common research groups, common grants, and so on, that may happen and hopefully will happen in future. But the breakthrough in let's say, thinking about each other, I guess that it is something that has already happened, and this is a really generational change, I would say, that is very difficult to overestimate the influence for the future. So now it's my special pleasure to turn to Dr. Irina Dektiarova, a higher education expert and senior researcher at the Polish Rectors Foundation, as well as the Rectors Representative for Cooperation with Ukrainian Universities at SGH Warsaw School of Economics. Irina is our special guest for at least two reasons. First, she is an outstanding expert on the Ukrainian-Polish academic relations, and her personal efforts were really essential for the organizing this, let's say, first stage of Polish response to the situation of Ukrainian scholars just after the war broke out. And secondly, Dr. Dektiarova's role in setting up this session was really instrumental in contacting us with our Ukrainian guests, and I would like to take this opportunity to publicly thank Irina for this invaluable help in respect of making it possible for us to organize on a relatively short notice this important and really expected session of ESOF 2022. And now I'm going to getting to the question that I want to pose. And it refers somehow to your experience and expertise, and in view of it, what, in your opinion, are the best practices of supporting Ukrainian scholars and institutions, not only individual scholars, that so far have proven effective and could be somehow recommended to be continued and scaled up in the months and years to come, irrespective of how long the war situation will last in Ukraine, and when this next stage of rebuilding the country will begin.
Thank you very much, dear Professor. Thank you for inviting me to this distinguished panel and to this distinguished conference. I know ESOF for years. It's really a unique arena, a unique space now, both physical and virtual, for discussing very important issues, not only in the academic community, but also with a lot of other stakeholders. First, I would like to sorry, I skip your questions for now. I would like to refer to the movie which we've just seen. It's very emotional, but I should say that it is not exaggerating. So these emotions which were shown, those words, very rude words, right, in our daily life, but they are really truthful. That's how we Ukrainians feel all around the world. That's how we woke up at 5 or somebody at 4 a.m. on 24th of February. And that's the way how I woke up personally. And what we saw is the mental condition of Ukrainian people. And it's the mental condition also of Ukrainian students, high school pupils, children, and researchers as well. So if we think that academics are just somebody different and they don't feel these emotions, that's not really true. So when we are discussing, it's very important to me, when we are discussing the forms of the schemes of support for Ukrainian academia and higher education and researchers as individuals, we should take this into account. The mental condition, the family issues. So the areas of support, here we are discussing only academic support. But in fact, universities also provided a lot of humanitarian support to their partner institutions. And this also should be taken as a best practice, because it is not academic support, but is very important and huge support. Then it is about family support to those who came here, and the universities also provide the accommodation, they provide the daycare, not only for students' kids or for researchers' kids. They are doing it for the wider society. Tomasz, you mentioned, and Director mentioned, the social responsibility. I think it's like the renaissance of the third mission of the university, and on our eyes we see what exactly the role of the university in the community. It's not about only academic mission. It's mostly maybe about the impact on the wider society, on the local people, and also on the coming refugees. Now I would like to refer to the title of this session. Ganna mentioned that can science save Ukraine? So how can we save science in Ukraine? But now I would like to tell something different. Which science can save Ukraine? To my mind, what we are hearing during all these 5 months, it's actually about open science. So if science would be open enough, I mean open educational resources, because our Ukrainian colleagues, they ask to join the university platform all over Europe, right, to have an access to the courses, etc. So that's about open science. They ask for opening the platforms, publishers' platforms, and they ask for access to the publications, access, the possibility to be published in open access. That's also about open science. So if we are talking about the European approach, I think it's a good good moment for reinforcing the open science agenda and push it more hard. Also, which else science can save Ukraine? To my mind, it's about responsible science. Our session is named like freedom and responsibility in science. That's also about the way how we should approach today the transformation agenda. Now coming to the questions, to the question about the best practices. As a researcher in higher education, thank you for introducing me also in this way. I would like to describe the whole a range of initiatives, but by dividing them into several groups. So what we see now, it's the dominating form, the dominated scheme of support is the person-oriented residence support. So, and the university, the institution is not actually, I mean, the university from Ukraine, they are not actually involved in that scheme. Yes, so it is the enormous range of different grants, and they are focused on students, on doctoral candidates, or on researchers, but they are individual schemes. And each university in Europe, I think maybe there is no university which didn't introduce this kind of support. Then what our colleagues from Ukraine, they stress that they really need the person-oriented but non-resident support. This is about the remote support. Today, Alexander Beresko, he's the current president of Eurodoc. He was supposed to be with us. He's PhD and he works at Lviv University of Technology, but he couldn't get permission. So we see that if universities introduce only residence forms of support, they limit their forms of participation only to those who can and is able to leave the country. And it is not the whole range of researchers which really require that support. Then this is like two main types of schemes of support. Then the third one is not almost present, is the research group support. This form would require more efforts from both European university and from also Ukrainian university. And Professor Tostanova, as the Vice Rector for Research, she started a great initiative, to my mind. She's in the minority of the Ukrainian universities who publicly support these short form mobilities. And there was a story about doctoral candidate and her supervisor who got the support. So we can consider it as a group support. But then when, and it's the time like to level up to the institution level. So the previous stories, they don't involve a Ukrainian university. They include and they are directed to the Ukrainian scientists, to students or doctoral candidates, but in fact they don't care about the university. It's maybe sounds like a rude, but in fact the university is not involved. But now we see many examples of the bilateral cooperation and the support scheme which goes from institution to institution. What actually our colleagues from the Academy of Sciences and from the university sector and directors, they raise these issues. And there is a good initiative from UK, these twinning schemes, right, that 71 universities from UK, they signed agreements with 71 universities of Ukraine. They are twin universities and they are approach their different forms of support. It's not necessarily accepting students as regular students or employment in our regular understanding, right? Because it's always a complicated scheme. And what we need to think about right now at the stage of recovery, it's actually this interinstitutional collaboration. But when we go upper, we are on the systemic level, and the system level is also approached at this moment by the conferences of rectors, by the EUA. By the way, yesterday I saw the information that finally Union of Rectors of Higher Education of Ukraine, they were accepted as the full collective member of EUA. That was a big way, and the Polish Conference of Rectors and Polish Rectors Foundation, we actually were the main advocates for that idea, and finally they got this status. And when we are on the systemic level, of course, it's the level of collaboration between the ministries, and fortunately we have that. This is the level of different schemes of collaboration between the rectors' conferences. And last month, on the anniversary of CRASP, 25th anniversary of CRASP, which was held in Warsaw, we had such an opportunity to meet the delegation of Union of Rectors, the delegation of CRASP, and also the colleagues from the EUA, from the German Rectors Conference, and from French Rectors Conference, and we discussed different directions of supportive actions. And what our colleagues mentioned, that after this discussion on the systemic level, they started to observe the whole picture, not just that individual, I mean, university level or even bilateral cooperation. And what was already mentioned today, the university, the European University Alliance, that's actually that level of support, of recovery. And it's a great opportunity for Ukrainian universities, and I know that the European University Alliances are in favor of accepting Ukrainian universities. But what is important, it's not just to accept them as an associated partner, which doesn't give any funding, because funding also can save science, right? And Ukraine, yeah, there is no schemes without funding, but we are strongly advocate for granting a full partner status for Ukrainian universities. And the last thing, what I would like to mention here, that maybe it's the right moment to agree on the principles on recovery for higher education and research sector, not just the individual universities, but from the systemic perspective. And we don't need even to guess something. It was already done in Lugano. And those principles, which were agreed on the European level for the whole strategy of recovery for Ukraine, they are quite fit to also to higher education cooperation. And the first principle, it was multiple times mentioned today, it's about partnerships. And none of the issues related to the higher education and research support schemes for Ukraine couldn't be done without Ukraine. So that's co-creation that Pavel Poshytak mentioned, yeah, that the European Commission, EUA also take it as the main, maybe the guiding idea for development of higher education, for academic sector as well. Answering the question, what is the best practice? I don't think that we have such. Yeah, all kinds of support are valuable, both directed to the individuals, because we need to have and provide the space also for individual choices, which is inevitable. We cannot avoid the process of individual migration. But we need to push all other types and schemes of support and balance them at the European level and on the national levels as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irina. And when you spoke about open science, I realized that you actually pinpointed an additional potential huge benefit for the European academic community, which might be the opportunity to correct, to rectify, to improve, let's say, at least some of the worst practices that exist in the international scientific, let's say, circulation of ideas, because it might be simply necessary to facilitate, let's say, this huge project of rebuilding Ukraine in the respect, let's say, of higher education sector, like, for example, these strange principles of access to scientific outcomes that we all struggle with, and perhaps without some kind of solving them, it will be extremely difficult to really help modernize Ukrainian science in a relatively quick time. That will be necessary, I guess, also within the process of joining European community, and this is another reflection, let's say that it's interesting to what extent, but perhaps it is simply another question, to what extent the Ukrainian universities may become a kind of a driving force and a link between the rest of the Ukrainian state, administration, government, society, and the EU structures in this process of accelerated joining EU that is in front of us. And I just wanted to mention when you said about the absence of another guest that we invited, Mr. Alexander Beresko, that I would like you to pay attention to the very extraordinary gender composition of our panel, which is very untypical for scientific conferences and discussions, and it is partially outcome of our deliberate decision, but partially I have to admit that also it is the result of the fact that Mr. Beresko and other male scientists have many more difficulties in leaving Ukraine because of those obvious restrictions related to the, let's say, military conflict. Yeah.
I would like to mention not only the scientists, but also our male students who stayed in Ukraine, and many of them are joined the army, so the war interrupt their education as well. So we have to remember that we have also our Ukrainian students being now in a totally different situation, and we have to think about their interrupted education as well. Sorry for interrupting you.
No problem, no problem. So the last but not least participant of our discussion is our rector, Professor Ryszard Koziołek, and I'd like you to share with us your opinion on let's say, the additional opportunities to this kind of cooperation between the Polish and the European academic community and the Ukrainian colleagues that may arise in connection with such initiatives as our European City of Science 2024. To what extent we can somehow integrate this kind of projects, this kind of endeavors into this long-term huge process of, let's say, supporting Ukrainian academy during the war and after the war?
Thank you very much for this question. When I'm listening to your speeches, I'm realizing that I'm not a great fan of words supportive and support and being support, because it is something paternal, and I would like to exchange these words, for example, to cooperating, invitation to co-work, cooperative, etc., etc. And one of the greatest thing I have learned from this show was not the content, the expressing of tragic experience, but the way and atmosphere of work of these actresses during preparation of this show. And I realized that was the greatest gift for them from us, to give them the way of expressing, the voice, the space, the environment of their independent expressing of their unique and tragic experience. And as Dr. Yehudchenko kindly admitted, we're ready in the very beginning of the war. We're ready to offer jobs, supporting, financial means, and of course we are ready. But what I have learned is something specific. I don't know, maybe for Ukrainian people, that you are very proud. And sometimes I thought that you exaggerated with this proudness, because I noticed that you had problems to take our help from time to time. And I thought, what's going on? You are the victims of the war. Don't exaggerate. Take it. You need it. But I think that we should pay attention how to give help without taking a risk of humiliation. And going back to your question, I think that many Polish universities very quickly offered jobs and places in research groups. And one of the first initiative, I don't know if you remember this, was initiative of Polish Science Academy and young department of this academy. They were ready to accept young scientists and PhD students and also students, and they offered them place, not only place in their research groups, but also support. I'm sorry for this word. I will find a better. And also support in accommodation and in everyday life. And we at the University of Silesia, we are ready, and it was paradoxical, but the first group of students we've got from Ukrainian, they were not students, really Ukrainian students, but they were African students who fled from war because they were your guests, they were your students at your universities, and we're completely not prepared to help them because they had their own problems with the currency, with the documents, etc., etc. Today, almost every Polish university has researchers from Ukraine, PhD students and regular students, of course. And I think that this first step, I would say, I would name it enthusiastic step, we have to leave behind. We have to start think about long-term cooperation, co-living. That's our aim, that's our goal. Not only this is not only university problem or issue, but state problem. And we are discussing with Tomek, not only with Tomek, about the way we're complaining about state, Polish state, because we had the impression that our university were better prepared to giving help, to support refugees from Ukraine, not only researchers or students, but people generally. And I think that after a few weeks, the government prepared the regular programs of helping Ukrainians, and I think that the best way to give extend support to Ukrainian universities and individual researcher is to invite you to participate in European Universities Alliance. Because these whole points Dr. Yechutchenko listed in your presentation, we can take generally and together. Why? Because concept and idea of European universities is based on the model of European integration. And I think that invitation to be to membership in European universities, it could be some kind of test and prologue to the whole integration Ukrainian state in European Union. And for rectors and for students, for deans, it's the best way to force your societies to fit your regulation, your law, your standards, and do that comparative and similar to European legal, European law, European standards. I think that this is the best thing which we can do for you. And especially Katowice and our consortium can offer you to be the member of our project European City of Science 2024. We can open our program to you if you would like to be a member of this project. We will be happy. And I hope that in 2024 we will be working in peace in Ukraine. That's my wish. And my second wish is that Kiev in 2026 on 2028 will be the city of science, European City of Science. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nobody will be surprised that I fully agree with my boss, but I'm really glad that we are starting to think and discuss, let's say, a kind of a next stage of this collaboration. Perhaps that's a better word than support. I also have this, let's say, linguistic impression that support suggests some kind of, let's say, inequality between the supported and the one that supports, and collaboration is much more in place here. That the first stage of a kind of spontaneous reaction, like the emotional, very simple means what to do for those people who sometimes were physically present already, because in particular in these first waves, first days of the conflict, this inflow of people fleeing Ukraine was really huge, and there was no much time to think about, let's say, more sophisticated means of providing help and shelter, accommodation, some means for let's say satisfy basic needs, and so on and so on. And we are leaving behind, let's say, this kind of the stage of emotional reaction and simplest ways of helping. And then we are starting to think about something better organized, something more institutionalized. And I guess that European universities is a very good idea, because this is a cutting edge of European academic integration. So in this way, by joining some Ukrainian universities to this project, it is a kind of a leapfrog. So they can skip, let's say, a certain stage of the development of the European higher education system and take part in something that is really let's say at the forefront of the changes of what's going on in Europe. And wider inviting European partners to co-create. This is one of the most fashionable words, as we learned at the first session at the European Union. Everything should be co-created now. So to invite European partners to co-create the European City of Science in 2024 could be also a wonderful idea, let's say, to try to bring them closer to what's going on in Europe, rather than to making up, let's say, of the time when Ukraine was out of the European Union. It is starting with, let's say, letting him participate in those initiatives that are really the place where the progress in European integration takes place. I'm aware that we are much behind the schedule, but we started later, so I feel a little bit justified, and moreover, the boss is here among us, so I feel confident that I'm not breaking any limitations, that we are still here. But seriously speaking, I don't know how much time we still may stay here, taking into account the break, the lunch, and the streaming to Leiden. So I propose that now it will be the opportunity for any of you to, let's say, comment or respond to anything that has been said, but by other panelists during the panel. Does anyone want to add something? Yeah, please, Gana.
If I may, first of all, I think that all was in time, and what we've done, especially the Polish Society for Ukrainian and their just simple help, as was presented during their performance, just what was mentioned, just warm water and soup. At that time, it was really helpful. And reacting on this, the information from this panel, I would say that we achieved all the goals, because we really talk about, we finished with the idea how science can help, how science can save Ukraine, and during the talk we transformed from simple food and warm water to the real idea with the university, Ukrainian university, as the main provider for the transformation of Ukraine as a society, as a country, to the be full members of EU. And we realized that this is a long way to go. And their educated society, as Irina mentioned, started from the high school, will be their good substance for that. And worth to mention that Ukraine from 2005 joined the Bologna process, and our university already act on the European level, and we have also transformed all our education process on the level from the bachelor degree up to the PhD school. We are doing the same, and we are complementing that. And in this case, I like the collaborative approach, because as it was very good analytical observation that Ukrainian people are proud people, you know, and of course we can be, as I mentioned, the valuable asset, and all the researchers, all the school children, they are really very smart. And we are looking forward. We are looking forward for all the collaboration. We are looking forward to be presented as the separate panel during their EuroScience Open Forum in 2024. And of course, we have to think about 2026. But as I mentioned, this is a long way to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just got the suggestion, or even something stronger than suggestions, that we should finish. So if any one of you would like to add something brief, please do. And if not, please let me express my enormous gratitude for all our marvelous panelists and very interesting, very eye-opening discussion. So thank you very, very much. And I'm pretty sure that the answer to our title question is affirmative: yes, science can save Ukraine. Thank you.
Przez całe życie doświadczamy świata.
Doświadczenia definiują nas od najmłodszych lat.
Obserwujemy, uczymy się, patrzymy coraz dalej.
Błędy, wyzwania i porażki to także nauka.
Krok po kroku uczymy się, jak zmieniać naszą rzeczywistość.
Nasze sukcesy osiągamy dzięki doświadczeniu.
Dzielimy się pasjami, tworzymy i dajemy upust kreatywności.
Pewne doświadczenia zostają z nami na całe życie. Dzięki ciekawości świata docieramy w nowe miejsca i rozwijamy się. Wszyscy doświadczamy różnych sytuacji, zdarzeń i zjawisk. Uniwersytet opiera się na doświadczaniu.
Uniwersytet Śląski.
Katowice today is an example of long-term and multidimensional changes. Associated with mining and heavy industry, it has been transformed into a place of new possibilities, where innovative business and culture flourish. New road projects, modernization of municipal infrastructure, as well as brownfield redevelopment with the help of EU funds, enabled the metamorphosis into a modern urban center. Years of efforts to improve the quality of life in Katowice have been recognized by the United Nations, and in June of 2022, the city will host city experts, politicians, and activists during the World Urban Forum. A developed network of road transport in the city is constantly replenished with new and improved transport solutions, focusing mainly on public transport. In recent years, transfer centers with parking spaces have been established in Katowice, located along the main thoroughfares of the city for quick and easy change of means of transportation. Katowice has to offer a network of urban bike rentals, which is growing every single year. Upgrades based on low emission reduction and overhauls are priority in the pursuit of sustainable development of Katowice. Insulation of buildings and connecting them to the municipal heating network, as well as the implementation of the program of subsidies for the replacement of heat sources in the private premises, are one of the pro-ecological activities in the city. And thanks to European funds, the rainwater and sewage management systems have also been put in order. The Katowice Cultural Zone has been the showcase of Katowice for many years, and the International Congress Center, the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the Silesian Museum, located near the Spodek Arena, were constructed on the premises of the former Katowice mine. And the city is also successfully investing in restoration of parks and green areas in the city districts, making them safer and more attractive. And among the investments planned for the upcoming years, related to the green areas is the revitalization of the Five Ponds Valley in Szopienice. The new building of the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra with an impressive 1,800-seat concert hall is an example of an investment that allows the preservation of musical heritage. The orchestra house, thanks to precisely dedicated technical and functional values, is a center of protection, development, and promotion of classical music that stands out on the world map. The examples of development of sports infrastructure and facilities are two municipal swimming pools, which are the first investments of this type in the city, and each of these facilities is located in a different part of the city, which makes it easier for residents of many districts to access them. And the construction of two modern sports complexes is underway, including a new city stadium, the largest investment in sports infrastructure so far. The most important component of the city is certainly its inhabitants, and every year as part of the participatory budget, residents have the opportunity to create urban space. The civic attitude of the inhabitants can also be seen through the great involvement in municipal social projects, such as planting meadows and trees, and arranging neighborhood gardens or jointly revitalizing yards. The city is also initiating the campaign to install tanks to collect rainwater. Every year, all the projects prove that the residents have an impact on what their immediate neighborhood looks like. What's more is that it even makes them feel even more responsible for its condition.
Jesteśmy uczelnią wciąż młodą. W tym roku obchodzimy 20 lat samodzielnego funkcjonowania Akademii w Katowicach. To jest taki czas i taka perspektywa, z której możemy spojrzeć wstecz, widząc drogę, jaką przeszliśmy. Ja lubię patrzeć na uczelnię jako na miejsce spotkania i to zarówno w takim podstawowym wymiarze, jakim jest spotkanie międzyludzkie, konfrontacja poglądów, wymiana dobrej energii. Kiedy myślimy o Akademii jako instytucji, to spotkanie sztuki i designu powoduje, że tworzy się potencjał do tworzenia nowych, hybrydowych jakości. Zaangażowanie powoduje, że nie jesteśmy neutralni na to, co dzieje się wokół.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Katowice is the heart of the GZM metropolis, with more than 2.3 million residents. The city with industrial roots, creative, modern, innovative and first of all safe, my smart city. Katowice is focused on sustainable transport by introducing solutions minimizing a harmful impact on the environment, effective, safe and economically profitable transport. A developed network of public transport functions on the territory of the metropolis, based on one tariff system, enabling easy movement between individual cities. Katowice is its central point. Residents may travel by buses as well as by tram and rail lines. Katowice is also an important transport hub enabling national and international travels. The city works intensively on the innovative use of its developed road infrastructure. Interchange stations facilitate transfers between various means of transport in key parts of Katowice. A network of urban bicycles is complementary with systems of neighboring cities, due to which it is possible to move easily between cities of the metropolis. Electromobility projects are developed intensively in Katowice, dedicated both to individuals and to public transport. Therefore, the number of emission-free vehicles in the city is rising. The idea of sharing individual vehicles develops complementarily towards public transport. You can comfortably move around the city by electric kick scooter, electric scooter or by car, all available via applications. Katowice urban infrastructure is effectively managed by smart systems. They help in alert communicating residents and tourists, all the time treating safety issues as a priority. The Katowice Intelligent Monitoring and Analysis System detects and alarms dispatches on its own about different events, such as gatherings, devastation acts, casualty individuals, driving in a forbidden zone or incorrect parking. Whereas the platform for cooperation of services responsible for safety allows to coordinate preventive and informative actions such as protection against flooding threat, air quality forecasting or road traffic intensity. The entire system is complemented with air quality sensors measuring concentration of PM10, PM2.5 dusts as well as temperature, humidity and air pressure. Measurements from the sensors are displayed on screens in public buildings and dedicated website. The installed devices are part of the air quality monitoring system created within the AWARE project. Katowice has the largest participatory budget per one resident among the voivodeship cities in Poland. More than 500 projects submitted by residents have been implemented in the city just within the last 5 years. The participatory budget is an excellent tool for developing districts of Katowice and improving citizens' life quality. A mobile application is helpful while searching for important historical information about Katowice. Residents can also make payment of official fees more effectively and save their time by using fee payment machines, payment card or BLIK. Katowice is a smart city aiming at perfection, to be among the European leaders of smart solutions in the near future. Katowice, simply smart.
Katowice today is an example of long-term and multidimensional changes. Associated with mining and heavy industry, it has been transformed into a place of new possibilities, where innovative business and culture flourish. New road projects, modernization of municipal infrastructure, as well as brownfield redevelopment with the help of EU funds, enabled the metamorphosis into a modern urban center. Years of efforts to improve the quality of life in Katowice have been recognized by the United Nations, and in June of 2022, the city will host city experts, politicians, and activists during the World Urban Forum. A developed network of road transport in the city is constantly replenished with new and improved transport solutions, focusing mainly on public transport. In recent years, transfer centers with parking spaces have been established in Katowice, located along the main thoroughfares of the city for quick and easy change of means of transportation. Katowice has to offer a network of urban bike rentals, which is growing every single year. Upgrades based on low emission reduction and overhauls are priority in the pursuit of sustainable development of Katowice. Insulation of buildings and connecting them to the municipal heating network, as well as the implementation of the program of subsidies for the replacement of heat sources in the private premises, are one of the pro-ecological activities in the city. And thanks to European funds, the rainwater and sewage management systems have also been put in order. The Katowice Cultural Zone has been the showcase of Katowice for many years, and the International Congress Center, the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the Silesian Museum, located near the Spodek Arena, were constructed on the premises of the former Katowice mine. And the city is also successfully investing in restoration of parks and green areas in the city districts, making them safer and more attractive. And among the investments planned for the upcoming years related to the green areas is the revitalization of the Five Ponds Valley in Szopienice. The new building of the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra with an impressive 1,800-seat concert hall is an example of an investment that allows the preservation of musical heritage. The orchestra house, thanks to precisely dedicated technical and functional values, is a center of protection, development, and promotion of classical music that stands out on the world map. The examples of development of sports infrastructure and facilities are two municipal swimming pools, which are the first investments of this type in the city. And each of these facilities is located in a different part of the city, which makes it easier for residents of many districts to access them. And the construction of two modern sports complexes is underway, including a new city stadium, the largest investment in sports infrastructure so far. The most important component of the city is certainly its inhabitants, and every year as part of the participatory budget, residents have the opportunity to create urban space. The civic attitude of the inhabitants can also be seen through the great involvement in municipal social projects, such as planting meadows and trees, and arranging neighborhood gardens or jointly revitalizing yards. The city is also initiating the campaign to install tanks to collect rainwater. Every year, all the projects prove that the residents have an impact on what their immediate neighborhood looks like. What's more is that it even makes them feel even more responsible for its condition.
Przez całe życie doświadczamy świata.
Doświadczenia definiują nas od najmłodszych lat.
Obserwujemy, uczymy się, patrzymy coraz dalej.
Błędy, wyzwania i porażki to także nauka.
Krok po kroku uczymy się, jak zmieniać naszą rzeczywistość.
Nasze sukcesy osiągamy dzięki doświadczeniu.
Dzielimy się pasjami, tworzymy i dajemy upust kreatywności.
Pewne doświadczenia zostają z nami na całe życie. Dzięki ciekawości świata docieramy w nowe miejsca i rozwijamy się. Wszyscy doświadczamy różnych sytuacji, zdarzeń i zjawisk. Uniwersytet opiera się na doświadczaniu.
Uniwersytet Śląski.
Katowice today is an example of long-term and multidimensional changes. Associated with mining and heavy industry, it has been transformed into a place of new possibilities, where innovative business and culture flourish. New road projects, modernization of municipal infrastructure, as well as brownfield redevelopment with the help of EU funds, enabled the metamorphosis into a modern urban center. Years of efforts to improve the quality of life in Katowice have been recognized by the United Nations, and in June of 2022, the city will host city experts, politicians, and activists during the World Urban Forum. A developed network of road transport in the city is constantly replenished with new and improved transport solutions, focusing mainly on public transport. In recent years, transfer centers with parking spaces have been established in Katowice, located along the main thoroughfares of the city for quick and easy change of means of transportation. Katowice has to offer a network of urban bike rentals, which is growing every single year. Upgrades based on low emission reduction and overhauls are priority in the pursuit of sustainable development of Katowice. Insulation of buildings and connecting them to the municipal heating network, as well as the implementation of the program of subsidies for the replacement of heat sources in the private premises, are one of the pro-ecological activities in the city. And thanks to European funds, the rainwater and sewage management systems have also been put in order. The Katowice Cultural Zone has been the showcase of Katowice for many years, and the International Congress Center, the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the Silesian Museum, located near the Spodek Arena, were constructed on the premises of the former Katowice mine. And the city is also successfully investing in restoration of parks and green areas in the city districts, making them safer and more attractive. And among the investments planned for the upcoming years related to the green areas is the revitalization of the Five Ponds Valley in Szopienice. The new building of the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra with an impressive 1,800-seat concert hall is an example of an investment that allows the preservation of musical heritage. The orchestra house, thanks to precisely dedicated technical and functional values, is a center of protection, development, and promotion of classical music that stands out on the world map. The examples of development of sports infrastructure and facilities are two municipal swimming pools, which are the first investments of this type in the city. And each of these facilities is located in a different part of the city, which makes it easier for residents of many districts to access them. And the construction of two modern sports complexes is underway, including a new city stadium, the largest investment in sports infrastructure so far. The most important component of the city is certainly its inhabitants, and every year as part of the participatory budget, residents have the opportunity to create urban space. The civic attitude of the inhabitants can also be seen through the great involvement in municipal social projects, such as planting meadows and trees, and arranging neighborhood gardens or jointly revitalizing yards. The city is also initiating the campaign to install tanks to collect rainwater. Every year, all the projects prove that the residents have an impact on what their immediate neighborhood looks like. What's more is that it even makes them feel even more responsible for its condition.
Jesteśmy uczelnią wciąż młodą. W tym roku obchodzimy 20 lat samodzielnego funkcjonowania Akademii w Katowicach. To jest taki czas i taka perspektywa, z której możemy spojrzeć wstecz, widząc drogę, jaką przeszliśmy. Ja lubię patrzeć na uczelnię jako na miejsce spotkania i to zarówno w takim podstawowym wymiarze, jakim jest spotkanie międzyludzkie, konfrontacja poglądów, wymiana dobrej energii. Kiedy myślimy o Akademii jako instytucji, to spotkanie sztuki i designu powoduje, że tworzy się potencjał do tworzenia nowych, hybrydowych jakości. Zaangażowanie powoduje, że nie jesteśmy neutralni na to, co dzieje się wokół.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Katowice is the heart of the GZM metropolis, with more than 2.3 million residents. The city with industrial roots, creative, modern, innovative and first of all safe, my smart city. Katowice is focused on sustainable transport by introducing solutions minimizing a harmful impact on the environment, effective, safe and economically profitable transport. A developed network of public transport functions on the territory of the metropolis, based on one tariff system, enabling easy movement between individual cities. Katowice is its central point. Residents may travel by buses as well as by tram and rail lines. Katowice is also an important transport hub enabling national and international travels. The city works intensively on the innovative use of its developed road infrastructure. Interchange stations facilitate transfers between various means of transport in key parts of Katowice. A network of urban bicycles is complementary with systems of neighboring cities, due to which it is possible to move easily between cities of the metropolis. Electromobility projects are developed intensively in Katowice, dedicated both to individuals and to public transport. Therefore, the number of emission-free vehicles in the city is rising. The idea of sharing individual vehicles develops complementarily towards public transport. You can comfortably move around the city by electric kick scooter, electric scooter or by car, all available via applications. Katowice urban infrastructure is effectively managed by smart systems. They help in alert communicating residents and tourists, all the time treating safety issues as a priority. The Katowice Intelligent Monitoring and Analysis System detects and alarms dispatches on its own about different events, such as gatherings, devastation acts, casualty individuals, driving in a forbidden zone or incorrect parking. Whereas the platform for cooperation of services responsible for safety allows to coordinate preventive and informative actions such as protection against flooding threat, air quality forecasting or road traffic intensity. The entire system is complemented with air quality sensors measuring concentration of PM10, PM2.5 dusts as well as temperature, humidity and air pressure. Measurements from the sensors are displayed on screens in public buildings and dedicated website. The installed devices are part of the air quality monitoring system created within the AWARE project. Katowice has the largest participatory budget per one resident among voivodeship cities in Poland. More than 500 projects submitted by residents have been implemented in the city just within the last 5 years. The participatory budget is an excellent tool for developing districts of Katowice and improving citizens' life quality. A mobile application is helpful while searching for important historical information about Katowice. Residents can also make payment of official fees more effectively and save their time by using fee payment machines, payment card or BLIK. Katowice is a smart city aiming at perfection, to be among the European leaders of smart solutions in the near future. Katowice, simply smart.
Katowice today is an example of long-term and multi-dimensional changes. Associated with mining and heavy industry, it has been transformed into a place of new possibilities, where innovative business and culture flourish. New road projects, modernization of municipal infrastructure, as well as brownfield redevelopment with the help of EU funds, enabled the metamorphosis into a modern urban center. Years of efforts to improve the quality of life in Katowice have been recognized by the United Nations, and in June of 2022, the city will host city experts, politicians, and activists during the World Urban Forum. A developed network of road transport in the city is constantly replenished with new and improved transport solutions, focusing mainly on public transport. In recent years, transfer centers with parking spaces have been established in Katowice, located along the main thoroughfares of the city for quick and easy change of means of transportation. Katowice has to offer a network of urban bike rentals, which is growing every single year. Upgrades based on low emission reduction and overhauls are priority in the pursuit of sustainable development of Katowice. Insulation of buildings and connecting them to the municipal heating network, as well as the implementation of the program of subsidies for the replacement of heat sources in the private premises, are one of the pro-ecological activities in the city. And thanks to European funds, the rainwater and sewage management systems have also been put in order. The Katowice Cultural Zone has been the showcase of Katowice for many years, and the International Congress Center, the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the Silesian Museum, located near the Spodek Arena, were constructed on the premises of the former Katowice mine. And the city is also successfully investing in restoration of parks and green areas in the city districts, making them safer and more attractive. And among the investments planned for the upcoming years, related to the green areas is the revitalization of the Five Ponds Valley in Szopienice. The new building of the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra with an impressive 1,800-seat concert hall is an example of an investment that allows the preservation of musical heritage. The orchestra house, thanks to precisely dedicated technical and functional values, is a center of protection, development, and promotion of classical music that stands out on the world map. The examples of development of sports infrastructure and facilities are two municipal swimming pools, which are the first investments of this type in the city, and each of these facilities is located in a different part of the city, which makes it easier for residents of many districts to access them. And the construction of two modern sports complexes is underway, including a new city stadium, the largest investment in sports infrastructure so far. The most important component of the city is certainly its inhabitants, and every year as part of the participatory budget, residents have the opportunity to create urban space. The civic attitude of the inhabitants can also be seen through the great involvement in municipal social projects, such as planting meadows and trees, and arranging neighborhood gardens or jointly revitalizing yards. The city is also initiating the campaign to install tanks to collect rainwater. Every year, all the projects prove that the residents have an impact on what their immediate neighborhood looks like. What's more is that it even makes them feel even more responsible for its condition.
Przez całe życie doświadczamy świata.
Doświadczenia definiują nas od najmłodszych lat.
Obserwujemy, uczymy się, patrzymy coraz dalej.
Błędy, wyzwania i porażki to także nauka.
Krok po kroku uczymy się, jak zmieniać naszą rzeczywistość.
Nasze sukcesy osiągamy dzięki doświadczeniu.
Dzielimy się pasjami, tworzymy i dajemy upust kreatywności.
Pewne doświadczenia zostają z nami na całe życie. Dzięki ciekawości świata docieramy w nowe miejsca i rozwijamy się. Wszyscy doświadczamy różnych sytuacji, zdarzeń i zjawisk. Uniwersytet opiera się na doświadczaniu.
Uniwersytet Śląski.
Dobra, ja będę...
Good afternoon. My name is Agnieszka Nowak from Karol Szymanowski Academy of Music, and I have a pleasure to conduct session Changing Identity. Do we cross borders or do borders cross us? In first part, there are two speeches by representatives of the Academy of Fine Arts in Katowice. And let me introduce Zofia Oślizlo-Piekarska and Bogna Świątkowska. Zofia Oślizlo-Piekarska is designer and culture expert. She specializes in book design and data visualization. In the research field, she focuses on local themes and looks for design inspiration in history of Upper Silesia. She is an author, among other, the book New Silesian City Design Identity. In her presentation, she shows the role of designers in building the identity of the region. And Bogna Świątkowska is founder and president of the board of the Będz Zmiana Foundation, with which she has implemented dozens of projects devoted to public space, architecture and design, as well as competition addressed to architects and designers of the young generation. Initiator and editor-in-chief of the magazine Notes na 6 tygodni, the project she creates often combine the knowledge of experts and professionals with the approach of curious enthusiasts. Yes. I make a space for you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So, do we cross borders or do borders cross us? Well, there were times when borders crossed us. Before World War I, only 12 kilometers from here, the borders of three empires met at a place called the Three Emperors' Corner. Katowice lied in Prussia, Sosnowiec in Russia, while Jaworzno in Austro-Hungarian Empire. Currently, all three cities lie within the borders of Silesian Voivodeship. As a consequence of the change of forces in Europe after World War I, the Silesian uprisings, and then the plebiscite, the borders on these lands were completely redrawn, often quite absurdly, dividing the local road in half, cutting off districts from their hometowns. Our grandparents, if they lived in Silesia, may have experienced several border changes in their lives without moving anywhere. Well, borders are political, regions have identity. Currently, the region of Upper Silesia is located in two countries, Poland and Czech Republic. Silesia is a region with a changing identity. The terms my som stąd in Upper Silesian dialect and Stella in a dialect of Cieszyn Silesia, both meaning we are from here, indicate an identity tied to a specific place rather than a specific country, which is very close to the contemporary regional identity and broader European identity. Upper Silesia is a region experiencing a rapid transformation from an industrial city to a post-industrial one. The consequence of this fact was a several-year collapse of the region in terms of living conditions, unemployment, depopulation, lack of development prospects, to name just a few problems.
So forming the new Silesian identity after transformation wasn't an easy case. The turning point that made it possible to think about the urban and more broadly regional identity of Katowice and the region was the entry into the 2016 European Capital of Culture competition under the slogan "The City of Gardens," which was quite revolutionary one back then. Although Katowice did not win the title, the application became a kind of a strategy for the city's development through culture and creative activities, which was implemented in subsequent years and resonated more broadly in the region. It also led to Katowice being named UNESCO City of Music in 2015 and European City of Science in 2024, which this event is celebrating. So, from stereotype to a gadget. Of all the stereotypes about Silesia, first, the most important one was coal. The region was perceived as working class, mining, with a polluted environment, not a very good place to live in. Therefore, the authorities, in order to change the perception of the region, banned talking about coal, showing it, and almost using the color black in the visual identity. However, the designers did not listen to the authorities and decided to look for something completely different. To disenchant coal, exploring it as a unique material and extremely connected to the region. Coal was something we could build our identity on. So there were several attempts to do so. For example, architectural students and then the company Brokat made the coal a precious stone by making jewelry out of it. Another architect, Aleksandra Grabowska, from the Cechownia studio, used it as a wall cladding in interior design. While Marta Frank designed a soap in the shape of a lump of coal, which has become the most fashionable gadget from Silesia. But a gadget is only a gadget. How to make a step from a gadget to identity? One may wonder whether wearing t-shirts with words in the regional dialect can strengthen identity. But in Silesia, it definitely had worked out. What was previously shameful, forgotten, that is, dialect, folklore, mining culture, when it was presented in a modern form attractive to the younger generation, brought with it pride in being a Silesian and greater interest in the history of the place. So the next level of action by artists and designers has become an intervention at the social level. This is because a sense of belonging to a place entails taking responsibility for it. Łukasz Surowiec, an artist, concerned about the fate of miners laid off their mines, offered them to participate in the Black Diamonds art project, where they could ground nuggets of coal, which were later sold at an exclusive stand in the regional's largest shopping mall. All proceeds went to help unemployed miners and their families, and the action drew the attention of many people to the pressing social matter. Caring for and identifying with a place is a good idea to start with your own backyard. The idea guided the creators of the Platz na Glanz program, in which residential communities could win a competition to design and renovate a common area, backyard, in their tenements and make it a better place for everyone living in a tenement or in a house, every member of the community. The search for identity also involves finding forgotten stories from the past. Karolina and Piotr Jakowenko of the Zuckerman Gate Foundation from Będzin wanted to draw attention to those residents who are no longer part of the community,
Silesian Jews. In order to learn more about their history, they created the audio guide Tales of the Absent. Nowadays, identity is fluid. It is a matter of personal choice. So there is a need to propose a new, capacious identity for the region, which could not be based on the historical dichotomy of homie and stranger. In my opinion, a new Silesian, new urban identity should be inclusive, including those who have tied themselves to the city, region, and want to act for it, live in it, and change everyday life. So what are the new challenges for Katowice? Well, Katowice is a pulsating city, shrinking and stretching depending on the time of day, day of the week. More than 1,000 people commute to Katowice during weekdays for work. At the weekends, it is more calm, quiet, you can feel the change. It is a different city. The situation changed even more with Russia's armed aggressions against Ukraine. Refugees fleeing the war have settled in various Polish cities. In Katowice, there are now more than 96,000 refugees, and they account for as much as 25% of city's population. Will our openness and inclusive identity pass the test in the new reality? Will we prove hospitable? I think Bogna will take over from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zosia, very much for your introduction. Thanks. Okay, so let me start with the picture of those two marks. They were produced quite recently, and the inscription on these marks reads in Polish and Ukrainian, borderless friendship. And this is exactly what we really need in our times. And usually I'm a very energetic speaker. I'm someone who's, improvising while presenting in front of a public like today. But because I would like to be very, very precise this time, I make an exclusion and I will be reading my presentation. The scale of challenges that we must face today is enormous. There are so many problems from various fields, but they have one thing in common. They were caused by human activity, wars, economic problems, climate catastrophe, over-exploitation of natural resources, inequalities, have all been caused by humans, and this concept of development that does not care about the consequences. Here we have certainly reached the border. Silesia is a place, as Zosia presented just a few minutes ago, is a place where the need to join forces to seek solutions to these problems is particularly present. Regenerating nature, finding alternatives to the existing industrial development paths is strongly present in a public debate. Redesigning cities and creating an inhabited space that understands the needs of interspecies community is one of the postulates that can create scenarios for a future protopia. What is protopia? Protopia is a term proposed by Kevin Kelly. It is a compromise between realism and unreachable and frustrating utopia. It perfectly describes a borderline state we are experiencing now. As Joanna Erbel writes about it, quote, "The protopia is difficult to imagine as a coherent entity because it consists not only of solutions, but also of problems and the complex processes of making decisions about what to do when there are obstacles. At the same time, the belief in protopia as a process that is continual improvement, requires a great deal of optimism. In our time, the imagination is not only a tool of creativity, and this is why I speak on behalf of Academy of Fine Arts and Design in Katowice. It is a sought-after and valuable resource, a fuel used to break down mental stereotypes, allowing us to cross borders and limitations, allowing us to escape from habits that we know for sure that need to be changed. The most important challenge today is to formulate the right questions, and art is great at asking questions. Often uncomfortable and daring, irritating. Art shows what it is for some reason invisible in social life, it's unnamed or unseen and unwanted. The most important challenge today is to formulate those right questions, and artists have the ability to find threads and associations that others do not notice. They push and magnify our imagination, our speculative possibilities and ability of looking for the right questions. For this, they use a variety of visual forms, literature, film, music, all creative tools. They make stories that are like mental exercises. It is through them that ideas appear in social life, the power of which can change the world. There are no limits to the imagination. Transgressing mental habits is its natural skill. Therefore, not only the relationship between art and science, but also their penetration into various disciplines is needed at a time when more and more critical problems emerge. Today, the scientific community has a special role. We look to them with hope of wise solutions to the future. Knowledge, creativity, and diversity create an environment in which meetings of specialists and experts in many fields are possible. Being innovative requires imagination. Artistic and creative strategies are based on a particular type of resource, the imagination. In an interdisciplinary environment, this resource can be activated. Strategies related to the future emphasize interdisciplinary cooperation, such as the new European Bauhaus, which is based on 3 pillars: beauty, sustainability, togetherness. This initiative says, let's imagine and build in a collaborative way a sustainable and inclusive future that is beautiful for our eyes, minds, and souls. This postulate is also present in many strategic documents concerning European cities, an example of which is Helsinki, where, quote, art and culture will be made an integral part of urban planning and construction at all stages, and even Helsinki will introduce the expertise of artists and the utilization of art-based methods in the development of the city across divisions. Ukraine is also appealing to the imagination today, planning its reconstruction after the war. The bombed and destroyed cities are to be rebuilt as proof of the possibilities of human potentials, as a field of cooperation for a community that wants to use known technologies and current knowledge to build a better reality. The reconstruction plans therefore mention the need for monitoring environmental dynamics according to the knowledge about impact of climate change, underline the importance of sustainable food resources. The war in Ukraine intensified the need for alternative sources of energy and made it recently one of the most discussed topics. So why is crossing the boundaries between disciplines so important? why should we strive to make the boundaries between disciplines flexible? Culture is, among other things, a space for the prototype application for solution based on scientific knowledge. Cultural environments often test solutions on a small scale of discoveries and scientific achievements. It may be part of an artistic project implemented locally about rivers in highly urbanized areas such as Katowice, a project about the biosphere or of post-industrial areas, about melting glaciers, about the use of the latest technologies in the development of urban gardening, and so on. The young generation of creators is particularly committed to the future of the planet. Their activities are often artivism, activism combined with strategies known from the field of art. It is particularly effective when it is based on artistic research and a specific recognition of a problem in which the recognition of blurred boundaries of disciplines combines with the curiosity of enthusiasts play a very important role. Artistic research is also known as arts-based research, practice-based research, practice-led research, research-led practice, practice as research, practice through research, research in, through, for art and design. In general, it is about operating outside the boundaries of institutions and outside hierarchical structures, operating outside buildings created by systems of strict classification, based on intuition and imagination powered by knowledge. An important skill used in this research method is transmittance, as well as the free circulation of ideas and observations, the free and freely shaped mobility of the imagination over limitations. In this case, the only borders are us. In Silesia, there were never lack of imagination. The rich material and non-material culture of this region of Europe proves it. Let us hope that this resource, this natural wealth of Silesia, will make a strong contribution to the collective search for better scenarios for the future, combining diverse environments and perspectives. Thank you. Okay, so this was really, a package of
the official part.
Yes, very official part of our part. But in the last 10 minutes, we would like to propose a conversation. Maybe you have some questions, and we will be very happy to answer. And while waiting for those questions or remarks, we can also exchange a couple of thoughts between us, because as you noticed, our parts are related somehow. Because you can ask, why are we stressing so much the role of creativity in making collaborations between art and science, between art and outside world? And our answer is, it is very well based in Silesia. It used to happen here for many, many years. This is a natural way of making those collaborations possible.
And I also think that collaboration is a key word here, because it also has threads not only in art and design, but in mining culture, because teams underground needed to collaborate. And so the gene of collaboration, of working together, being responsible for your colleagues and for your team, is deeply rooted in Silesian culture. And I strongly believe it is true, and it kind of affects also our creative jobs that we are doing now, because we are now the miners of culture, right? But I think that you proposed a very good strategies. You also was you were seeking words how to combine research and artistic practices. And it is true that you can do research through design. You also need a lot of research to do.
You need to do the research to really create a good design, in fact.
Exactly.
Without research, which is very close to a scientific, this very strict way of making scientific, conducting scientific projects. So this is really, it works very, very close to each other. And right now we are really facing this very special time, and because of those multiplying crises that we have to face. And it creates, of course, the new responsibilities also for those who are creative by profession.
Exactly. After outbreak of the war, we met at the Academy of Fine Arts and Design to open a new program, which was Universal Design. And because it was meant to be a celebration, we wanted to open a new program, new perspectives for research, but because the need was different, the presentation turned into a big question: what we as artists and designers can do with this crisis, how we can help besides buying soap and food and bringing it to the refugees camps. What else can we as designers do? How can we employ our skills, our expertise to solve this crisis, to help it? Of course, it is an open question, but Ewa Gołębiowska from Zamek Cieszyn was agitating us. Use your designer skills. Do data viz, do better visual communication. You can help with your expertise, not only with what everyone could do. Of course, it is also very important, but we should think about creative way, and then we could go even farther. Of course, because the communication design is the first step, and then we can also think about some industrial design projects which can help solve different crises.
And of course, the power of well done, informative design in a public space we could observe during the first days after the war broke up in Ukraine. In Polish railway stations desperately needed this, and then those spontaneous help from designers emerged. It was really very moving moment also. Okay, do we have any questions?
Okay.
No, not yet.
Maybe we can move to the music part of the presentation.
Because yes, we are also very, very curious what our colleagues from Music Academy will be presenting in a minute. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I would like to add that audience, both in Katowice and via internet, will be able to ask questions also at the end of our meeting around 3 p.m. So now, music part. I would like to invite my colleagues, Professor Marcin Trzęsiok and Aleksander Nowak. Please join to me. And we represent the Karol Szymanowski Academy of Music, precisely the Department of Composition and Theory of Music, this university. Professor Aleksander Nowak, composer and head of Department of Composition and Theory of Music, and Marcin Trzęsiok, music theorist, philosopher, researcher, lecturer, and translator. Welcome. Oh, thank you so much. Microphones for you. We need a magic click for our presentation. Thank you so much. Okay, so if we can start, we cannot talk about Silesian music or music in Silesia without the short historical context, which had a huge impact on it. So Marcin, Alek, take the floor.
Okay. As Zosia pointed out, The history is a very important part here. And I would like to just very briefly mention, for those who are foreigners and probably do not know too much about the history of this region, that the Silesian region was part of the Polish state from the very beginning, from the 10th century. And it lasted so, the situation till 14th century. And in the 14th century, from 14th century on, it was the part of different foreign states. First Czech, then the Austrian, then in the 18th century, it was the part of the Prussia. And only after 6 centuries, after First World War, after many battles, uprisings, and plebiscite, it was divided into these 3 parts. So one was the Czech part, the other was the German part. The German border was very close to Katowice. Katowice was the part of Polish state before the war, but just 20 kilometers from the west, to the west from here, it was already German state. So during the six centuries, it was not a Polish region, although the Polish language was preserved here. The people, especially the people who were living on the countryside, not in the cities. Cities were mostly German-speaking, but on the countryside, the Polish language was spoken. It was not a typical Polish language because there was no connection with the organic development of the Polish language in the proper Polish state. Therefore, our dialect has a lot of very archaic phrases and words, and also a lot of German and also a lot of Czech words, which makes very special, and also which makes also very special the Silesian music, the Silesian folklore, where all these features I have mentioned are present. So I think this is just a very rude overview, but I think important for all those who are not involved in our history.
When we talk about music in Silesia region, especially the vocal instrumental music, it is impossible not to mention about literature. So many significant authors were born here and they have repeatedly emphasized their Silesian identity. It shaped the way of their thinking and artistic sensitivity. The language they use, the places they describe, and the characters we meet in their works almost always touch the borderline category, where Silesia is often seen as a mythical and religious space. This is undoubtedly the literature of small homelands. Do you notice some connections between literature and music in this case?
So I think that what we see on the screen, we see that the authors writing in German, also in Polish.
Yes.
Horst Bienek was the German writer. This is his very famous novel. It is about a kind of wedding in.
I have a quote for it.
Gliwice, in German Gleiwitz, and it is all about the outbreak of the Second World War. What we see is just a very famous hotel. Now is the whole of the city of Gliwice. And this is the bilingual edition. Janos is very famous author for the book for the children, translated into, I think, perhaps even 20 languages.
30.
30 languages.
30 languages.
Yes. So he lived here he was born here in Zabrze, and then after the Second World War, he was among the many refugees. From here, he settled in Munich, where he wrote his books. And at the bottom, we see Gustav Mocinek is the Polish author, I think the most famous from the old school of the literature concerning this region. And then comparing this to music, we can also find like the German, the Polish, and also the Czech part of the music. among the German composers, there is no name which could be mentioned as a kind of leading figures in music. There was, but I think one name is worth to mention. This is a kind of discovery also for us. It was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. We had a kind of seminar at the Academy of Music about Franz Waxman, or Waxman, because he was a German Jewish, born in Chorzów, Königshütte, is very close to Katowice, like the nearby city, before the First World War. And then he made a big career in Hollywood. He was 2 times, I think, Oscar winner. The most famous movie with his music is the Sunset Boulevard from the 50s. And we had the opportunity to hear in Nospre, in the concert hall here in June, his excellent, astonishing piece, The Songs of Teresin, written to the poems in German, translated into German, to the poems written by the children who were just imprisoned in the children campus of the Nazi concentration campus in Terezin. So this is a kind of a forgotten but very important figure of Silesian music. But this is the German part. We have also a kind of group of composers connecting with the Czechia region, which is very close to the Czech border. There is the whole like family of musicians. Hlavička Karol Hlavička was the most important of them. They were all active. They were all active in the 20th century. There was also Jan Gawlas and Józef Świder, who was professor at the Academy of Music in Katowice and a very important composer for the choir music, and is very widely performed in Polish by the amateur and also by the professional choirs. It's a very, very, very special figure. But coming to the most important is the Silesian school of composers. I will very briefly mention the most important figures. We have started with Bolesław Szabelski, who was Karol Szymanowski's pupil. And Karol Szymanowski recommended him as a rector or as a professor of the new established Conservatory of Music. As was mentioned on the presentation, the first high university level academical institution here was the Conservatory of Music, was established in 1929, and Szabelski was one of the teachers. After the Second World War, he became like the dean of the composition department, and among his pupils were many important composers, among them Henryk Mikołaj Górecki. So we have the link between Szymanowski and Górecki, and this link is just Szabelski.
And maybe it is a good moment to listen to excerpt from Henryk Mikołaj Górecki.
Let's do it. I think we have a very short fragment from the most famous composition by Górecki. It is his 3rd symphony of the sorrowful songs.
Yes.
And the 3rd movement of the symphony has a text taken from the folklore.
Yes, this is English translation.
Very good. And then let me just explain that this is a kind of lament, and the lament is sung by a mother of a Silesian uprising who passed away during one of the 3 Silesian uprisings which were here after the First World War.
Yes, and it is folk song from Opole region.
Yes, this is like the west part of the Upper Silesia. was written in 1976.
Bolesław Szabelski, Bolesław Wojtowicz, Henryk Mikołaj Górecki, but what about the next generation? Alek, as composer, please take the floor.
Yes, well, of course, it's when we get closer to present time, it's difficult to say who is the major figure, so I won't name names. I will try to speak for myself a little bit, because I think what I have been doing for the last 5 years already, or maybe even more, is somehow related to today's subject of crossing borders within the realm of Silesia. So just briefly, the Silesian School of Composers after Górecki, well, for sure, Eugeniusz Knapik should be mentioned here as one of the most important figures. Aleksander Lasoń, who was my professor, and now a huge group of composers, among which I have the privilege to find myself. So I'm particularly interested in the realm of opera, and I've been trying to find my own way in this genre, let's say, which is, I think, very interesting, specific, and not obviously the first choice of a composer nowadays, because, well, for many reasons, for logistical reasons, for the reason that it's been claimed dead many times. So, but to me, what is interesting in this genre is the connection between language and music, which is already touching upon the main topic today, crossing borders. It's crossing borders in many different ways of different arts, of different ways of treating art of language and art of music. Today it's also exploring, well, in my view at least, it's exploring the way to the future for music and for the connection between language, the text, and music, which it's not obvious where it will go, because, as I already said, by some it's considered a dead end already. And my own idea for some time now has been to try to cooperate, another important word today, cooperate with writers. So not to find texts that are already there and use them, but to try to create a situation of a discussion about many different things, but the result of which could be text which could form a kind of a operatic or dramatic libretto, because this exploration of borderline between genres is also between opera and drama here. So Szczepan Twardoch, whose book, one of the most important books you can see right now, Drach, is one of the writers that I have been lucky to cooperate with over the last 4 years already, and Drach is particularly important and worth mentioning a book here, because it explores the history of this region very deeply and very personally by Szczepan. It's kind of family story, but not literally. It touches upon several motives present in his family history, but it's deeply rooted in many families' stories in this region. We don't have the time to go into details, but this already mentioned subject of, let's say, geopolitical borders that cross and slash through people's lives is, I think, maybe main topic here, among other things. So our first work that we created together was based on Drach, and what I think is important, well, to me, I've been thinking what to say since morning, and I'm still not sure how to relate to this kind of upbeat atmosphere of this conference. We are all discussing future and transformation into the bright new realms, etc. In my view, at least what I can feel as a possible contribution from me, but from us as artists in the realm of music, maybe not only music, but I can speak for us musicians, is this quality that was already present in Górecki's music. And I think it's very present here in this region, and for me personally it's very important. This category of lamenting after the past, not necessarily, well, it doesn't exclude or deny the possibility of looking into the bright future, but maybe it's some kind of a need to process and to mourn for what has been, and to fully realize the scope of some past events in your own life, in others' life. And the category of lamentation or sorrowfulness, I think, is a very powerful tool which brings together, brings people together. It's also, of course, very easily relatable to current situation with Ukraine. Well, it's I guess, hopefully not, but maybe far from any possible positive resolution. But I think that looking into the future, but being aware of what the friction or tension between different realms that are bordering each other, and they kind of create a struggle to find new realm. I think this sorrowfulness is some tool that can maybe release tension or create this tension within arts. Speaking of the ways in which art and what can it do, because it seems so irrelevant in some ways in nowadays time, but I think it's not. And so to sum it up and maybe introduce another example of music, because well, it's hard to follow up Górecki, of course, but what I think justifies my choice to present a short piece of this drama that we created together with Szczepan. First of all, this sorrowfulness that I think is important, but second of all, and for today, it is kind of a counterpoint to the Górecki's piece from before a moment ago. It's a very similar idea of a mother singing about her son, but in this case, the son actually came back. He wasn't killed, but still, at least to me and in my view, it's not a happy piece of music. It's also lamenting, so it's kind of a contradiction, but I think it's very true. And at least in this region, I feel like it's all this kind of quality of sorrowfulness that crosses many different borders. So I guess we can follow up later, but then now we can maybe listen to this short piece.
Że go
if I may do a short comment. A short comment about this. I think this is the first opera written in the Silesian dialect.
Yes.
This is something totally new, very refreshing in hearing.
Yes, and it was a short question about it, because if I could remember, you don't speak Silesian language, so which was the most fascinating and the most difficult for you to make music using Silesian language?
Well, by now, I think, I wouldn't say I speak, but I for sure have been in close contact with this language, not only because of cooperation with Szczepan, but also because of my wife, who is Silesian, and her family speaks this language. Yes, it's of course, it's another very important subject here, and crossing borders between languages. The dialect has been used here as a term. Szczepan very strongly reacts to using the word dialect. So I, on behalf of him, I will insist that it's a language. Of course, the discussion is on. So, but well, this language is very close to Polish, and so many of its aspects are not so difficult to understand when you speak Polish language, and also when you just live here. I'm myself not Silesian. I was born here, but my parents are not from Silesia, let alone my grandparents. But through school, through just living here for over 40 years, I think I soaked the reality of this language. It's well, it's not in this piece is not entirely written in Silesian, but huge bits of the libretto are in Silesian.
And at the end, we represent the Karol Szymanowski Academy of Music. It is the oldest university in Silesia region. So I think that at the end, we have to comment the role of institution and ensembles.
Yes, this would be the bright future part of this presentation. So I think that's the coming back to this transformation from the industrial region into the new scientific and cultural language region. I think the music has a special role here to play, and it started with the renovation and the building of the new concert hall at the Music Academy. It was finished in 2007. And during this process, the former rector, Professor Knapik, he had a lot of meetings with the politician, with the present mayor of the city, and he convinced the politician to place the culture on the top of the vision how to develop this region. And it has a lot of consequences, especially for music, because after the academy was built and was very good received, for example, Christian Zimmermann, who graduated, by the way, our academy, who saw this for the first time, he was totally fascinated, and he recorded one of his CDs for the Deutsche Grammophon with Grażyna Bacewicz, and he insisted to go further and to build a new seat for the Polish National Radio Orchestra. And with his help and with the help of many people, also with this whole wonderful coalition between the politicians from the region and the musical circles, and also from the Minister of Culture. It has been decided to build this NOSP, this new seat of the orchestra, which is one of the most one of the best concert halls in Europe, without any doubt now. And then also, besides these new buildings, we have also very important musical ensembles here. Let me just mention, besides NOSP, Silesian Philharmony, and also Silesian Quartet, and also AUXO, which we have heard just recording by AUXO Chamber Orchestra from Tychy, who originated also here in Katowice, actually. We have also Kamerata Silesia, which is the one of the most important Polish chamber choirs. Actually, it is not possible to imagine such festivals like Wars of Autumn without Silesian ensembles. Just a half of, perhaps I'm just too proud of my region, but the half of the Polish performers performing on Wars of Autumn are from this small region like here. So I think the potential was very, very big, and also it was just a kind of combined factors who made this change possible. And this is not a surprise, as it's also a big honor that Katowice was named, as we have already heard, the UNESCO City of Music. It was a well-deserved position.
Thank you so much. So I think that at this time, thank you. So I think that at this time that all speakers, Zofia Oślizlo-Piekarska, Bogna Świątkowska, Aleksander Nowak and Marcin Trzęsiok are ready for your question. So don't hesitate. Yes, please.
Hello. We heard about this bright future, well, in parts of your speeches, and also we heard this strong, dramatic, super settlementos. And when we are talking about building identity, I felt that here in Silesia we kinda are on both sides of the spectrum, like looking to the bright future and still crying over a past that is super dramatic. Do you think that art maybe can help us to find a balance and some middle ground in between? It's a question to everyone here.
Who is going to start? Okay, the art and design department. Well, I think so. You know, I told that nowadays the identity is a matter of personal choice, and it may sound that it doesn't need any roots, but it's not true. Because when you choose the identity, you are choosing it, you know, you're like becoming a member of a family. So you need to know the history, you need to know the roots to build upon it. So there is no bright future without strong roots, and how they may be painful, they may be difficult, they may be, you know, building a new identity in for Silesian region was for me like a psychotherapy. We had to overcome our traumas after the transformation to become open to building something new. And it is good that we are meeting now in 2022, because I remember 2010 and I remember the energy that thrived in Katowice. I had an honor to be a part of the team working on the application for the European Capital of Culture. It was completely crazy, and it was totally interdisciplinary. Artists, designers, people from university, from all the academies, also musicians joined together, and we saw only beautiful pictures, like Nospro, and the whole cultural zone was only renders on the computer. Nothing was here, only the old mine, but the vision and the energy helped us to overcome this difficult moment in Katowice history, the city with no future, the city that used to be great, but it is not now, and no one wanted to live in it. And I think that we have a lot to do still, but certain successes happened, like in the matter of infrastructure, but I think more importantly in the minds of not only musicians, artists, designers, but also authorities, politicians, and joining forces together, collaboration, again, the key word of this presentation, I think, especially our part, like helped us to build something new, and we now know that it is possible. And of course, we have new crises. We do not have so much money it was very good moment economically in 2010, like a lot of investments could happen. And now we would have to find different solutions for different crises. But I think that we know that togetherness and collaboration and energy is the key word. So having a strong roots
and a history of defeats and things that went well will help us to build a new identity.
And the question was about the balance. Yes. So I think that we are facing right now the lack of balance in all in all the spheres of our lives. So unfortunately, art is not able to supply this item, because in art itself there is no balance. It's not balanced at all, and it's not the field that you can find this kind of calmness. Yeah. So it is on. I think this is the art might be very useful for many things, as we mentioned. This is very, very like flexible tool, and it might be, yes, and it might be very productive in many fields of life. But I'm afraid it will it will fail as balance production, whatever. Yes.
But I think, yeah, and I think it's not, well, it's not guaranteed, but it's not entirely impossible. There was a book here for one moment, Kaisz by Zbigniew Rokita. It's a specific kind of art. It's more of a kind of a self or autobiography, reportage or journalism, but investigative journalism. But I think there are ways for art to explore areas which produce some kind of balance. For me personally, this book was a revelatory experience because, as I said, I'm not deeply rooted Silesian myself, but the story here is the story of Zbigniew's family, and he explores this story with initial idea to find his identity or to find out about what does it mean to be Silesian. And in the end, he comes to the conclusion through very dramatic events on the way that actually the Silesian identity is not about anything that is necessarily related to this difficult story, or it is related to this difficult story through transforming power, or I don't know if you would agree, but that being kind of a foreigner in your own home is kind of a quality that could be maybe positive because you are at least open and not so deeply grounded that you cannot imagine or reimagine yourself. So maybe I'm not talking about the balance, but for me it was kind of a rebalancing act reading this book and finding my own identity of a Silesian person in this story. So
yeah, and maybe one more thing is when we talk about balance, it's always also about the right question. So the question is, for how long? Yes. So it's the matter also of timing.
Until 2024, maybe.
Okay, so at the end, a final summary of our meeting in one sentence. When we talk about our disciplines, do we cross border or the border cross us? One sentence. Maybe from you, Martin.
I think that the border cross us.
Yes. But because due to
because our identity is not it's not established. This is in process. Let me just mention an example of my. It is very representative for all the people in this Silesia, of my grandfather, who was just the soldier in Wehrmacht, and then was the soldier in the Polish army. This is very typical. He was not attached to any of these social fields, to any of these nationalities. He was very much skeptical, also even cynical, with kind of patriotism of finding homeland. He was convinced that it is all a kind of junk. We should not be too much attached to this kind of. This is typical Salesian feeling. I think, therefore, I think that border across us.
Okay, it was very long question, very long sentence, but thank you.
Oh,
thank you so much, Alek.
I tried to be very short, but you have asked me to
yes, thank you so much, Alek. Your turn.
Well, it depends. How do we define us and borders and etc. So, just for the sake of discussion, I will say the opposite. That we cross borders because the borders are kind of a outer realm, and we are entities who struggle to feel one. It's a different discussion if it's possible or not, but if so, then if the ideal is to find this unifying force, then the borders are around us and we are crossing them.
Thank you so much.
If we have the power of defining the borders, then, this is on our side to decide what we do with them. But when we are forced to obey the decisions that somebody else is making, then our freedom, of course, is limited. So, of course, it's a tricky question, and this is why we choose it for the subject for our today's session. Yes, not very obvious answers.
Yeah, I think both. That the borders cross us, but we have to cross borders to experiment, to design, and so on. We have to react when borders are crossing us. We have to cross borders. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the audience? If not, so I think that it is time to close our meeting. Zofia Osiźlo-Piekarska, Bogna Świątkowska from the Academy of the Fine Arts in Katowice, Aleksander Nowak, Marcin Trzęsiok, the Karol Szymanowski Academy of Music.
And Agnieszka Nowak.
From the same place. Thank you so much. Thank you to all speakers, to all participants in Katowice, both Katowice and via internet, and have a nice day. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Katowice today is an example of long-term and multidimensional changes. Associated with mining and heavy industry, it has been transformed into a place of new possibilities, where innovative business and culture flourish. New road projects, modernization of municipal infrastructure, as well as brownfield redevelopment with the help of EU funds, enabled the metamorphosis into a modern urban center. Years of efforts to improve the quality of life in Katowice have been recognized by the United Nations, and in June of 2022, the city will host city experts, politicians, and activists during the World Urban Forum. A developed network of road transport in the city is constantly replenished with new and improved transport solutions, focusing mainly on public transport. In recent years, transfer centers with parking spaces have been established in Katowice, located along the main thoroughfares of the city for quick and easy change of means of transportation. Katowice has to offer a network of urban bike rentals, which is growing every single year. Upgrades based on low emission reduction and overhauls are priority in the pursuit of sustainable development of Katowice. Insulation of buildings and connecting them to the municipal heating network, as well as the implementation of the program of subsidies for the replacement of heat sources in the private premises, are one of the pro-ecological activities in the city. And thanks to European funds, the rainwater and sewage management systems have also been put in order. The Katowice Cultural Zone has been the showcase of Katowice for many years, and the International Congress Center, the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the Silesian Museum, located near the Spodek Arena, were constructed on the premises of the former Katowice mine. And the city is also successfully investing in restoration of parks and green areas in the city districts, making them safer and more attractive. And among the investments planned for the upcoming years related to the green areas is the revitalization of the Five Ponds Valley in Szopienice. The new building of the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra with an impressive 1,800-seat concert hall is an example of an investment that allows the preservation of musical heritage. The orchestra house, thanks to precisely dedicated technical and functional values, is a center of protection, development, and promotion of classical music that stands out on the world map. The examples of development of sports infrastructure and facilities are two municipal swimming pools, which are the first investments of this type in the city, and each of these facilities is located in a different part of the city, which makes it easier for residents of many districts to access them. And the construction of two modern sports complexes is underway, including a new city stadium, the largest investment in sports infrastructure so far. The most important component of the city is certainly its inhabitants, and every year as part of the participatory budget, residents have the opportunity to create urban space. The civic attitude of the inhabitants can also be seen through the great involvement in municipal social projects, such as planting meadows and trees, and arranging neighborhood gardens or jointly revitalizing yards. The city is also initiating the campaign to install tanks to collect rainwater. Every year, all the projects prove that the residents have an impact on what their immediate neighborhood looks like. What's more is that it even makes them feel even more responsible for its condition.
Jesteśmy uczelnią wciąż młodą. W tym roku obchodzimy 20 lat samodzielnego funkcjonowania Akademii w Katowicach. To jest taki czas i taka perspektywa, z której możemy spojrzeć wstecz, widząc drogę, jaką przeszliśmy. Ja lubię patrzeć na uczelnię jako na miejsce spotkania i to zarówno w takim podstawowym wymiarze, jakim jest spotkanie międzyludzkie, konfrontacja poglądów, wymiana dobrej energii. Kiedy myślimy o Akademii jako instytucji, to spotkanie sztuki i designu powoduje, że tworzy się potencjał do tworzenia nowych, hybrydowych jakości. Zaangażowanie powoduje, że nie jesteśmy neutralni na to, co dzieje się wokół.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Katowice is the heart of the GZM metropolis, with more than 2.3 million residents. The city with industrial roots, creative, modern, innovative, and first of all safe. My smart city. Katowice is focused on sustainable transport by introducing solutions minimizing a harmful impact on the environment. Effective, safe, and economically profitable transport. A developed network of public transport functions on the territory of the metropolis, based on one tariff system, enabling easy movement between individual cities. Katowice is its central point. Residents may travel by buses as well as by tram and rail lines. Katowice is also an important transport hub enabling national and international travels. The city works intensively on the innovative use of its developed road infrastructure. Interchange stations facilitate transfers between various means of transport in key parts of Katowice. A network of urban bicycles is complementary with systems of neighboring cities, due to which it is possible to move easily between cities of the metropolis. Electromobility projects are developed intensively in Katowice, dedicated both to individuals and to public transport. Therefore, the number of emission-free vehicles in the city is rising. The idea of sharing individual vehicles develops complementarily towards public transport. You can comfortably move around the city by electric kick scooter, electric scooter or by car, all available via applications. Katowice urban infrastructure is effectively managed by smart systems. They help in alert communicating residents and tourists, all the time treating safety issues as a priority. The Katowice Intelligent Monitoring and Analysis System detects and alarms dispatches on its own about different events, such as gatherings, devastation acts, casualty individuals, driving in a forbidden zone or incorrect parking. Whereas the platform for cooperation of services responsible for safety allows to coordinate preventive and informative actions such as protection against flooding threat, air quality forecasting, or road traffic intensity. The entire system is complemented with air quality sensors measuring concentration of PM10, PM2.5 dusts, as well as temperature, humidity, and air pressure. Measurements from the sensors are displayed on screens in public buildings and dedicated website. The installed devices are part of the air quality monitoring system created within the AWARE project. Katowice has the largest participatory budget per one resident among voivodeship cities in Poland. More than 500 projects submitted by residents have been implemented in the city just within the last 5 years. The participatory budget is an excellent tool for developing districts of Katowice and improving citizens' life quality. A mobile application is helpful while searching for important historical information about Katowice. Residents can also make payment of official fees more effectively and save their time by using fee payment machines, payment card or BLIK. Katowice is a smart city aiming at perfection, to be among the European leaders of smart solutions in the near future. Katowice, simply smart.
Katowice today is an example of long-term and multi-dimensional changes. Associated with mining and heavy industry, it has been transformed into a place of new possibilities, where innovative business and culture flourish. New road projects, modernization of municipal infrastructure, as well as brownfield redevelopment with the help of EU funds, enabled the metamorphosis into a modern urban center. Years of efforts to improve the quality of life in Katowice have been recognized by the United Nations, and in June of 2022, the city will host city experts, politicians, and activists during the World Urban Forum. A developed network of road transport in the city is constantly replenished with new and improved transport solutions, focusing mainly on public transport. In recent years, transfer centers with parking spaces have been established in Katowice, located along the main thoroughfares of the city for quick and easy change of means of transportation. Katowice has to offer a network of urban bike rentals, which is growing every single year. Upgrades based on low emission reduction and overhauls are priority in the pursuit of sustainable development of Katowice. Insulation of buildings and connecting them to the municipal heating network, as well as the implementation of the program of subsidies for the replacement of heat sources in the private premises, are one of the pro-ecological activities in the city. And thanks to European funds, the rainwater and sewage management systems have also been put in order. The Katowice Cultural Zone has been the showcase of Katowice for many years, and the International Congress Center, the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the Silesian Museum, located near the Spodek Arena, were constructed on the premises of the former Katowice mine. And the city is also successfully investing in restoration of parks and green areas in the city districts, making them safer and more attractive. And among the investments planned for the upcoming years, related to the green areas is the revitalization of the Five Ponds Valley in Szopienice. The new building of the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra with an impressive 1,800-seat concert hall is an example of an investment that allows the preservation of musical heritage. The orchestra house, thanks to precisely dedicated technical and functional values, is a center of protection, development, and promotion of classical music that stands out on the world map. The examples of development of sports infrastructure and facilities are 2 municipal swimming pools, which are the first investments of this type in the city, and each of these facilities is located in a different part of the city, which makes it easier for residents of many districts to access them. And the construction of 2 modern sports complexes is underway, including a new city stadium, the largest investment in sports infrastructure so far. The most important component of the city is certainly its inhabitants, and every year as part of the participatory budget, residents have the opportunity to create urban space. The civic attitude of the inhabitants can also be seen through the great involvement in municipal social projects, such as planting meadows and trees, and arranging neighborhood gardens or jointly revitalizing yards. The city is also initiating the campaign to install tanks to collect rainwater. Every year, all the projects prove that the residents have an impact on what their immediate neighborhood looks like. What's more is that it even makes them feel even more responsible for its condition.
Ciebie nie słyszę. O, teraz Ciebie słyszę. A tam jak stałam, to się nie słyszałam.
Przez całe życie doświadczamy świata.
Doświadczenia definiują nas od najmłodszych lat.
Obserwujemy, uczymy się, patrzymy coraz dalej.
Błędy, wyzwania i porażki to także nauka.
Krok po kroku uczymy się, jak zmieniać naszą rzeczywistość.
Nasze sukcesy osiągamy dzięki doświadczeniu.
Dzielimy się pasjami, tworzymy i dajemy upust kreatywności.
Pewne doświadczenia zostają z nami na całe życie. Dzięki ciekawości świata docieramy w nowe miejsca i rozwijamy się. Wszyscy doświadczamy różnych sytuacji, zdarzeń i zjawisk. Uniwersytet opiera się na doświadczaniu.
Uniwersytet Śląski.
Katowice today is an example of long-term and multidimensional changes. Associated with mining and heavy industry, it has been transformed into a place of new possibilities, where innovative business and culture flourish. New road projects, modernization of municipal infrastructure, as well as brownfield redevelopment with the help of EU funds, enabled the metamorphosis into a modern urban center. Years of efforts to improve the quality of life in Katowice have been recognized by the United Nations, and in June of 2022, the city will host city experts, politicians, and activists during the World Urban Forum. A developed network of road transport in the city is constantly replenished with new and improved transport solutions, focusing mainly on public transport. In recent years, transfer centers with parking spaces have been established in Katowice, located along the main thoroughfares of the city for quick and easy change of means of transportation. Katowice has to offer a network of urban bike rentals, which is growing every single year. Upgrades based on low emission reduction and overhauls are priority in the pursuit of sustainable development of Katowice. Insulation of buildings and connecting them to the municipal heating network, as well as the implementation of the program of subsidies for the replacement of heat sources in the private premises, are one of the pro-ecological activities in the city. And thanks to European funds, the rainwater and sewage management systems have also been put in order. The Katowice Cultural Zone has been the showcase of Katowice for many years, and the International Congress Center, the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the Silesian Museum, located near the Spodek Arena, were constructed on the premises of the former Katowice mine. And the city is also successfully investing in restoration of parks and green areas in the city districts, making them safer and more attractive. And among the investments planned for the upcoming years, related to the green areas is the revitalization of the Five Ponds Valley in Szopienice. The new building
Good afternoon. I would like to welcome you warmly at our session, Bright Side of the Dark Universe. It's within the theme Space for Science, and we will have 4 talks covering different aspects of astronomy. We will talk about visible and invisible ingredients of the universe, but also on some other interesting objects and observations. And we will actually finish with some obstacles that we are now we are challenged by other technological developments that are ongoing. So my name is Agata Karska, and I represent Nicolaus Copernicus University in Toruń, and I would like to introduce our speakers. And the first speaker will be Professor Agnieszka Pollo from the National Center for Nuclear Research in Warsaw, as well as Astronomical Observatory of the Jagiellonian University in Krakow. The next speaker will be our online speaker, so I will start with Dr. Dorota Skowron from the University of Warsaw, this year's laureate of the European Research Council Starting Grant, and Dr. Przemek Mróz, also from the University of Warsaw, the laureate of the International Astronomical Union PhD Prize and Frank Wilczek Prize. And we already see our guest speaker from the Netherlands, Professor Rien van de Weijgert. Hello. I hope we hear each other, not only see each other, and he will represent University of Groningen in the Netherlands. So the first talk will be by Professor Agnieszka Pollo about the universe as a whole and a lot of observations. Please.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So, okay, my slides are already on. So maybe I will sit down, will be easier from this perspective. Then my talk is actually very simple. It is to show you why we actually care about what is in the universe and why we need to study it, even if we are not so interested in astronomy, in spite of the fact that I hope all of you are. Then one thing which is usually good to realize when we start talking about the universe as a whole is how big it is, or rather how small we are. In astronomy, we usually measure distances either in parsecs or some specialized units, but very often we use the unit related to the speed of light. And we know that the light from Earth to the Moon travels just 1 second. It's very close. Between Earth and Sun, it's 8 minutes. It's also very close. In our solar systems, a system to the most distant planets, it's just a few hours. But the outskirts of our solar system are already at the distance around 1 light year. If we want to go to the nearest star, it would be around 4 years. And our star is just one of thousands of millions of stars in our galaxy, one galaxy we know as Milky Way, and the size of this galaxy is already measured in thousands of years, more than 50,000 of light years, and we are around 26,000 years from its center. When we go to the realm of galaxies, usually we start thinking about our own Milky Way as about one point, one small thing in the universe. And then the nearest big galaxy like ours, actually being in a double system together with our galaxy, is the Andromeda galaxy located 2.5 million light years from us. If we go further, the nearest really big gathering of galaxies, cluster of galaxies, is located 60 million light years from us. But if we look at the map of galaxies around us, we find out that actually we are in a place in the universe which is nothing special whatsoever, relatively empty, just in a small local group of galaxies which is flowing towards this pretty distant nearby cluster of galaxies. And the universe around us looks like this. This is the famous chart of the universe made by the Sloan Digital Sky Survey project. And here every small dot is one galaxy, like our Milky Way, containing millions, thousands of millions of stars. And here we know in mere 2 billion light years around us, which we still consider our local neighborhood, around 1 million of galaxies well measured. These galaxies are fairly different, some similar to our Milky Way, some different, and they form what is known as cosmic net or cosmic large-scale structure, where galaxies are clustered in voids, walls, in clusters, walls, and sometimes there are empty spaces like voids, and there are also filaments through which galaxies are flown like in the rivers towards clusters. So this all big structure, this is a simulation, but in reality it looks very similar, is what we have in the universe today. But a big question is how this large-scale structure evolved from the distribution of matter in the universe from the very beginning, just after Big Bang, which we know was pretty smooth, pretty homogeneous. And actually the answer to that we can give now is fairly simple. The responsible force is gravitation, gravity, or rather a mixture of gravity and something which we can say is anti-gravity. And we can very well reproduce in theory and simulations this large-scale structure of the universe if we just accept one small fact that the universe is mostly made by something we don't really know what it is, namely dark matter, the matter about which we know is attracting other matter by gravity, and even more by dark energy, which works a bit like an anti-gravity repulsive force accelerating the expansion of the universe. If we introduce these two big unknowns in the equation, then everything works, maybe not perfectly, but we can explain the existence of structures in the universe very nicely, but we need to realize that in this global picture, the matter we know, like the one we are made of, the Earth is made of, everything here is made of, is less than 5% of the total budget of matter and energy in the universe. And moreover, this is a story for another time, even most of this matter has gone missing during the history of the universe, and we cannot really find it right now. Then, in this beautiful scenario we now think is working pretty well, we have still plenty of unknowns, plenty of things we would like to understand. What is dark matter? What is dark energy? All this picture works so well, but is it a coincidence? Maybe we can explain somehow differently the observations. Up to now, not. As crazy as it sounds, this is the simplest scenario we can have. And now, if we observe only or mainly bright matter, then how this bright matter can really explain us what is beneath, how we can, from the distribution of this bright matter, its properties, reconstruct the real history of the universe, what observations do we get. Among these questions, there is a big question how galaxies evolved, when the stars were born, how the evolution of this bright component of the universe went. And from all we know, now we are living in the period which we might say is cosmic dust. Now, not much is happening in the universe anymore because the most of its activity was billions of years ago. Namely, there was a period which is known as cosmic noon, around 10 billion years ago, when the majority of stars was born, when quasars shone most brightly. Before then, even earlier, there is the period of cosmic dawn when it all started. But since then, since 10 billion years ago, we have a slow decay of all the activity on the universe. Then we might say that right now we are living at the end of times, very, very prolonged end. It will last many more billion years, but still the most interesting things has already happened. But still, to understand all that, we need to observe all these bright things in the universe, and all these beautiful galaxies we see and observe in our local neighborhood, all these maps, are just our local neighborhood. So we may say we know 2 billion, 3 billion of light years around us pretty well, but if we want to go further with time, we have, and with distance, we find it more and more difficult, more and more challenging. Then, for example, this is the map of galaxies from the times when the universe was half of its present age, around 7 billion years ago. A project I took part in, and you can see already there we had this beautiful network of galaxies, very similar to today, not exactly, but very similar. And again, in this picture, every dot is one single galaxy, and these galaxies are around 90,000. But this is all not enough. We want to go deeper. We want to see more, and we need better, wider catalogs. Here, you have probably seen this week the first light images from the James Webb Space Telescope. So here there are some galaxies in the background of the main hero of this image, which is a cluster of galaxies just 5 billion years ago. But in the background there are some galaxies, images of some galaxies, gravitationally lensed, magnified thanks to this lensing, which may be close to the cosmic dawn as far away as long time ago as 13 point something years ago. Then this is one of the big things which we will study in the future, but actually it's not enough, because James Webb is going to show us just the piece of the whole picture. What we really need for the future are many observatories, many big observatories which are working in synergy and showing us different aspects of the same objects, not just on infrared, but simultaneously infrared, optical, X-ray, gamma ray, and preferably not only light, but also other informations, for example, gravitational waves. Only then we can fully understand the global picture of the universe, but also maybe we can find out what was wrong with, if there is something wrong with this global picture of dark matter and dark energy. Is it true or not? And one last thing to mention here is that these all big coming observatories in which we are going to take part, this is not only exciting science, which will be available in the next decade, but also exciting opportunity for cutting-edge technologies in artificial intelligence, big data, science, machine learning, data transfer, and everything. And this is something which is actually of, and should be of interest to the society, because this is a perfect training ground for many technologies. Then I think I'm always saying that astronomy is not just to know the universe, which is great and which is real fun, but also this is a place to look for new technologies, development of new things, which then can be brought to us, to the society, and used in practice. Then this is my summary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this exciting overview. I think you actually finished with a very important point, that astronomy really impacts the society, and it's not only for us astronomers to have fun at our job, but also for the society to benefit from astronomy. And James Webb, especially this week's hero, provides a great example, because it also not only triggers our imagination now with these beautiful pictures, but also was the example of the instrument which really required a lot of new technologies when it comes to building the mirror, when it comes to developing some new techniques for the instrument, etc., to which actually now find some other applications, for example, in bioscience, etc. So just a question, what do you think, how James Webb will transfer your field of research? Do you think this will really make a huge change in our understanding of the universe?
My field of research is large-scale structure and distant galaxies, and I think it may change it a bit thanks to the better understanding of these distant galaxies, maybe what shapes they are, their morphologies, what is their color. But as I already said, for me, James Webb is not enough because its field of view is too small, because it observes just in a certain range of the wavelength. Then it's great, but I need more like that. I know, it's demanding.
I think this is a nature of astronomers, that they always want more, and there's never the end to new questions. I would like to ask if there are any questions from the audience to what we have heard. And if, yeah, no, please go ahead. And in the meantime, I will just ask all panelists what is your understanding of the impact of astronomy on society, if you have something that comes to your mind, that why astronomy is useful.
I think that we produce beautiful pictures. This is something really nice to look at. Before even I was studying astronomy, I liked to look at nice pictures of the sky and look at the sky just at night. So this is definitely something on the art side that we can give the society. But also, yes, knowing where we live and where we come from is an essential question everybody asks themselves. Where do I come from? What am I made of? And this is something that we find answers to.
Thank you very much.
Well, I have more like on Earth opinions. So in recent years, large amounts of data that are produced by astronomy are actually on the cutting edge of data science. And now algorithms that astronomers and other scientists develop to tackle these large amounts of data then find applications in all fields of life. So that's one of the biggest contributions of modern astronomy to society and general development.
Mm-hmm. That's a great point also to realize that it's worth to study astronomy to actually then get a great job in artificial intelligence, IT, and other algorithms. Thank you very much. And now we will move on to our next talk, given by Professor Rien van de Weigert from the Netherlands. I hope we can hear you well. And the talk will be more about the hidden ingredients of the universe.
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to join in on this very interesting conference. I hope you hear me. Could you confirm that?
Yes, we hear you.
Good. It's very nice to be invited for this conference at Katowice, but it's also linked to my alma mater, Leiden, in the Netherlands. So this is a great opportunity to try to attempt in a quarter of an hour to shed some light on the darkest parts of our universe, which at the same time are the dominant parts of our universe. We heard everything about the shiny stars and the galaxies, but we will learn that they are actually only a minor aspect of our universe. And I want to actually call attention to that within the large picture of our universe. We know that our universe started around 13.8 billion years ago. Actually, we know it quite precise, stunningly precise. Since the last 20 years, we talk about precision cosmology because of the enormous amount of very accurate data that we have. We learned about the formation of our universe. So we have an enormous amount of evidence for the start of our universe. So what does this imply and what does it learn us? Well, let me first give an impression of what the universe is actually doing. We know that since the past 13.8 billion years ago, the universe is expanding, and it's expanding at different rates. We get to that in a moment. What is it that is expanding? First of all, I want to make clear that what it is the expansion of space. We are not expanding into something, but it's space itself. And what is the consequence of space itself expanding? Imagine you have, like here, a part of space with around 100 galaxies. Each dot is a galaxy. We look a billion years later, and what do you see from the vantage point of a galaxy, for example, here in the center? Compare here the red and the green. The green was the one a billion years ago, red is now. What do you see? You see that actually the distance between the green and the red is in distance. And so if we proceed with another billion years, we see it again. So we see that actually as a result, if you look out into the depths of the universe, you see the galaxies moving away, and they do so with a velocity that is proportional to their distance. And this actually gave us the discovery in 1927 by Georges Lemaitre and 1929 by Edwin Hubble of the expanding universe. You see here two diagrams, and what you see on the vertical side is basically the speed, and what you see on the horizontal side is the distance. And you see that as a result of space stretching, the universe, it looks like galaxies are speeding away with a distance proportional to their distance. So what then will be the ultimate fate of this universe? And here it becomes interesting. So we don't have a view at one particular instant. We wonder if we are now, and you see one time against the relative size of space, one is today, now is now, you see that there are a couple of options. And we always wanted to know what is the option that our universe chose. It might be that the universe is filled in with a large amount of mass, so much mass that due to gravity, and Agnieszka already pointed it out, that the life of the universe is determined by gravity, it ultimately makes the universe stop and then turn around and collapse again. It might be that there is not just enough mass, and we will keep on expanding forever. That's what you see is the blue line. Notice that when you go back in time, the blue line is further away in time, so it's an older universe. There is an in-between possibility, that's the green one, that's just enough mass. And like I say, it all depends on the amount of mass. And you know, according to Einstein, mass is energy. The stunning discovery more than 24 years ago is that none of these yellow, green, and blue curves is the proper one. Our universe is doing something else. It's doing the red one. So it started 13.8 billion years ago. It slowed down because of the amount of mass in the universe. But over the past 7 billion years ago, you see it is doing something else. It's speeding up. That's counterintuitive. Why? And that's where our darkness comes in. When we then make an inventory of the energy content of the universe, we see that when we look at the stuff we are made of, atoms, the familiar stuff, we notice it's hardly anything more than 4.9% of the energy content of the universe. And only part of that is luminous. I have a number soon to show. Most of the matter in the universe is something else. and it represents 26.8% of the energy content of the universe. It's called dark matter. We don't know what it is. There are some options, and I will give some options, but we still have not identified this stuff. Why is dark matter important? Dark matter is important because if it were not there, we would not have been there. Stars and galaxies would not have had time to form, and in the end, we would not have been there. So even though we don't know what it is, it's extremely important. But it's still only a minor component of the universe. There is another mysterious amount of energy called dark energy, representing almost 70% of the energy content of the universe. And the very strange thing of this, its gravitational working is not attractive, it's repulsive. It repulses, and it leads to this faster expansion of the universe. So we are actually governed by dark matter and dark energy, the dark lords of the universe. So how do we know? Now let me point out to you, even though all these telescopes are so powerful and give such majestic images as we saw this week with James WST, they look at stars. And look at this table. Normally we are not allowed to show tables, but I just want to show you how much humility we should have. If you look up the main sequence stars, 3.3, that's a star like our sun, you see that less than half a promille of the energy content of the universe is consisting of these stars, even though there are 200 billion times 100 billion of them. They're nothing. It's dust with respect to the dark energy content. So how do we know this for sure? Let me give you a little bit of arguments. One of the arguments is when we look at huge conglomerations of galaxies called clusters, we see that the galaxies in there are speeding with 1,000 kilometers per second or faster. Even though the amount of light stars that you see in these clusters is not nearly enough to keep them together. But we see them by tens of thousands, so they are real objects. We need more mass to keep them together. It's a very strong argument. What I myself find the most beautiful argument is, however, to look back at the primordial universe 13.8 billion years ago. When we look at the sky, we see a pattern of noise. And when we look at this noise, we see it's actually sound waves in the early universe. Sound in the radiation, and sound in the baryons, in the atoms. Why is this so beautiful? Well, everyone who goes to church and listens to organs in the church hears that the sound is very characteristic, and that you can actually use the sound and the properties, the tonal ladder of the tubes, to infer the material and the size of the organ pipes. We do this exactly for our universe. And what we learn is that actually the main constituent of our universe, and you see here on the top right-hand side, the tonal ladder. And from these different up and down moves in the tonal ladder, we can infer the amount of atoms, the amount of dark matter, even the amount of dark energy that constitutes our universe. And sure enough, that's how we know for sure that atoms are only a minor part of our universe. Let me take 2 more minutes to pass what this could be and then provide us with an even bigger mystery. So what are these dark matter? What is it? We think it's probably particles, but we haven't seen these particles yet. Not in the Large Hadron Collider, not in any laboratory. We have to look out in the sky to realize what most of the mass in nature is. It might be particles that we are on the verge of detecting. For example, particles like sterile neutrinos, or their supersymmetric equivalents called neutralinos. Some others think that it might actually be things that are related to, for example, small black holes emanating from the early universe. Probably not. They're called machos, but might be. Some others think that maybe the laws of physics that we use are not complete, and that we are actually missing something in the law of gravity. And that's one of the major tasks of, for example, the upcoming Large Euclid telescope, to look for probes and signs of possible modifications of gravity with respect to Einstein's theory of relativity. It could be, but let me conclude with the largest riddle of them all. Dark energy. You always see the pie diagram on the top left, and you see dark energy is 70%. But look at the one 13.8 billion years ago. You see atoms, you see light particles, radiation, you see dark matter. At the time, dark matter was dominant, but no dark energy. But today, it's the dominant lord. So what happened? So here I made a diagram that makes us think about nature. You see here, as a function of time, and the horizontal bar is time, the energy content of the universe on the vertical axis. It's done in funny units, so-called logarithmic units, doesn't matter. Look at the red line. You see that as our universe is expanding, the amount of mass, density, is going down, like you expect, right? Less mass per larger volume. Radiation, photons, follows a similar track, but it goes down faster because photons, light particles, lose energy themselves as the universe expands. So they go down dramatically. Then look at the horizontal bar. That's dark energy. Look back in time. 1, it's near 1. Look up at the amount of energy in radiation and matter. 1,000 up to 100,000 billion times the density of dark energy. Dark energy was nowhere in the beginning. And then all of a sudden, 7 billion years ago, we see it surpassing even matter. And there it is. It kicked in. Or to put it in fractions, here is one of the main riddles of nature. Here you see the fraction in energy in matter, radiation, and dark energy as a function of time. 1 is today. 10,000 is around 10,000 years into the Big Bang, or approximately 5 times. And what do you see? You see dark energy came out of nothing, and then almost at the last possible moment, it takes over and dominates the fate of our universe. Why? If it had been larger, just 10 times larger, it would be nothing. We would not have been there. the universe would have started expanding out of oblivion. Why is it that nature has tuned this very strange dark energy such that we were allowed to appear? It's called in physics the hierarchy problem. We do not have any answer for this riddle. That's why we build these huge telescopes, to find the answer to the riddles of our own existence. I heard the question in the forum, why is astronomy important? It's important because ultimately it's giving us the answer to our own existence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really eye-opening, and I think there might be some questions. So I will first look at the audience. Perhaps there's a question from the panelists. There were many riddles, perhaps also some answers. No questions. Okay, so I will just ask you, what is, in your personal opinion, where some answers can appear? So do you think this next generation missions like Euclid that you mentioned, or rather theory, or maybe at CERN, from where the answers can come?
That's a very, very good question. So I will have to give a personal opinion, which has no value whatsoever, right? It's a personal opinion, and anyone may differ in opinion. I have good hope that something like the Large Hadron Collider, or a successor to something like that, or another smart detector, there are other dark matter detectors, may actually detect a dark matter particle or particles. I think that is quite feasible. There is no certainty, but you know, sometimes you have the feeling that we are close to the answer. I think dark energy, I am much more pessimistic. I know we are building this huge Euclid, an expensive Euclid satellite, and its main mission was pinning down the parameters for dark energy. And I actually think it quite likely that the answer it will come up with is the answer that we probably already think is most likely, that it is the so-called cosmological constant. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's a feeling that I would have. I think to solve that riddle, we need maybe not one, but maybe a group of Einsteins who finally will solve theoretically the enigma of quantum theory and general relativity, the theory for gravity, and the fact that at the very highest energies and the very first moments in the universe, they are incompatible, clearly indicating that we need a new theory called quantum gravity or whatever. I think that's where the answer probably is most likely to come from. I may be completely wrong, but that's my personal feeling.
Thank you very much. We acknowledge your opinion. I think it's very exciting to make such predictions. Obviously, that's why we have observatories to challenge our views. So we will see. But also it shows how interdisciplinary science is nowadays, that we really need to talk with quantum physicists, with particle physicists to understand the universe. So this is really fantastic. Thank you very much. And I think there's one more question.
Yes, actually, when you started speaking about the need of new theories, I was wondering, what is your opinion on the idea that the laws of physics work differently on different scales? That is the idea of modified Newtonian dynamics, that the gravity does not have the same effect on the small scales like here on Earth, but has slightly different effect when we move outwards into much larger scales. Then there would be no need for dark matter.
Like I said, it's a good question, and it certainly is an issue, right? I mean, when we look at gravity, we basically are probing from our solar system to slightly larger than our galaxy and clusters of galaxies. But there is a large range of scales besides that, of which we do not really know how gravity behaves. That's true. On the other hand, there is hundreds, if not thousands, of proposals for modifications of gravity, of Einstein's theory of general relativity. In that sense, I was incredibly impressed by the fact that by 2016, with the second detection of gravitational waves, the basically collision of neutron stars, in one go, that observation, of which, you know, quarter of the astronomers in the world was tied in with the campaign to look at the source and things like that, in one go, hundreds of these theories were wiped out because it turned out that general relativity was even more accurate than we actually had ever conceived. That impresses me. It gives you a little bit an idea that this actually is such a fantastic theory that we really should be careful in suggesting that there are some things wrong when we look in the universe and things do not completely work as we would like to. Perhaps on some other scales there are some modifications. With quantum gravity we know for sure at quantum scales. On astronomical scales, I think the most likely candidate for the time being is the general theory of relativity.
And with that, let's move on. So thank you very much, Rin, for a fantastic talk. And now we will actually move to Dorota, who participated in the big project, Polish project of searching for components of dark matter, but she will talk rather on some other discoveries that were possible thanks to those observations.
Thank you. Actually, today I would like to talk about the OGLE project, who is a flagship project of Polish astronomy. And this year is a special occasion to talk about it because the OGLE project celebrates its 30th birthday. So I would like to tell you a little bit how it started. So let's go back on a little historical journey. The idea behind the OGLE project was actually the question about dark matter, that is the dark side of the universe. So it all started in about 1985 when a very famous Polish astronomer, Bogdan Paczyński, refreshed the idea that we can use gravitational lensing to look for dark matter. That is, if, let's say, we know that the most of the matter is not in stars, but in some form of dark objects. So if we wanted to verify if these dark particles for example, in the halo of the galaxy are composed of massive objects, we could do that with microlensing. And this is exactly what he suggested, to use gravitational lensing to look for those massive compact objects in the halo of our galaxy. And maybe I should also say what actually gravitational lensing is. So this is an animation that shows the idea. If we have a distant star, which is the white object here, and it happens that another object passes in front of that distant star, it can be a star, it can be a planet, then due to the gravitational potential of that object, the light from the bright source is bent. So we call the distant star, the white object here, a source, and the object that passes in front of it is called a lens. So the lens bends the light, and as a result, we have multiple images of the source. We don't see those images, we cannot resolve them with the telescope if we have the effect of microlensing, because they are so close together that they blend into one object. But we do observe it as a brightening of a source. So we observe a star, we observe it brightens in a very characteristic way. So then we can tell that that brightening is the result of the gravitational lensing by some dark object between us and the star. So this is the idea that could be used to detect dark matter in the halo of our galaxy. And we would do it by observing some other galaxy, and the closest candidates are the Magellanic Clouds, which are actually visible by eye in the southern sky, not in the northern hemisphere, unfortunately. So we could observe that distant galaxies and see if we can find any dark object passing in front of us and the stars in that galaxy. So, and this is how the optical gravitational lensing experiment was created. It was in 1992, and here are the Polish astronomers who were the first members of the project. And on the right there is Professor Andrzej Udalski, who was the PI and still is the PI of the project. And in the beginnings, there was a collaboration with Professor Spaczynski, Preston, and Matteo from the Carnegie Institute in the United States. So around the same time, since this was a hot idea at that time, and so around the same time, another two groups started searching for these massive compact halo objects that could be dark matter. And in 1993, almost at the same time, all three groups found first microlensing events in our galaxy. So this was the major breakthrough, and it opened a new class of discoveries. By now we have thousands, over 20,000 microlensing events observed. So this is not a small number. So it opened a whole new field in astronomy, and the OGLE project has been observing since then, of course, and the microlensing was possible to find thanks to observing certain areas of the sky for a very, very long time, because the likelihood of an event that an object passes in front of another object directly to cause this gravitational lensing is very small. So in order to be able to detect it, one has to observe thousands of stars each night for years. And thanks to the fact that OGLE observed the Magellanic Clouds, the center of our galaxy, and the galactic disk for years each night, allowed for a variety of different discoveries. So microlensing is one of the great results that the OGLE project provided, but there are many, many more. And I would like to just show you a few of those discoveries that were made over the past 30 years. So first, what's with the dark matter? I said that if the dark matter was in the form of machos, that is massive compact halo objects, we would have discovered it. And after 12 years of regular observations, it turned out that only 11 microlensing events were discovered in the regions toward the Magellanic Clouds. And this showed, and this was much, much less than we would expect if we had dark matter in the form of machos in the halo of our galaxy. So the answer, the OGLE project has provided the answer. The dark matter is not in the form of machos and probably is non-baryonic, that is made of some particles other than we are made of. Another important discovery
that happened at that time is the first planet detected with the microlensing method. Now we have over 100 planets detected with this method. So the Ogle project introduced some early warning systems, which is now used by observatories around the world to identify candidates for planets, and was provided the first discovery. And also, before, over 30 years ago, we didn't know any planets besides our solar system. Now we know thousands of planets, but the discoveries were also back 30 years ago, the first discoveries, and we had our part in it. Also, when speaking of planets, I have to mention that the first planet detected with the transiting technique was provided by the Ogle group as well. Transit is that when the planet passes in front of a star, it causes a little, that the star appears a little bit fainter. And this is what was first discovered by the Ogle group. Now, speaking of planets, a few years ago, we were the first to discover a population of free floating planets, that is planets that don't have stars to circle around. So, and actually, Dr. Przemek Mróz, who is sitting next to me, was the leader of the discovery. So another groundbreaking discovery that was not known before, and thanks to the continuous monitoring of the sky over 30 years and having thousands of measurements of the observations of stars, of billions of stars, the Ogle project could also search for something which is very important in astronomy, which we call variable stars. These are stars that change their brightness in some periodic way, and the way that brightness changes allows us to tell more about these stars. And in particular, there are some classes of variable stars that allow us to determine distances to them, which is not so straightforward in the case of a regular normal star. So thanks to the regular monitoring, Ogle discovered thousands and actually now over 1 million variable stars that allowed for major groundbreaking discoveries in astronomy, like the structure of nearby galaxies, the Large and the Small Magellanic Cloud, and the structure of our galaxy, which I will say a little bit more in a moment. Also, the finding of new class of variable stars, which one could think is not possible anymore. So the 30 years of the Polish Ogle project gave a lot of breakthrough discoveries in astronomy, and one of them is describing the shape of our galaxy. So if you look here at this slide, there is a number of spiral galaxies that we observe in the universe, but we cannot make a picture of our galaxy, right? Because we cannot get into the starship and fly away, because even if we could travel at the speed of light, which we can't, then it would still take us about 50,000 years to move far enough to be able to take a picture like this. So these pictures, but we see pictures of our other galaxies, and we have an idea that our galaxy may be similar, but we cannot photograph it directly. So what do we do to make a map of our galaxy? We need to find a class of objects that we could measure distances to, and classical Cepheids are pulsating stars that, thanks to their internal properties, allow us to calculate direct distances to them. And the Ogle project had the campaign to observe the galactic plane for about 6 years to find all those classical Cepheids. And these are the yellow points that you see here. These are the classical Cepheids observed by the Ogle project. And blue dots are from other astrophysical surveys. And to all those dots, we could determine distances and see how they look in 3 dimensions. And this is what the result is. So each dot here is a classical Cepheid, and that gray grid is a plane in 3 dimensions that is this is a fit to the distribution of those dots. And this shows what the disk of our galaxy looks like. So our galaxy, the disk of our galaxy is not flat, it's actually bent, and on one side it's bent downwards and upwards on the other side. And the bending of the disk is quite significant. If you think that our galaxy has a diameter of about 120,000 light years, the bending of the disk is up to 5,000 light years on the edges. So this is the first time that we were able to create this 3-dimensional map of our galactic disk based on real directly measured distances. Previous estimates were based on some assumptions and some models. Here, this is the true shape of the galaxy. And if we would be able to look at our galaxy from the side, this is what we would see. The disk is not only bent, but it also gets wider with the distance from the center. At the center of the galaxy, the disk is quite thin. At around the location of the sun, it has some 500 light years, the thickness of the disk, but it goes up to 3,000 light years on the edges. So this is, if we could go fly away, this is what we would see. And also this is what I said, but this is a different representation, that our disk gets thicker with the distance from the galactic center, which is not intuitive. Okay, so, and last slide, the same stars allowed us to create a rotation curve of our galaxy. This was already said, but this is an ultimate proof for the existence of dark matter in the Milky Way galaxy. So it started with dark matter and recently continues giving results on dark matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's amazing, and congratulations on this beautiful result. I think we are running out of time, so I would just say that OGLE is really a fantastic project that is a flagship, basically, project in Poland with the telescope in Chile. And the next talk will actually discuss a little bit more about what are the challenges, because there are not only scientific challenges, but there are also other challenges that cause problems with interpreting data, astronomical observations, and that we have to now take care of. So the next speaker will be Przemek Mróz, and I hope the slides are coming.
Right, so Agnieszka, Vivian, and Dorota were talking about great astronomical discoveries that wouldn't be possible without astronomical observations. However, it's possible that in a few years from now, ground-based telescopes, such as OGLE telescope in Chile, will be useless. And this is because of the growing light pollution from the growing number of satellites that are being launched into space. Some of these satellites are as bright as the brightest stars, so it's changing the way our sky looks like. We're talking about satellite megaconstellations, that is, large groups of satellites that are working together as a system, so they can provide a global coverage, for example, a global internet access. Two well-known satellite constellations are Starlink, which was designed by SpaceX, and OneWeb. Both of these satellite constellations aim to provide high-speed internet over the entire globe. Both of them are operating in low Earth orbit at an altitude of about 300 to 1200 kilometers above the surface of the Earth. So currently we have about 2,500 Starlink satellites in orbit and about 430 OneWeb satellites in orbit, but there are plans for much more. There are plans for 42,000 Starlinks and 48,000 OneWeb satellites. And other companies and national entities also plan to launch their own satellite constellations. So in a few years from now, we may end up with 100,000 satellites in orbit. So as soon as the first Starlink satellites were launched, people have realized that they are really bright. And if they happen to move across the field of view of our telescopes, they leave very bright streaks, which may ruin the entire observations. In a response to that, SpaceX CEO Elon Musk tweeted, there are already 4,900 satellites in orbit, which people notice 0% of the time. Starlink won't be seen by anyone unless looking very carefully, and will have 0% impact on advancements in astronomy. We need to move telescopes to orbit anyway. Atmospheric attenuation is terrible. Okay, so let's check that. The plot here shows the number of artificial objects that we track in the low Earth orbit as a function of time. So currently we are able to track about 20,000 pieces of debris and satellites in orbit around the Earth. Most of these objects are small and faint, by which I mean they are less massive than 100 kilograms. There are probably millions of objects that are smaller than 10 centimeters that we cannot really track from Earth. And if you look more closely, most of these objects were formed during 3 events. That is Russian and Chinese anti-satellite weapon tests and the collision between 2 satellites, Iridium and Cosmos, in 2009. So half of these small objects were formed as a result of collisions and destruction of satellites. The number of large satellites, larger than 100 kilograms, large and bright satellites, has been growing steadily up until 2020 and has doubled since then, mainly thanks to Starlink and OneWeb satellite constellations. When a satellite is passing in front of the field of view of our telescope, it can leave a bright streak which can make part of the image or the whole image unusable. So we may miss an interesting object, or we simply need to repeat the whole observations. And the observations on large telescopes are costly, and it's very hard to obtain time on those large telescopes. These satellites are visible mostly during twilight, that is a few hours after the sunset or a few hours before the sunrise, when the satellites reflect the light of the sun toward the observer. And I want to point out that the problem is real. So the plot here shows the number of satellite streaks that have been recorded in images from a real telescope, from a telescope of ZTF survey that operates in California. Currently, about a quarter of images taken by that telescope during twilight are affected by satellites. So the problem is real. Satellites also pose a big threat to radio observatories, which are normally built in remote areas on deserts of Africa or Australia to prevent any interference from human activity. If a satellite is flying over such a radio observatory, it's the brightest object in the radio sky, much brighter than the objects astronomers are trying to actually observe. And of course, there is a problem of collisions and generation of space debris. I'm pretty sure that in a few years from now, we will hear about an increasing number of satellite conjunctions and satellite collisions. And as you remember, each satellite collision may produce thousands of pieces of space debris. And again, this is a real problem because in the past several months, there have been reports about close approaches between Starlink satellites and satellites of other operators, and even a close approach between Starlink satellite and the Chinese space station. So the problem is getting real. So should we listen to Elon Musk and move all our telescopes to space? That would be great, because space telescopes are great, but they are not satellite-proof. So here's an image from the Hubble Space Telescope that has a Starlink streak on it, this huge streak. And the other problem is more mundane, because space telescopes are simply costly. So space-based telescopes are approximately 100 times more expensive than ground-based telescopes. So we cannot afford to build many of these, although we would like to have them. So what should we do? The problem is that there are no international regulations that would tell satellite operators what they can do and what they cannot. So now we can rely only on satellite operators' goodwill. We can ask them to make their satellites fainter, to switch off transmissions when the satellites are flying over radio observatories, or we can ask them to place their satellites at altitudes below 600 kilometers to prevent generation of space debris. But we cannot enforce that, and that's the biggest problem. On our sides, the sides of astronomers, we can try to develop software to mask or remove the streaks, or try to reschedule our observations to dodge the satellites, to move telescope, to look at other places with our telescopes. However, if a quarter of our observations are affected by Starlink, there is nowhere to look. So that's not an option in all cases. So let me come back to this plot, which shows the number of artificial objects in Earth's orbit that we see now. In a few years from now, that plot may look like that. So, in my opinion, I feel that we have already lost the battle. So it's very likely that in a few years from now, astronomy and astronomical observations will not look the same way as they do now. And that's my main message. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's a somewhat pessimistic accent. Thank you. But I think we all need to be aware of these challenges, especially that the investments in astronomical observatories are huge, and as we know, they bring fruits. But they also need time and quiet. And definitely these private initiatives, which are in principle fine, has to be verified in their impact on the research, and public spending has to be somehow regulated. With that, I would like to thank all the speakers of today's session, Agnieszka, Rin, Dorota and Przemek. Thank you very much. I think the session altogether was very interesting and shows how astronomy can really impact the society, and is really important for all of us to understand where we come from. Thank you.
Of the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra with an impressive 1,800-seat concert hall is an example of an investment that allows the preservation of musical heritage. The Orchestra House, thanks to precisely dedicated technical and functional values, is a center of protection, development, and promotion of classical music that stands out on the world map. The examples of development of sports infrastructure and facilities are 2 municipal swimming pools, which are the first investments of this type in the city, and each of these facilities is located in a different part of the city, which makes it easier for residents of many districts to access them, and the construction of 2 modern sports complexes is underway, including a new city stadium, the largest investment in sports infrastructure so far. The most important component of the city is certainly its inhabitants, and every year as part of the participatory budget, residents have the opportunity to create urban space. The civic attitude of the inhabitants can also be seen through the great involvement in municipal social projects, such as planting meadows and trees, and arranging neighborhood gardens or jointly revitalizing yards. The city is also initiating the campaign to install tanks to collect rainwater. Every year, all the projects prove that the residents have an impact on what their immediate neighborhood looks like. What's more is that it even makes them feel even more responsible for its condition.
Jesteśmy uczelnią wciąż młodą. W tym roku obchodzimy 20 lat samodzielnego funkcjonowania Akademii w Katowicach. To jest taki czas i taka perspektywa, z której możemy spojrzeć wstecz, widząc drogę, jaką przeszliśmy. Ja lubię patrzeć na uczelnię jako na miejsce spotkania i to zarówno w takim podstawowym wymiarze, jakim jest spotkanie międzyludzkie, konfrontacja poglądów, wymiana dobrej energii. Kiedy myślimy o Akademii jako instytucji, to spotkanie sztuki i designu powoduje, że tworzy się potencjał do tworzenia nowych, hybrydowych jakości. Zaangażowanie powoduje, że nie jesteśmy neutralni na to, co dzieje się wokół.
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
the corner where the big boys play.
Katowice is the heart of the GZM metropolis, with more than 2.3 million residents. The city with industrial roots, creative, modern, innovative, and first of all safe. My smart city. Katowice is focused on sustainable transport by introducing solutions minimizing a harmful impact on the environment. Effective, safe, and economically profitable transport. A developed network of public transport functions on the territory of the metropolis, based on one tariff system, enabling easy movement between individual cities. Katowice is its central point. Residents may travel by buses as well as by tram and rail lines. Katowice is also an important transport hub enabling national and international travels. The city works intensively on the innovative use of its developed road infrastructure. Interchange stations facilitate transfers between various means of transport in key parts of Katowice. A network of urban bicycles is complementary with systems of neighboring cities, due to which it is possible to move easily between cities of the metropolis. Electromobility projects are developed intensively in Katowice, dedicated both to individuals and to public transport. Therefore, the number of emission-free vehicles in the city is rising. The idea of sharing individual vehicles develops complementarily towards public transport. You can comfortably move around the city by electric kick scooter, electric scooter or by car, all available via applications. Katowice urban infrastructure is effectively managed by smart systems. They help in alert communicating residents and tourists, all the time treating safety issues as a priority. The Katowice Intelligent Monitoring and Analysis System detects and alarms dispatches on its own about different events, such as gatherings, devastation acts, casualty individuals, driving in a forbidden zone or incorrect parking. Whereas the platform for cooperation of services responsible for safety allows to coordinate preventive and informative actions such as protection against flooding threat, air quality forecasting, or road traffic intensity. The entire system is complemented with air quality sensors measuring concentration of PM10, PM2.5 dusts, as well as temperature, humidity, and air pressure. Measurements from the sensors are displayed on screens in public buildings and dedicated website. The installed devices are part of the air quality monitoring system created within the AWARE project. Katowice has the largest participatory budget per one resident among voivodeship cities in Poland. More than 500 projects submitted by residents have been implemented in the city just within the last 5 years. The participatory budget is an excellent tool for developing districts of Katowice and improving citizens' life quality. A mobile application is helpful while searching for important historical information about Katowice. Residents can also make payment of official fees more effectively and save their time by using fee payment machines, payment card or BLIK. Katowice is a smart city aiming at perfection, to be among the European leaders of smart solutions in the near future. Katowice, simply smart.
Katowice today is an example of long-term and multidimensional changes. Associated with mining and heavy industry, it has been transformed into a place of new possibilities, where innovative business and culture flourish. New road projects, modernization of municipal infrastructure, as well as brownfield redevelopment with the help of EU funds, enabled the metamorphosis into a modern urban center. Years of efforts to improve the quality of life in Katowice have been recognized by the United Nations, and in June of 2022, the city will host city experts, politicians, and activists during the World Urban Forum. A developed network of road transport in the city is constantly replenished with new and improved transport solutions, focusing mainly on public transport. In recent years, transfer centers with parking spaces have been established in Katowice, located along the main thoroughfares of the city for quick and easy change of means of transportation. Katowice has to offer a network of urban bike rentals, which is growing every single year. Upgrades based on low emission reduction and overhauls are priority in the pursuit of sustainable development of Katowice. Insulation of buildings and connecting them to the municipal heating network, as well as the implementation of the program of subsidies for the replacement of heat sources in the private premises, are one of the pro-ecological activities in the city. And thanks to European funds, the rainwater and sewage management systems have also been put in order. The Katowice Cultural Zone has been the showcase of Katowice for many years, and the International Congress Center, the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the Silesian Museum, located near the Spodek Arena, were constructed on the premises of the former Katowice mine. And the city is also successfully investing in restoration of parks and green areas in the city districts, making them safer and more attractive. And among the investments planned for the upcoming years related to the green areas is the revitalization of the Five Ponds Valley in Szopienice. The new building of the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra with an impressive 1,800-seat concert hall is an example of an investment that allows the preservation of musical heritage. The orchestra house, thanks to precisely dedicated technical and functional values, is a center of protection, development, and promotion of classical music that stands out on the world map. The examples of development of sports infrastructure and facilities are two municipal swimming pools, which are the first investments of this type in the city, and each of these facilities is located in a different part of the city, which makes it easier for residents of many districts to access them. And the construction of two modern sports complexes is underway, including a new city stadium, the largest investment in sports infrastructure so far. The most important component of the city is certainly its inhabitants, and every year as part of the participatory budget, residents have the opportunity to create urban space. The civic attitude of the inhabitants can also be seen through the great involvement in municipal social projects, such as planting meadows and trees, and arranging neighborhood gardens or jointly revitalizing yards. The city is also initiating the campaign to install tanks to collect rainwater. Every year, all the projects prove that the residents have an impact on what their immediate neighborhood looks like. What's more is that it even makes them feel even more responsible for its condition.
Przez całe życie doświadczamy świata.
Doświadczenia definiują nas od najmłodszych lat.
Obserwujemy, uczymy się, patrzymy coraz dalej.
Błędy, wyzwania i porażki to także nauka.
Krok po kroku uczymy się, jak zmieniać naszą rzeczywistość.
Nasze sukcesy osiągamy dzięki doświadczeniu.
Dzielimy się pasjami, tworzymy i dajemy upust kreatywności.
Pewne doświadczenia zostają z nami na całe życie. Dzięki ciekawości świata docieramy w nowe miejsca i rozwijamy się. Wszyscy doświadczamy różnych sytuacji, zdarzeń i zjawisk. Uniwersytet opiera się na doświadczaniu.
Uniwersytet Śląski.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and privilege to be here with you and to chair such an exciting session. The session contains two segments. First segment has been prepared and will be presented by a group of specialists from Medical University of Silesia. You can see both of them, all of them, sitting in front of you. And the second segment will be presented by a specialist from Academy of Physical Education in Katowice, and they just sit in front of us and wait for a chance. Okay, can we move on? I would like to introduce my group. My name is Piotr Zęczyt. I'm from Medical University of Silesia and also from Silesian Center for Heart Diseases because I'm a doctor, cardiologist, nephrologist. And the group which deliver the rest of our talk is here. Dr. Jolanta Malinowska-Borowska will deliver some information, will give you some information about the chronic disease. Very important, unknown, rarely diagnosed, but clinically very important. Our student, Ms. Małgorzata Piecuch, a student of doctoral school from our university, will talk about the connection between this disease and some aspect of diet, nutrition. And Professor Grzegorz Dziubanek will deliver a talk, will focus on a connection between environment, air and soil pollution, and this disease. As you see, I don't want to tell you what disease we touch here. And let me now provide a little introduction. This is our group and the group from our partners. Adding years to life and life to years. This intriguing and interesting sentence I borrowed from recent report from McKinsey Health Institute. This is a big organization collecting information and analyzing information regarding global health situation. The specialists from this group arrived at conclusion that, as you see, at least 6 years of higher quality of life for everyone is within a reach. This is exciting, and we will talk a little bit more about this. First of all, it is not unknown for everyone that we live longer. Within the last 2 centuries, our lifespan more than doubled. If we look a little closer to years closer to our lives here, you see that even within the last 60 years, we gained approximately 20 additional life. So it's for sure, we live longer. But the question is if we live better. The answer for this question is no, because if you look at the bottom part of this panel, you see that the proportion of life that we spend in suboptimal or even poor health quality is the same. So it is not good for us because we live longer, but at the expense of poor or suboptimal quality of life. What poor quality of life means for individual person? It is similar in case of stress and discomfort as, for example, divorce, death of close relative, loss of job, or cut of salary, for example, by half. So this is really a stress. Can we do something with it? Yes, we can. But first, we should talk about health in general. The current definition of health is not just the lack of chronic diseases. It's a complex aspect because it is a combination of 4 dimensions: physical, mental, social, and spiritual. All these dimensions work together, enabling perfect life. But there are several circumstances that impede this harmonize or even ruin this harmony. And this aspect should be taken into account and properly addressed. Some of them cannot be modified. For example, personal attitudes, as you can see on the graph, for example, genetics, but others, like traits, like financial circumstances in which the individual lives, can be modified. The other features, such as personal behaviors, also can be modified. For example, nutrition, exercise, sleep, job. Another important question is obviously environment, but environment not taken as a pollution only, but understood broader. For example, climate, nutrition, availability of nutrition, quality of nutrition, and many others. And finally, the last aspect is interventions. These interventions are not only medically understood interventions, like prevention and treatment of diseases, but also intervention in education, in global circumstances, global environment when the individual lives. And this is quality of health. Can we modify it? Yes, we can. Here you can see the complicated graph, but demonstrating a very interesting aspect. If we managed to take advantage of all known technologies to improve quality of life, to prolong life in prevention and promotion of health, in therapeutic aspects, and also in environment, we could probably get rid of 40% of global disease burden nowadays present in global population. So it's something that is worth our effort and work together. Work together and implementation of all these aspects into global life is a condition under which reduction of global burden of diseases can be done. Here I stop and I ask Yola to deliver her speech on this disease. And for the first time, the name of this disease will be provided.
Yes, of course, it works. The muscular system consists of at least 600 muscles, and each of it plays a special role in our body, from allowing us to move, maintaining our posture, stabilizing our joints. But as early as the age of 30, we all began to gradually lose mass and strength. Of course, all of us, and I'm sure about it, we believe that during our aging, all of us, it's really naturally that we lose our hearing, vision, and ability to move. However, some of us lose it more quickly. And this serious condition is called sarcopenia, and sarcopenia is the disease which we are talking about today. Sarcopenia is the progressive loss of skeletal muscle mass and strength, which results in functional decline. And this condition can lead to many consequences, for example, disability, a loss of independence. That's why medical and social support is needed for people suffering from sarcopenia, what of course poses a huge economic burden on national healthcare systems. Increased frailty. Frailty is a condition which is commonly known and linked together with aging. However, critically ill patients with sarcopenia frailty is more common in this group. Other consequences is risk of falls, diminished quality of life, more frequent hospitalization, need of long-term care. The most serious consequences of sarcopenia are increased probability of mortality and morbidity. what causes sarcopenia? Many different factors can cause sarcopenia. In the first group, I would like to talk about age-related changes. For example, lower hormone levels, for example, testosterone, a growth hormone, cellular changes in muscle synthesis, inflammation or even inflammaging, what is a byproduct of inflammation that cumulatively destroys our immune system and metabolism over time. In the group of environmental and lifestyle factors, we've got a lack of exercise and prolonged bed rest, loss of mobility, poor nutrition, especially not adequate intake of proteins and calories, obesity, acidic load in the human diet, and air pollution. Of course, many chronic diseases can lead to sarcopenia, and this group we've got rheumatoid arthritis, metabolic disorders, endocrine disorders, dental and oral problems, cancer, malnourishment, and dementia. In 2016, sarcopenia was included in the register in the International Classification of Diseases 10th revision, allowing healthcare providers to record this illness and to claim in medical claims. However, I have to say that from this moment, many has changed, and the first, of course, what is positive, the awareness about sarcopenia has arisen, and many researchers started from this moment like a top topic for researchers. However, of course, from this moment, it was also a trigger for pharmaceutical companies to start researches in this area. However, I have to also say that sarcopenia, it's not only a disease. Many scientists still think that the term geriatric syndrome is better for definition. It's because that many interactions, functional interactions between muscular system and other parts of the body are not covered by this definition. What's more, many scientists think that sarcopenia cannot be considered as a disease because it's independent of the aging process, so it could be met like that. Sarcopenia is defined as a disease, but also a geriatric syndrome. According to the latest consensus of a European Working Group on Sarcopenia on Older People, the suspicion of probable sarcopenia is linked to a reduction of muscle strength. However, in the diagnostic process, used radiological assessment made by DEXA, computer tomography, or MRI. So this diagnostic confirmation comes from the detection of poor muscle quality or quantity. A simple screening test is also available for sarcopenia. It's called SARC-F. It's a 5-item questionnaire which compounds of five points: strength when lifting, assistance needed in walking, rising from bed, climbing stairs, and falls in the past year. It ranks, as I told you, 5 components, but the total amount is 10. And the score from 4, it means that there is a risk of sarcopenia. Of course, in the diagnosis of sarcopenia, a hydraulic dynamometer is also used to measure the hand grip strength. However, in the diagnostic process, it's not so useful. What about prevalence? No, unfortunately, prevalence of sarcopenia is quite high. Approximately 10% of older individuals around the world are suffering from sarcopenia, and sarcopenia and prevalence is higher in older patients with chronic heart failure. I have to say that chronic heart failure and sarcopenia are in a vicious circle. So heart failure can, through inflammation from reduced muscle mass, can influence sarcopenia, and sarcopenia, of course, through reduced muscle mass and not inadequate physical activity, can also cause heart failure. So this prevalence is really much linked together. The problem is that the prevalence could significantly increase over the next few decades. It is said that in the next few decades it can rise from 10.9 million in 2016 to 18.7 million in 2045. What about treatment? Currently, there are no treatment recommendations for people suffering from sarcopenia. Proper nutrition, especially adequate intake of protein and adequate calories and exercise, especially resistance-based strength training, is recommended as a treatment. However, at this moment, I would like to say that at this moment, sarcopenia is a topic in clinical clinical medicine, because we are the population is aging, and probably the sarcopenia will be the most important illness in the next decades. Thank you.
Now I would like to move on and ask Professor Grzegorz Dziubanek to deliver a speech on environmental problems and links with sarcopenia. Stage is yours, Grzegorz.
Thank you. Could you move? Thank you. I need some help. Okay. Not this direction. Maybe this direction. Yes, thank you. Sarcopenia is also the disease which has in the etiology the influence of the aspects environmental. And about these environmental factors, I would like say and describe some examples. And according to WHO statement, the singular environmental factor that have the strongest influence on our life is air pollution. Air pollution, as we know, this is the mixture of different compounds, including suspended dust. Nearly each of us is living in an area where air quality don't meet the regulations, the recommendations of World Health Organization, which are very strict. They are much more strict than the national regulations, including European Union regulations. And the calculations of the influence of these factors on our life are not positive, because every year, in the year, we could calculate about 4 million premature deaths which are connected with ambient air pollution. Ambient air pollution is the air pollution outside home. Another aspect, this is the exposure inside our indoor environment, because we spend, this is a very important factor, because we spend about 80% of our light in the buildings. And the number of deaths, the premature deaths caused by these aspects, this factor is also close to the 4 million every year. And from this point of view, is very important because in the European Union, we have very big difference in the quality of air, and here in Poland, we have the air quality very low. I would like to show some examples of epidemiological data from different countries in which the researchers analyze the interrelations between air pollution and prevalence of sarcopenia. First of them are from Taiwan, and in this study, they were analyzed the long-term exposure. The long-term exposure is much more important because sarcopenia is a disease which developing very slowly. And for the policymakers, very important information is how they could react, how they could change the regulations in the aspects of air quality, having such data like the conclusions from this study. And the lowering the concentrations of the suspended dust of a very small diameter lower than 2.5 micrometers. This is very small particles that could disseminate the bloodstream, and therefore these small particles are very dangerous for us. But decrease of the concentrations, the concentration by 1.4 micrograms per in the cubic meter is associated with decrease in skeletal muscle mass by 2%. At the same time, they observe increase in body fat mass. But the factor that could play a protective role is physical activity. Bigger studies were performed in France, and the researchers found that not only suspended dust is very dangerous in this aspect. They found also the influence of black smoke and nitrogen dioxide. And the highest risk, the highest exposure to air pollution is observed in the countries with low and middle income. And it's very interesting how an interesting study performed in these 6 countries from different continents on the population of 31 million people, which show that increase in the PM2.5 in the long-term exposure is correlated with very strong decreasing of the muscle mass. Another aspect is the exposure at home, the indoor air pollution. The Chinese researchers analyze and they compare the people who are using for cooking different kinds of the fuels. The clean and the fossil fuels, which quality is much lower, and the exposure of the residents to the products of using these fuels is much higher, the exposure to air pollution inside home. And the risk of those people are much higher. And I didn't find any study which analyzed the benzoapyren, which is the representative of a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon, as an exposure to air pollution and health effects in the aspects of sarcopenia. But the study conducted on the rodents showed that could be such interrelation. We could also expect that such interrelations could also exist in a human population. Why I talk about it? Because this is very important from the point of view of air quality in Poland. On the first picture, I show you the data of European Environmental Agency, on which we can see how a big concentration of suspended dust is in Poland in the context of European Union countries. And we can also find that the highest concentration is here in Upper Silesia and also in Małopolskie Voivodeship. And a concentration of benzoapiren is the difference between Poland and other countries from European Union is much, much bigger. And the standards of EU, the maximum allowable concentration of benzoapiren in EU in Poland is a few times higher than comparing to the European regulations. It means that we could be at higher risk than the populations from other countries. And another results. The World Air Quality Report from 2020 showed that the city in which was the worst quality of air is Orzesze. This whole Europe, not only the countries from European Union. And the ranking prepared by WHO also showed that in the group of 10 most polluted cities in Europe are 7 or 8 Polish cities, including generally the cities from our region. Not only air pollution is a risk factor, there are other environmental risk factors. First of them is the phthalate. They are the softeners of plastics. They are very often used in many items, but the route of exposure, the main route of exposure of the human exposure is ingestion. They could accumulate because they have the lipophilic features, and they accumulate in the very fatty food products like fish. And the researchers from Korea and United States show that there is a correlation between concentration of metabolites of different kinds of phthalates and the risk of sarcopenia. And the last risk factors I would like to talk about is they are heavy metals. Heavy metals environmental pollution is very high here in Upper Silesia because of our history. Here was many plants that they were conducted, the mining, the processing of heavy metals ores. The soil is very strongly polluted, and the main route of exposure is the consumption of edible plants, vegetables cultivated on the local arable soils like at allotments, home gardens, and agricultural fields. And probably we could be here in Upper Silesia at higher risk. And I have such conclusion that we could start such study in a population of elderly people from Silesia, comparing to population from other region. And I can conclude also my part of presentation that very important is to awareness. The awareness how to avoid the risk, where are the health risk factors in the environment could help us to minimize the exposure. Because we are living, it's not only the problem of the elderly people, we are exposed during whole our life, and in the younger part of the life we are working for the future. We create our health state in the future, in the elderly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that links between air pollution, general environmental problem, and sarcopenia is relatively new, but it promises intervention in the field, promises largest probably gain which we can reach now. Problems with diet is also very important, and here I would like to get a stage to Małgosia to deliver her parts, and please expect some interesting aspects of nutrition. Not only how much protein you should eat, but many others. Małgosia, go on.
Thank you. Okay, medical and technological development has drastically improved quality of life and consequently life expectancy. Who of us wouldn't like to know the magical way to remaining forever young? I will disappoint you. This kind of product has not been invented by me nor any scientist in the world. But I will tell you something important. We have an influence on what our old age will look like. Really. Sarcopenia, according to European Working Group on Sarcopenia in Older People Second, is defined as a low muscle strength, reduced quantity and quality of muscle mass, and decreased physical performance. Effective nutrition and exercise interventions may improve sarcopenia in the elderly. Muscle wasting appears to be an adaptive response to acidosis. The released amino acids are converted to glutamine in the liver, and the glutamine is used by the kidney to increase synthesis of ammonia. Ammonia accepts protons and is excreted as ammonium ions, thereby mitigating the acidosis. Nutrition is one of the factors that may influence the acid-base balance in the body. Western diets, rich in animal protein and poor in fruit and vegetables, increase the body acid load, a predictor of the sarcopenia's risk. Well, but how to estimate the dietary acid load in a practical way? Dietary acid base load is a balance between hydrogen ion generating foods such as meats, cereals, and dairy products such like hard cheese, and the foods providing base precursors such as fruit and vegetables. The acidogenic potential of foods can be calculated, among other, using potential renal net acid load, PRAL. PRAL takes into account the nutrient ionic balance and intestinal absorption rates of protein, phosphorus, magnesium, calcium, potassium, as well as the metabolism of protein in the production of sulfate. In other words, this is the amount of acid that is produced by the body after digesting food. A positive PRAL score indicates an acid-forming potential, while a negative score indicates an alkaline potential. It's simple. The higher the PRAL, the more acid is produced. Well, so what kind of products we should choose to reduce the risk of sarcopenia? Is there any special diet? Take it easy. Following the recommendations of rational nutrition, such as 5 portions of vegetables and fruit each day, choosing good fats like olive oil or rapeseed oil instead of butter and lard, reducing meat consumption in favor of fish and legumes, and eating whole grains, these healthy eating habits will allow us not only to lower the risk of sarcopenia, but also of the majority of non-communicable diseases, including cardiovascular diseases and cancers. For many years, Mediterranean diets has been frequently named as one of the healthiest diets in the world. Also, in the case of sarcopenia, it is often recommended, both in the treatment of sarcopenia and its prevention. Vitamin D, antioxidants, and omega-3 polyunsaturated fatty acids may also contribute to the preservation of muscle strength. Of course, a vegetarian diet is characterized by a lower acid load, but the mere limitation of meat consumption while increasing the amount of consumed vegetables has beneficial effects. I would not be myself an active marathoner runner if I didn't mention about physical activity, especially resistance training, which is crucial for the prevention and treatment of sarcopenia. A sedentary lifestyle is the silent killer, unfortunately. I would like you to take 3 things out of my speech. First of all, aging is inevitable, but we already have an influence on how it will develop. Secondly, diet. Diet may contribute to reduce the risk of developing sarcopenia. A diet rich in vegetables and fruit with decreased consumption of meat. And last but not least, physical activity significantly reduces the risk of developing sarcopenia. So just remember, healthy eating habits and regular physical activity are the key to good aging. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're running out of time now. And first of all, I should congratulate my partners. Fantastic talks. And summarize our session by saying that sarcopenia is a big problem. We should be aware of it, prevent it, and in case we are becoming ill, just try to avoid, well, consequences. Many consequences are linked to sarcopenia. Thank you for your attention, and I would like to take stage to our colleagues from other university. Thank you.
Thank you very much for great presentations. Please take your seats. I was a little bit afraid that we will talk about completely different things, but we represent Academia Physical Education, and physical fitness and physical activity was mentioned many times in these speeches. I will shortly present our group. My name is Kajetan Słomka. I represent Academia Physical Education and Department of Human Motor Behavior. My colleagues are Dr. Justyna Michalska, also represents Department of Human Motor Behavior. She is an assistant professor in this department. She was leading several research projects concerning elderly and postural control. She now develops some new indicators of early detection of postural deficit in elderly. Professor Krzysztof Ficek, he's an orthopedic traumatologist and surgeon and specialist in sports medicine. He is also an associate professor at the Academy of Physical Education. He will present first speech about a project that was recently implemented in children aged 4 to 10 years, also concerns physical activity. And finally, we have our guest, Professor Petr Stasny. He represents Charles University in Prague. He is also a visiting scholar at the Academy of Physical Education, and he will talk about physical education, physical activity in older people, but in general, technologies in motivating people to do some activities. So I will now ask Professor Ficek to take the stage and present.
Good afternoon. After all this series, well-prepared and excellent deliver medical lectures, I would like to tell something about the children and their plays and games. For us, this is as well a very important topic. And it's my great pleasure to introduce to you a brand new project called Ninanki, dedicated for the children. And this project is related to the physical activity of the kids, but of greater importance is the focus on the process of parenting and upbringing in the form of preparing children how to perform the certain exercises. Among the varieties and differences between the people, there is one common language. This is language of human movement. To promote the ideas, we should first establish the levels and channels of communication between the adults and the children. Excuse me. It is commonly known that fairy tales and fables are used as a tools for communication. Parents and grandparents, before the sleep, very often tell the stories, plenty of cruelty about angry and hungry wolf who wants to eat some human beings. Curiously, this form of communication is very popular. Maybe it makes sense, according to Bruno Bettelheim's theory, that fairy tales are a form for adaptation to the real evil in the surrounding world. It is analogous to the process of vaccination when we enhance our disease resistance. According to the aims of our project, we would like to tell the story about 7 animals representing 7 basic motion patterns. For what purpose? Just to protect children from the current dangers and prevent them from the immersion of the computer games, as a means as well of preventing of injury during their activity and prepare them for the physically demands during their whole life. What the characters, these animal characters stand for? They display 7 basic motion patterns, from the gait to the flexion to the push, squat and pull. It is like an alphabet of the motion, even most complicated and specialized motion during our daily activity or in professional sport consists of the simple fundamental ones. As means of promoting this idea, we use cartoons, music, video instructions, just to deliver the information for the parents, for the grandparents, for the teachers. At the beginning, children perform every single separate motion, and then they are taught to put them together and connect one another. The child, during the whole process, is a dominant subject and the most important person. He or she is supposed to be a propagator of this idea among the grandparents and parents. Is empowered to deliver a message to home, to the peers, to the family, and is empowered to teach the adults. In this manner, we offer the reversal of typical situation, that the kid is a dominant person in his or her environment. Improving agility of the kids while fulfilling the role as a teacher or educator certainly enhances and significantly their personality, strength, and make them more confident. Because for us, this is a tool to prevent discrimination and elimination from the social groups. Our project is as well dedicated for the children with the special needs. This is a huge and the best example of the synergy between the intellectual and physical skills. In March 22, this program was implemented in preschool close to Katowice for almost 200 participants. And according the Daryl Zidentop education to sport, a child should play a different roles. So should be a participant, a referee, a manager. This is type of adaptation the children for the competition in our surrounding world. But we don't pay attention to the result of the competition, but mostly to the managing and quality of organization of this competition. In this above-mentioned kindergarten, this project is well accepted, understandable, both for the teacher, for the kids, and many of information was delivered by our students, our physiotherapists, assistants of our academy. These fundamental 7 basic motions prepare well kids for the first steps in the professional sport for the selected sport disciplines. As well may elevate the level of the understanding of the importance of the physical activity and sport among the teachers. In this short way, I've just delivered some information of the importance of the kids. We commonly know this topic, but the understanding of the motion and movement. We have around us a lot of academy with the specialized disciplines, but many of the kids participating in this academy are not able to perform a deep squat or torsion of the trunk or flexion. And we are really surprised. So I've just delivered information where we are, where we are going to, and what hasn't been done yet. And I dare say that we are ready to ask to implement this program into the regular educational framework. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I will now change a little bit the formula of this panel and go to the free discussion. I would like to ask one question concerning your lecture. What are the effects of the project or the pilot stage of the project? Are there any effects already known?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, we are really surprised that most of all the parents are interested in. Kids are heroes in this environment because they love motion, movement, anyway, anytime.
And the parents are surprised as well. Oh, this is my child. This is my child, and he's able to perform this kind of motion, because, as I said before, we offer the reversal of this typical situation where the parents are sitting just in front of the TV, as we have heard before, and the kids are just in front of the smartphones. And we try to eliminate this pathological situation. The next step is probably something about the nutrition, about the process of the implement this fundamental movement into the professional or regular training. But this alphabet is crucial as a protection of the health, as a means of preventing not only the injuries, but only the chronic, as well as chronic diseases.
Thank you. 20 years ago, we didn't have such technology available easily, and we would go outside to play. So I guess we need to go to back to the basics and teach them again how to play without technology. You mentioned about adults already, that they are also involved in this program. So I would like to ask Professor Stastny, is there any ways to motivate somehow the adults to be active, some technological resolution to this?
Yes, I also wanted to thank thank Professor Ficek for the introduction, because it's very well connected with motivation kids to exercise and then to follow for adults to exercise, because if the kids are not going to move, they're not going to move in adulthood as well. So we have to start in childhood, and as we're growing, we're not able to actually avoid the technology, but we can find ways how technology can help us, for example, for motivation. And currently, you can see that there is like the whole smart gym when you can go to exercise and to get the most recent resistance training. You have body-worn devices, you have smartphones, and also you have some technology which started this, let's say, activity monitoring, which is simple pedometer called step meter, and all of a sudden, like this most simple technology as a wristwatch with step count and pedometer is being the most motivating tool. It's maybe because the smartphone has too many functions, but that's not all, because everybody has a smartphone, and it has been found that actually self-monitoring, if it's connected with prescription from medical doctor, trainer, or even nutritional specialist in your smartphone, that's gonna motivate adult to exercise as most.
But we have heard about the sitting. This is the improper position for us, and we are listening. During listening, we are sitting. So we should move just around, talking, discussing about the problems, as we heard before. And we just talking how to solve the problem, and we just put in this problem. So probably Kajetan explained the further steps, but sitting is really terrible for this civilization.
Okay, that is really true. We should soon finish our session and walk. But another question to Professor Stastny would be, is it possible to compensate for some recommended movement activity, like recommended walking distance?
Yes, and I actually was listening the presentation of medical school, and I'm pretty glad that we agreed that strength training and resistance training is one of the major tools how to keep healthy population and how to avoid sarcopenia and many other diseases. And it's true that WHO is recommending about for general people about 60 minutes of moderate to vigorous activity per day. But it's true that if somebody simply will start to think how to save a time, so there is a huge possibility to increase the exercise intensity. So to compensate the amount of steps or distance or is possible by the intensity of exercise, and where the most intensive exercise are strength and resistance exercises, which can actually replace the time spent on just walking.
So does this recommendation change during the years for physical activity? How is your insight in this?
Well, yeah, and unfortunately, people are moving less and less, starting childhood to the adulthood, and the recommendation 60 minutes a day has been already by WHO decreased for minimum about 150 to 300 hours per a week. And if it's if in the case of moderate activity, if it's vigorous activity, it might be even 75 minutes to 150 minutes. It's in this, like, to me, pretty short amounts of volume and volumes of exercises will be probably even decreasing in upcoming years.
Thank you very much. I will now ask a few questions. Our last speaker, there is a lot of thoughts about, after the first panel of our colleagues from Silesian University, Medical University, about sarcopenia and elderly people. Dr. Michalska is specialized in diagnosis of elderly people and early diagnosis of postural control problems. So, could you tell us a little bit about why shouldn't we neglect balance in our life, even though we consider it very natural? Why is it important?
Because balance and our posture is a fundamental activity in all human action. Even in action that are not typically labeled as a postural or balance task. If we have stable posture, we can produce adaptable and complex movement. The certain features of postural support change with advancing years of life, so balance and good posture can be a problem for elderly. The particular aspect of balance that decline with age and make an older adults more prone of falling haven't been identified specifically, because we have to remember that balance is a complex process involving the coordinated activity of many body segments and structures like vision, proprioception, and vestibular system. But it is well established that poor balance is the main factor of falling in elderly population. This fall may occur during daily activity, and the consequences of falls may lead to loss of mobility, decrease independence and quality of life, or even decrease mortality. Why is that a huge problem? Maybe I will present you some numbers. According to World Health Organization, falls are the second leading causes of unintentional injury deaths worldwide. Each year, about 800,000 individuals die because of falls, and about 38 million falls that are severe enough that they require a medical attention, medical care occur each year. So we have to remember that hospitalization is very expensive. So early diagnostic of balance is really important, which may detect fear of falling, which may lead to falls, and lead to drastic reduction of quality of life.
So is there any way for us to improve the early detection of these deficits in postural control? Is it somehow supported by the involvement on new technologies?
Okay, so at the beginning, I would like to say that posturography is the gold standard of balance diagnostic. There is a strong correlation between greater postural sway assessed by center of gravity displacement and risk of falls. Mostly daily activities require keeping our center of gravity within the confines of base of support. Falls are quite frequent during daily activities when our center of gravity is shifted near or outside our limit of stability. The innovative balance diagnostic should be as functional as possible. The researcher should be able to assess individuals in a real life postural threat situation. So more and more often the virtual reality is used to evaluate balance disorders.
I would say that we are in the business of prevention, not in the business of treatment as academic physical education. So what are the current trends in prevention of these balance disorders? Can you tell us something about this?
Yes, I said before, virtual reality is one of the current trends in balance diagnostic. Virtual reality would allow to assess individuals in really safe conditions, which might be impossible in a real environment. Our university, our department had a great pleasure and opportunity to contribute a virtual balance clinic. We created one tool to diagnose and balance rehabilitation. We also create a hidden balance test in the game. Why? During traditional examination, the individuals are aware that they are evaluated. So their behavior can be completely different than in the normal daily activity. We just call it white coat syndrome. However, during the game, the individuals do not realize that they are being measured, sampled, timed, and their behavior is more natural. Our games have hidden the most common balance diagnostic test, like Romberg test and limit of stability. Secondly, I think that future or innovative balance diagnostic should include some cognitive load. Why? Elderly often fall not because they perform one task, but they perform two or more tasks with different goals, separate goals, and distinct responsibilities. For example, elderly miss a step when walking, during conversation, and looking after a grandchild. But how to assess cognitive load on a postural task is really simple. The individuals should perform separately balance test and cognitive test, and then they should combine these two tasks together. Then we will be able to observe how much addition task influences on the balance. When we use dual tasking, we can prodromal detect early and preclinical symptoms of balance disorders. Moreover, dual task training is very beneficial for balance and also for cognition. Of course, individuals or elderly can perform separately balance training and cognitive training like puzzles, crossword, etc. But why? Famous neuroscientist Daniel Wolpert asked a fundamental question. Why do we have a brain? The simplest answer is to think or to perceive a word. And according to Professor, this answer is completely wrong. We have a brain for one reason and one reason only, to produce adaptable and complex movement. Because movement is the only way you have to affecting world around you. Of course, this is all thanks to co-contraction of our muscles. Of course, we have to remember that memory, sensory, and cognitive process are all important, but they are important only either to suppress or drive future movement. So combine balance task with cognitive task is so important. Dual tasking helps with automatization and pushing movement in the background because dual task stimulates our neuroplasticity of our brain, like neurogenesis, synaptogenesis, or neurotrophic. So in my opinion, the future balance diagnostic shouldn't be exist without cognitive task.
I suppose that Dr. Michalska would speak much longer about this problem, and she's really passionate about this. I think I should summarize. So we have a mission as Academy of Physical Education to influence people from the beginning of their lives through the adulthood and then in the elderly. And I don't know if there is a conflict of interest, because if we do our job very well, our colleagues from medical university won't have anything to do. But I think that it's better to prevent than to treat. And many years ago at one scientific congress, I heard one sentence which really is in my mind for these years. Physical activity is a new drug. So maybe physical doctors or medical doctors should prescribe physical activity instead of so many drugs. So thank you very much for these really interesting speeches, and thank you for listening. I think that's it for today. Thank you.
Katowice today is an example of long-term and multidimensional changes. Associated with mining and heavy industry, it has been transformed into a place of new possibilities, where innovative business and culture flourish. New road projects, modernization of municipal infrastructure, as well as brownfield redevelopment with the help of EU funds, enabled the metamorphosis into a modern urban center. Years of efforts to improve the quality of life in Katowice have been recognized by the United Nations, and in June of 2022, the city will host city experts, politicians, and activists during the World Urban Forum. A developed network of road transport in the city is constantly replenished with new and improved transport solutions, focusing mainly on public transport. In recent years, transfer centers with parking spaces have been established in Katowice, located along the main thoroughfares of the city for quick and easy change of means of transportation. Katowice has to offer a network of urban bike rentals, which is growing every single year. Upgrades based on low emission reduction and overhauls are priority in the pursuit of sustainable development of Katowice. Insulation of buildings and connecting them to the municipal heating network, as well as the implementation of the program of subsidies for the replacement of heat sources in the private premises, are one of the pro-ecological activities in the city. And thanks to European funds, the rainwater and sewage management systems have also been put in order. The Katowice Cultural Zone has been the showcase of Katowice for many years, and the International Congress Center, the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra, and the Silesian Museum, located near the Spodek Arena, were constructed on the premises of the former Katowice mine. And the city is also successfully investing in restoration of parks and green areas in the city districts, making them safer and more attractive. And among the investments planned for the upcoming years, related to the green areas is the revitalization of the Five Ponds Valley in Szopienice. The new building of the Polish National Radio Symphony Orchestra with an impressive 1,800-seat concert hall is an example of an investment that allows the preservation of musical heritage. The orchestra house, thanks to precisely dedicated technical and functional values, is a center of protection, development, and promotion of classical music that stands out on the world map. The examples of development of sports infrastructure and facilities are 2 municipal swimming pools, which are the first investments of this type in the city, and each of these facilities is located in a different part of the city, which makes it easier for residents of many districts to access them. And the construction of 2 modern sports complexes is underway, including a new city stadium, the largest investment in sports infrastructure so far. The most important component of the city is certainly its inhabitants, and every year as part of the participatory budget, residents have the opportunity to create urban space. The civic attitude of the inhabitants can also be seen through the great involvement in municipal social projects, such as planting meadows and trees, and arranging neighborhood gardens or jointly revitalizing yards. The city is also initiating the campaign to install tanks to collect rainwater. Every year, all the projects prove that the residents have an impact on what their immediate neighborhood looks like. What's more is that it even makes them feel even more responsible for its condition.
Jesteśmy uczelnią wciąż młodą. W tym roku obchodzimy 20 lat